Beat by Apollo, stop at New Apollos. Cop a Henny sour, and I'm puffing Jack Sour. Yeah, I feel a black power. Yeah, this time it's really ours. It's time to get the bag. Yeah, it's time to get the bag. Yeah, yeah.
Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'ma bid. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'ma bid. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it.
Ask for it, you receive it. Got it locked, put the key in. Got them looking, yeah, they praying. She like, I like what I'm seeing.
Now we up, they agreeing. Play full, yeah, we eating. Now you can't ignore this feeling when you got it from insane.
Why these niggas be out thin? You find love, why you cheating? She know that I'm never leaving. They won't beef, but they vegan.
I don't know why they on that. Get a pack, then I roll that. She got ass, tell her throw that. Start her on, it's a throwback.
Just a straight roll, I don't even pay tolls. The boy a genius and I ain't talking yay though. Been a living legend since I was like a day old. I remember days though, listening to J. Cole.
I remember days though, listening to Drake though. Had to up my profile, had to up my payroll. Getting too high, yeah, you know I had to lay low. Getting too fried, eating on some fucking bake though. Yeah, I came through, and you know I had to make do. Yeah, I came through, and you know I had to make do. Getting all these dollars, yeah, you know I had to make them. Yeah, I came through, yeah, you know I had to make do.
Man, we had to cut the intro short. We got to get to this game. Tip-off is going to be starting soon. Song by ISO Indies. All right, music promotion. We definitely had to hook up with them and do that music promotion for them. ISO Indies featuring Tilden Park, an up-and-coming group. Bigger on the West Coast, but they're growing. They're doing shows everywhere. So make sure you check them out, man, on Apple Music, Spotify, any streaming service, man. They got some good music out there. Today, we got our Eastern Conference final matchup set. The Milwaukee Bucks, which a lot of us expected them to be there, but not at the expense of the Brooklyn Nets getting bounced out. A lot of us on the other end of the spectrum thought we would see the number one seed in the East get there, the Philadelphia 76ers, but we saw them have an ultimate meltdown against the Atlanta Hawks, giving up big leads game after game. And then ultimately in that game 7, they just got controlled from start to finish and just really didn't have a chance, leaving that organization with more questions than answers with Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid in the future of that team. But the Hawks, we are seeing a young team coming together. And the way the Hawks are coming together kind of reminds me of how the Golden State Warriors just came together. And again, I'm not comparing the talent because you can't compare the talent. They don't have a Clay. They don't really have a Draymond. But when we see these young guys and when you see a young core get the right coach and that coach can just make a few changes and that team goes from being good to potentially great. And the Atlanta Hawks, if they can find a way, again, they surprised us by beating the Sixers. If they can find a way to be competitive or even beat the Bucks, they can change a lot of minds about Atlanta basketball. So we have to give the Hawks credit for getting here. I know it looks like they're outmatched going against the Bucks. That's easy to say. That's easy to identify. That's the easy thing to say. But we have to give them a fighting chance, right? Because it's not many teams with the intestinal fortitude to do what they did and win how they won. All right. When you're down 26 against the number one seed in the East, a lot of teams would have folded and just went home. You go into that next game, everyone is expecting you to lose, down 18. Again, another game when you're down 18, you find a way to come back. Time and time again, they prove people wrong. And then going into a game 7 in Philly, where Philly plays their best basketball. Philly rarely loses home games. And they come win a game 7 in Philly. This is why you saw the coach and the GM of Philly saying, I'm still in shock that we lost a game 7 at home. No one expected that to happen. So you have to give them at least a puncher's chance to go up against this Buck team. On top of the fact that during the regular season, in that last matchup, we saw the Hawks win and beat the Bucks without Trae Young on the floor. All right. So the first 2 losses came prior to the coaching change. So let's see what Nate McMillan has in store for this Buck team. Stopping Giannis is going to be difficult because Giannis Antetokounmpo has been a force. He gave Brooklyn problems from start to finish. They didn't have an answer for him. And once Giannis Antetokounmpo had his mind made up that he was going to attack the rim and be an interior force, it was over with for the Nets. Once he made his mind up and he became an interior force, it was on Kevin Durant to just try to outshoot him and outscore the Bucks by himself. And ultimately, that did not win out. They wore them down, and I don't think the Bucks will see a better team. They saw the best that the Nets could give, even though they were injury depleted. But Trae Young, as good of a scorer as he is, he's not Kevin Durant. All right. And I think that Drew Holiday is going to do a good job of stifling Trae Young. We saw Ben Simmons in that game 7 really bother Trae Young. And I think he held him to only making 5 field goals that entire game. I think he shot maybe 5 or 20 or something ridiculously bad. So when you put an aggressive defender on Trae Young, even with all the pick and rolls, we see that he has trouble scoring the ball. So I see them throwing a lot of combinations of players at Trae Young, Chris Middleton, obviously Drew Holiday. You got guys coming off the bench who can defend as well. I could see Brent Forbes being a pest, even though he's not as formidable defensively as some of these other guys. But they have a lot of – and I expect this Buck team to go much deeper off the bench. Against the Nets, we didn't see much of Brent Forbes or Bobby Portis. I think we're going to see a lot more of Bobby Portis and Brent Forbes in this series. I think they're going to use their depth to really wear down the Hawks. But we're going to see the strategy. All right, they're playing chess right now. We're going to see who comes out and makes the first major move, who can win game 1. Can the Hawks come into Milwaukee and steal game 1 the same way they did with the Sixers? That game 1 win, the game that they stole against the Sixers, ended up being a major deciding factor. Can they do the same thing? I think they have to build their confidence by getting an early win against this Buck team. They can't go down 0-2 and go back to Atlanta expecting to win this series or even tie it up. They're going to have to steal a game. And just like we saw in the Clippers series, stealing game 1 is the most important because game 2 is even much more difficult. After coaches and teams see everything that you're running, they see all your sets, it's going to get more difficult. So game 1 is their opportunity. Kirk Royce says to beat the Hawks, you need to make Trae Young a defensive liability. And we're going to see that. Well, in Kirk Royce, you're right. But Drew Holiday, he's a scoring guard. Drew Holiday, they needed him in the Hawks series to be a point guard. I mean, in the Brooklyn series, he needed to be more of a point guard facilitator. In this series, he can be an attacking guard because they need to go at Trae Young and wear him down defensively so that he doesn't have all that energy on the offensive side of the ball, because we know if he catches fire, he can give them a lot of problems. But for the Hawks, it's not going to be about Trae Young. It's going to be about, does Kevin Huerter show up? Does Bogdanovich finally show up? Can you get some production or more production from Clint Capella? John Collins had a few good games against the Sixers. He's going to have to be more consistent against this team. And John Collins, prior to the series against the Sixers, John Collins was looked at as one of the worst defensive power forwards in the league. He can't do that with Giannis Antetokounmpo on the court. He cannot revert back to that. All right, Cato Hitson, salute. What's good? Cato Hitson, I'm going to be responding to that email tonight, so I didn't forget about you, so salute to that. Joe Bond says Drew was trying to score. He just had a tough shooting series. Yeah, and Joe Bond, yeah, I understand that. But there were times against that Brooklyn team where they didn't need him to be the scorer. They needed him to be the facilitator. Move, and he struggles when he's asked to do that. They needed him to be a facilitator. At least in my opinion. In my opinion, they needed that. Hitman X, he says Mac Def still. Yeah, Mac Def has been missing in action since Brooklyn fell off the map. Not sure if he's going to be able to recover from that. But you know what, guys? I'm done hearing myself talk. This game is about to start. I'm going to pull up the scoreboard here in a second. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. I'm going to get you guys in here so we can go ahead and cook. And then also, man, if he chooses to show up, I was over on Hitman X's channel. If you guys haven't checked out his channel, Hitman X is in the chat. He'll drop his link to his channel in the chat right there for everybody. I'll pin it in the comments. But Hitman X, we were having a conversation with Goat Mike, and then a guy, Hitman X calls him a casual basketball fan, similar to kind of Joe Bond and Mac Def. But a guy named Mookie Mookie Blaylock, or just Mookie. Mookie walks into the chat and he says that Kawhi Leonard is the best player in the league. A lot of people disagree with that take. I definitely disagree with that take. I don't think you can be the best player in the league, one, when you're injured, and two, when you're getting outplayed by 22-year-olds in the playoffs. But he was supposed to be in here for the head-to-head debate with GOAT Mike. He was supposed to be in here with the head-to-head debate for GOAT Mike. And I thought he would immediately come over, but I don't see him in the chat. All right, so I'm dropping the link. So again, if Mookie's commented on your videos or anything like that, I want you to spam the StreamYard link up to him. If you have him on social media, I want you to make sure Mookie Blaylock gets this link. All right, make sure Mookie Blaylock gets this link, because I think GOAT Mike is here. Remember, I'm putting up the $50 for the head-to-head debate. I'll put it up. Head-to-head debate between GOAT Mike and Mookie Blaylock. Now, I just want to see if they pull up. Now, until he pulls up, because I can get GOAT Mike on the chat anytime. I got his number. I can text him. I'm not worried about GOAT Mike. GOAT Mike also might stream it on his channel as well. But yeah. But hey, Kirk Royce, I hope he doesn't end up like the real Mookie Blaylock. The real Mookie Blaylock is now locked up. All right. The loser of the debate is going to get excommunicated from the chat expeditiously. All right. Let's not see that. I don't want to see that happen to Mookie Blaylock, man. Joe Biden, what's good, man? Thanks for coming through. Link is in the chat. I'm good. Let me go ahead and get the scoreboard up, because I think this game is about to start. Man, what you got on tonight's game, man? Do you see any window opportunity for the Hawks to win this game?
No. You call me a casual?
Huh?
You call me a casual?
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
I'm a casual.
Because you have, hold on one second. You have very traditional basketball takes, and I think they're surface level. They don't dive deep into the game. You have surface level
into the game.
They're surface level arguments.
Into the game.
I feel like they're surface level. Like about the Nets. Let me give you an example.
Yeah.
I say everybody, it's only a handful of people willing to be critical of the Nets.
Yeah.
And only a handful of people were critical of the Nets. Even throughout the injuries all the season, only a handful of people were critical of them. The inconsistencies, Kyrie going missing in action, James Harden maybe being slightly out of shape, blah, blah. Kevin Durant injured. They haven't played together going into the playoffs. Okay. I feel like I was one of the few people to go against the grain and say, I don't think this team can win it, not just because of the defense, but also because of the potential for these guys to get hurt as well. We've never seen Kyrie Irving, as one of the primary go-to guys. It's rare that you see him make it through an entire playoff series healthy. All right, James Harden, we've seen him do it, but he came into this season out of shape. Is he going to be able to make it through in a season where a lot of people are dealing with a myriad of injuries? And then KD was dealing with.
They weren't good enough. It's because
hold on,
let me.
Hold on, but I'm going to get to their defense. I talked about all of those things because again, when you dive deep into it, and I said they cannot make a deep playoff run if their core group doesn't play together and they don't get better defensively as a unit. Now, I gave them their props. Defensively, I think they got better by default because with initially James Harden being hurt, they were forced to play Bruce Brown, who's one of their better defenders, and they instantly get better defensively when he's in. And so I gave them their props that they did improve defensively, but then on the flip side of that, we saw the breakdowns with regards to Steve Nash playing him a lot of minutes, not really going to his bench. And we saw Harden and Kyrie Irving both break down, even though Kyrie Irving's injury was a bit more unpredictable, but it still can happen. And he's still injury prone. So again, I think if the surface level is easy to say Nets win the championship, but when you really look into it, you could have predicted long ago that the Nets really did not have a chance to get to the finals
Joe Biden,
I just gave you a number of different reasons why I said I don't think they can make it. When I said a combination,
you said a bunch of injuries.
I said a combination of defensive liabilities.
Take back the defense.
The combination.
After game 2 of
hold on.
Milwaukee
They were
series.
still. Hold on. They were still. I mean, I said they got better defensively. They still were not
They were the
great defensively.
Number 1, 2 defense in the playoffs.
They still could not find the
Kyrie
answer.
Got hurt.
I know. I don't want to make this about the Bucks because I know you want to go there.
But
I mean, I don't want to make this about
calling me
because hold on, let me get the
so
scoreboard.
down to the nitty gritty.
Can I say this?
Hold on. We got 2 other people. Hold on. I'm gonna let you go, Joe Biden. Hold on, bend on knee. Go ahead, and I'm gonna go to JR.
Yeah, based off of what you're saying, I mean, it was not hard for me to predict that, like, because I know you said it too, Mama, but like honestly, among my friends, I mean, I was literally saying that hey, that team is very injury prone, specifically Kyrie Irving. I thought it was going to be KD, not James Harden, to be honest with you. But I saw that. I thought they had problems defensively. Now, you could say I was kind of wrong, or you could say Lamont was wrong in this instance. But I will say this, is that defense a little bit overrated? I mean, they're a little better than I thought. But to be honest, the Bucks offense, at least how they were executing it, was really trash. And
was atrocious. It was atrocious.
Oh, my God. It was horrible. It was really bad. Honestly, if they just had, like, one guy who would consistently come through, it wouldn't I think the Bucks would have well, if it was just like, KD and Kyrie, I think the Bucks still would have got it in within 6 or 7. But it was so bad. So honestly, I think we shouldn't judge their defense in this.
And Ben don't need. I think that the Nets do a good job of throwing you off offensively because they play at such a frenetic type of pace sometimes. And sometimes you can have a Milwaukee Bucks team. You can have them. They can also, and I saw them fall, especially when they got blown out. They start falling into that thing where, okay, you score, we got to score right back. Instead of saying, okay, we're going to go possession by possession to try to take this team down. I think they got caught up in the frenetic pace sometimes that you can get caught, especially when Kyrie's on the court. And that changed slightly when Kyrie got injured and you saw less. One thing that Brooklyn exposed was really how bad their half-court offense is because Kyrie Irving saved that team in the half-court a lot with bad contested shots at the end of the shot clock when the offense, when whatever sets they were running, anything outside of the horn set never amounted to a good look. Never anything outside of that. And when you look at that, now we saw KD, the Bucks stayed disciplined. They said, you know what? We're not going to allow him to be a good playmaker because when we forced him to try to be a playmaker, not only did he torch us, but he dropped 10 assists and he really got us. So I think they said, we'll live with KD just doing his scoring. We'll guard him one-on-one. But these other guys, the Joe Harrises of the world, we're not going to let them guys beat us. And that's what really helped them the most at the end.
And then on top of that, the first 2 games, they were just blazing hot from 3. Like fucking crazy blaze. I was like, I'm cursing, but they're like blazing freaking hot from 3. It was insane.
But
and then
you guys are not mentioning.
And they started to cool off.
Hold on. Let Joe Biden get his take. And let me let Joe Biden get his take because I know he's itching to say something. Now, Joe Biden, I want you got to preface everything. You got to understand that the team that you're trying to defend is at home. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Of course. No
go ahead. And then we're going to go to JR after you.
And the player you try to defend is at home too for missing free throws. So we're not doing that, right?
What player do I defend?
Ben Simmons.
I don't defend him. He gets ether for that.
And you've been defending him for 2 days.
No, I said.
That's
there you go.
Too.
Joe Biden. Hold on. Joe Biden. I said he's one of the reasons why they lost. He's not the only reason why they lost. That's all I'm saying. And I find that when you watch you guys when you watch the media
are not when you got and
I want to chat
a main.
I want the chat to answer this too. Let the chat answer this too. In the media, isn't the media pointing the blame of this series loss? Everybody's blaming Ben Simmons and Ben Simmons alone. I haven't heard one major media outlet talk about Tobias Harris' performances. I haven't heard one major media outlet talk about Joel Embiid's turnovers. I haven't heard one major media outlet other than outside of Josh Smith criticize Doc Rivers' inability to make adjustments late game.
Exactly.
So what I'm saying is, and I want to go back to Joe Biden. I just wanted to start with that. What I'm saying is, if you look to see why they lost, it's so many things you can point to outside of Ben Simmons that actually, if you tweak some of those other things, those might have had a bigger impact on winning and losing, as opposed to saying Ben Simmons didn't take shots in the fourth quarter, even though that in and of itself is not a good thing when your third or fourth scoring option is not scoring. I mean, some of you guys say he's a better scorer than what you maybe give him credit for. I don't think he is. He's the fourth scoring option in that starting lineup. when you look at that, I think
Lamont.
that he's not a scoring
Ben
point
Simmons
guard.
a scoring point guard. That's what you said.
Hold on, Joe Biden. Oh my God, Joe Biden. Why are you gonna lie like that, man?
Joe Biden, Josh.
Bro, you want to timestamp?
Oh my God.
Joe Biden. Hold on, I can debunk that. Joe Biden. Josh Smith.
Debunk
Josh
what?
Smith.
You can't debunk Lamont's quote from Lamont.
Hold on. I want okay, Joe Biden. I need to put you in backstage so you can go get a timestamp to that video because you know it don't exist.
You didn't say that
Ben Simmons is not a scoring point guard. He's a playmaking. He's a defensive guard that playmakes.
Did you say it or did you not?
No.
Okay. So do you remember a conversation?
No. Go get a timestamp, man. That's that me and you have had. You're capping Joe Biden. He's not a scoring guard, man. Why would I say Ben Simmons is a scoring guard?
I was arguing that he wasn't.
Joe Biden, that's a lie. He's not a scoring guard.
You know this is all recorded, right?
Oh my God, man.
Yo, bro.
Why do we argue stuff like this, man?
This is recorded.
Hitman X. Definitely not a scorer.
Hey, Hitman. Does it sound like out of all the stuff I say? Does this sound like something I would say? Do you think I would ever fix my mouth to say that Ben Simmons is a scoring guard?
You said Ben Simmons is a scoring point guard.
I don't think I ever heard you say that.
And you said Lonzo's a scoring point guard.
Nah, bro. He said you must got to.
I said Drew Holiday.
No. I said Lonzo Ball and Ben Simmons.
They're not scoring guards though. That's further.
That's why I'm roasting his ass.
No, why did I? You're lying.
Hey, Joe Biden, lying, bro. That'd be classic material right there.
Joe Biden. Okay, Joe Biden.
Joe Biden. I'll be right back. All
right. Okay. Well, why? Oh my God, man.
Look,
Hitman. The last time he did this, it took an hour for him to come back, and when he came back, the clip did the opposite of what he was trying to prove. It actually proved me right. So he's done this before, man. Joe Biden is silly. He said, "I said." Hold on, we got. Let me go to Jr. because Jr. wanted to go, and then we'll go to Hitman, and then we got a new person in the chat. I haven't seen him before. HSP Productions. But go ahead, Jr. What's your take on this game or anything we've been talking about?
Shit, I'm gonna talk about this game, man. I'm waiting on these Hawks to win the championship, man. That's about it.
So you really believe in the Hawks that much, huh?
Hey, man, you're lucky we ain't got DeAndre Hunter and Cam Reddish because it'll be a night. It'll probably be a sweep. But I'll give it 6 games.
Hunter's out. Holy shit.
Hold on. You want to make a friendly wager?
Nah.
Just $5, man. I'm just trying to get some up out of you.
Yeah, man. You can bet $5.
Okay, bet 5 on the series.
Oh shit, yeah, man. We can do that. Friendly wager. All right.
Wait, I can't bet.
I thought you were finna say 1,000. I ain't finna 5.
No. I don't be trying to. I ain't got my pride is not invested in any games where I could just jump out there and say a dumb amount.
Yeah.
Shit. I wouldn't even trust the Bucks with $1,000. No, I wouldn't do that. So
Yeah, that's about it, man.
It's just a friendly wager, man. That's all. At best, we just come back and talk about it. Hold on, we got Hitman. What are your thoughts on this game, or just anything we've been talking about today?
I kind of sort of agree with JR. Then again, I don't think it would be a sweep if they had DeAndre Hunter and Cam Reddish, but they would win in 6 if they had them guys. But I'm hoping Milwaukee pull this one off because either way it goes, the Hawks probably the most dangerous matchup for my Phoenix Suns. So I said we'll see how they. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. They are the most dangerous matchup for us, man. I know what you mean. We beat the Bucks twice this year. We split the season series with the Hawks, and I watched every game, and I pay attention to all 4 games. And the Hawks gave us the toughest matchup out of both teams. So I said, man, let's go Bucks, man. I'm hoping the Bucks can pull this one off, man. But shout out to the Hawks, man. I gave the Hawks a lot of hell early on this year. So shout out to the Hawks for actually proving me wrong again, man. So it is what it is.
I still don't respect the Hawks.
Hey, Lamar, I found that link too, bro. I found that link too.
What link?
I found that link for Shooter King. I found that link.
Oh, when he bet?
I got that link.
Hold on, put it in a private chat with the timestamp, and I'm gonna play it.
I ain't got the time. I need to find the timestamp.
Find the timestamp. I'll play it on the big screen. Shooter King.
Drop it in the link. Drop the link in the private chat. I'll find it for you.
Hey, Lamar, I'm gonna be honest. What's the Elder was saving his ass. Elder was screaming out. Cause he asked me, did I want to bet? The Elder, I was like, yeah. The Elder was yelling out, no, don't do it, JR, don't do it. so that's what happened. But we was finna bet. Elder had saved him.
All right. So it wasn't an
So it
official
wasn't a
bet.
bet.
It wasn't an official bet, but he did ask me that I want to bet, and I was like, yeah. But that was it. That was it ended right there.
Shout out
At least
to
you-
Elder Roof.
At least you're straight up about it. You know.
I could have
We're gonna
sworn he
see.
betted me though, but I had to find that video. So I thought he betted.
All right, hold on 1 second, man. We got this game. Hawks up 1 point. Hawks up 1 point late in the first quarter. Looks like the Bucks struggling to score for some reason. I need to be watching this game to see what's going on.
And they got Clint Capella on Giannis, but that's genius. They got Clint Capella on Giannis.
I think over the course of the game, though, that's gonna hurt them. Though I think over the course of the game, I think Giannis is gonna pick that matchup apart. They might have to switch and get smaller.
So all you gotta do is give him the Ben Simmons treatment, stag off, and got the nigga can't shoot. But I'm gonna let him shoot himself out the jam. You know what I mean? That's free turnover.
You can do that. It's easier said than done, though, because he's much better than what people give him credit for once he gets to that elbow. And you got to honor him once he gets to the elbow because he can make that shot.
I don't know what the hell going on about.
Yeah, I don't see how they have anything to stop Giannis getting to them.
We'll see. I'm about to pull the game up here in a second, and I'm about to pull the box score up. I need to see the flow of this game, man. What's really going on? Hold on.
Bucks selling for too many jump shots. That's what's going on.
Yeah, that
I'm
was
telling
another
you. And, you know, they're always going to have that problem, and this is why I think they could always open the door for anybody to beat them because they don't have a true point guard. A true point guard is going to be able to facilitate a little bit better. When you see a team settling, especially like the Bucks, when you see them settling for a lot of jump shots, and they have a lot of players like who can attack the rim, like Giannis and Drew, that tells me right there they're not getting through their sets and their reads properly, and they're taking a lot of bad shots because the shot clock is running down. And so they're going to have to find a way to execute a little bit better. As this Hawks team, I told you, I'm not sleeping on them no more. They have my eyes on. They opened my eyes against the Sixers. Now that they have my attention, I can't just be like the Bucks is just going to sweep them. You know.
Maybe I just don't appreciate the Atlanta Hawks, but like when, for example, the Black Skip Bayless talks about when he talks about like how Trae Young is better than Luka. Like I don't buy that. Like I don't know. I'm still not into Trae Young.
He might be. He might be better than
Luka in
Luka.
the fourth quarter. He get it down in the fourth
Yeah,
quarter.
he might be better than Luka. That's a good point. That was a good take he had.
He is
can't-
Why you say he's not better than Luka? What's your reasoning as to saying why he's not better?
The one thing I've noticed with like you guys heard of the whole undersized point guard problem? You know what I mean? Like having an undersized point guard, like them leading your team.
Yeah.
Usually, it's really hard to have an undersized point guard leading your team. One, for obvious reasons, liability and defense. Another reason why I think like Luka is better than Trae Young. I think he is actually, to me at least, he's better at controlling. I think he's better at controlling the pace than Trae is at this point. I think Luka is smarter, has better IQ. I think he doesn't settle too much for jump shots. He's able to get to the rim easier than Trae Young. I just think he's better at this point, or this stage at least. And he has much more of an upside, in my opinion. He's just all around better.
JR, you say you got that? You got that, JR?
How does he have a better place when he never got past the first round? I don't get it.
I mean, you got to think about it. Wait, I can answer that.
What pace is he winning at? I don't get it.
No, I say he's better at controlling the pace.
I'm saying, how is he controlling the pace better when and Trae Young is actually getting important wins? Like, I don't get it.
Okay, I can explain that, though. I do think that Trae Young's team is better built, revolved around him.
No, I don't want to hear that.
That's not true. That's not exactly true. I think didn't the Dallas Mavericks have a better record than Trae Young in the Hawks?
What I'm saying?
Didn't
they finish the season better? Didn't they finish the season better than the Trae Young?
I don't want to hear that shit.
In the East, though.
Hold on, hold on. The Hawks. Remember, the Hawks didn't activate until Nate McMillan took over late in the season, and once they got fully healthy. So they got fully healthy, and Nate McMillan took over. Then they activated.
But they're not fully healthy though. They're still missing two key players. DeAndre Hunter averaged like 15 points a game.
But early in the season, they were missing Gallinari. They were missing Bogdanovich. Trae Young was out for a little bit. Clint Capella was out. I got you. Hold on. Just put it in the private chat with the time set.
But to JR's point, they're still missing guys, and they're still in the Eastern Conference Finals. That's what I'm saying. But they're missing DeAndre Hunter, Cam Reddish for pretty much the whole playoffs.
I know, but you can deal with the loss of those two guys. It's harder
Can
for
Luka
them.
Doncic go? Can Luka Doncic deal with a loss like that? Can he deal with a loss like Tim Hardaway Jr. or one of those lesser players? No, he can't. But Trae Young can improvise without it because his style of play is more indicative of winning as opposed to Luka Doncic.
He's a way better
No, that's
scorer
not
than
true
him.
because one of the things Nate McMillan switched up when he took over, when the Hawks had their most success in the second half of the season, was when Trae Young started to take a back seat and allow Bogdanovich to take more of the scoring load. So you had a stretch of games where Bogdanovich was dropping 28, 29, 30, and Trae Young was dropping like maybe 20, 18. He had more assists. And so he basically allowed he just had Trae Young take a step back and be more of a playmaker.
That's on Coach Lamont. But at the end of the day, hold on. Can Luka Doncic do that for Tim Hardaway Jr.? We're asking him to do that. Or Porzingis, because he has players on that team that can actually improvise. So you're telling me Bogdanovich is better than Kristaps Porzingis or Tim Hardaway Jr.?
At this point, yes.
He's not better than Porzingis, bro.
No, you're right. No, Hitman, you are right there. You are right. If Luka stepped back and did less, it would help that team because
it definitely. That's my point with Luka Doncic. That's always been my point. It's like his usage rate is way too high for a player for his team. With his team, if you want teammates, you gotta have a lesser usage rate. If you want good teammates around, if you want to have a good team, you can't do everything on the court. Point blank period. You got to trust your teammates.
I agree.
And that's y'all not helping them. You fans who backing Luka Doncic, y'all aren't helping him by saying, "Oh, he doesn't have a teammate around him." Well, what do you want around him? You want KD around him? You want LeBron James around him? Giannis Antetokounmpo?
Listen.
Hey,
wait, can I answer that real quick?
What happened to the unicorn? Come on, bro. You dudes.
It's not his fault.
It's not good.
Get out here, man.
Hold on, JR, but that wasn't Luke. That wasn't Porzingis' fault. It was the offense that they were running that scheme.
That's what I'm saying. Bro, he was the unicorn, but now he's playing with Luke, and now they want to say he's trash. They better go on.
Okay, so
but he didn't play trash. He just played his role.
That's what they say. That's what they're saying, though. You hear all them people calling them trash. I know but see what I'm saying is when y'all say he played trash, again, that's surface level because he didn't play trash. He was just playing the role. His role in the offense was to go stand outside on the 3-point line. That's coaching. I agree with you, Lamont. That's what I'm saying. Luka Doncic can't manage the game like Trae Young. Get everybody.
No, I disagree with that. No. I think he actually managed.
No, Luka Doncic can run. He can manage the game. Actually, it's vice versa. Luka Doncic manages the game better than Trae Young.
Yeah, you guys are tripping on that one.
He's a better game manager.
Does he manage the game better than CP3? Does he manage the game better than CP3?
No. Nobody does it better.
Undersized point guard point.
Let me ask you this. I don't know.
But CP3 is one of the rare outliers. We're not going to see another CP3 for probably another 30, 40 years.
And Trae Young better than CP3.
Right. That's the point.
Trae Young finna get a ring. Trae Young finna get a ring before him this year.
All right, hold on. Joe Bond, you got to come back in the chat and put the video in the private chat and then put the timestamp, and I'll play it.
All I'm going to say is the teams that Trae Young has beaten, yes, it's really cool. It was really awesome. New York Knicks and the Sixers. I don't think any of those teams were as good as the Clippers that Dallas faced. Just saying. They're just not.
I want to hear no excuses, man.
That's an okay point, but it's a mute point because it doesn't matter to this point to the debate. It doesn't matter to the debate.
Yeah,
it's a good point, but it's like I said, it's mute to this debate though. Because we're talking about who's better as a game manager. That has nothing to do with it.
Oh, you're saying okay? So
and Trae Young is the top defense, the best defense in the league. The Clippers are ranked 10th defensively in the league, so that's night and day.
Where's the video link? Put it in the private chat.
What I'm saying though, because that would just mean take the teams off the table and just look at the players.
I can't see it in the regular chat. You got to put it in the private chat.
If we're really being honest about it.
Hey, Lamont, I got a phone call. I got a tip out. I'll let you know, bro.
All right, Hitman.
You easy, man.
Hey, Hitman. If you see Mookie, tell him to pull up, man. Look like he ducking.
I already left the link in the comment section. One of the comments he left. So.
Oh man, all right.
Yeah, man. He ducking right now.
Oh man.
Yeah. I'll let you know, bro.
All right, man.
Hey, Lamont, let me ask you: if they were able to literally, they have to get a new coach now, and they were able to I don't know if this team was changed around or revolve more around Luka or different offense. You don't think Luka can adapt to that? I think so.
Hold on, say that question again.
When they get a new coach and they fix the offense and the team that they put together is a little different. You know what I'm saying? It plays a little bit of a different style. I think Luka can adapt to that.
Luca. But I think you got to have a system where the coach believes in it, because I think Carlisle fell into the only thing that he trusted was Luca having the ball all the time. And if he don't trust it, this is why he didn't run nothing for Porzingis. I think that was bad because we saw in the bubble last year Luca had less usage. Porzingis was going off. Luca was going off, and they looked like a more diverse team. That's why a lot of people said if Porzingis didn't get hurt, they could have beat the Clippers. It was a more diverse attack. It became one-dimensional attack this year for whatever reason when Luca was healthy. I mean, when Porzingis was healthy, and that was just weird to me right there. I didn't understand.
Lamont, thank you. That's actually the point I was getting at. We literally saw him play. He was more free. He was more happy to give the ball and spread the ball or whatever. What's the word? But this time around, for whatever reason, the team, they couldn't trust the team, so they said let's run more plays through Luca. Let's just ride Luca. That's all it was. Last year it wasn't like that, and that's what I'm saying. I don't know why people are judging him based off of this one performance. You know what I'm saying? Like this series, that's not who he is. I dominate the ball. Don't not a team player. He is definitely a team player. So let's not get it twisted.
I guess that he ain't as good as a team player as Trae Young. It's levels. You know what I mean? It's levels.
Yeah, sure. I can give you that. I just think he's a better player than Trae Young. I could just if I had to put a bet down,
he can be the best. He can be the better player than Cancun. All he wants. But I'm just saying.
All right, Trae Young's about to go out this series. I'm just saying. We'll see.
That's what y'all playing.
He can prove me wrong. He can prove me wrong. Maybe he'll be a better player at this point. I just haven't.
It's about getting wins, man. If you can't win, then I can't. Then you just ain't better than me, bro. And then y'all both the best player on your team, and y'all team pretty even. Come on, bro. Ain't no excuses, bro. You got to get it done.
Hold on, let me run through this game real quick. It looks like they already went to Bobby Porter's early. We didn't see him play much in the other series. Bobby Porter's already with 7 points in this game, so it looks like he's going to be. I remember I told you I believe the Bucks are going to use more of their depth against the Hawk team, because they can give up a little bit of defense. They don't have to worry about them lights out shooters that they always have to keep an eye on, like we saw with the Nets. Trae Young is cooking early with 12 points. But really, right now, he's the only player that's helping keep that Hawk team afloat. Can he keep it up, though? But Giannis, 8.6 rebounds early, and Giannis and Portis are doing a lot of the damage early. But Holiday's been pretty solid early, 6 points, 5 assists. You got to like that with Holiday early. 5 assists already, 6 points, 5 assists. You got to see that's what we need out of Holiday. That's what you really need to see if this Buck team is going to be competitive. Hold on, we got EJ boxing live. He hopped in. Then I want to go to GOAT. I want to go to GOAT James. EJ boxing live. What's good? What you got on this game?
Yeah, man, the defensive player of the year is in the house, bro. I told you, man, that PJ and the Bucks, man. They listen, man. They gonna do well. They're gonna do well. I expect this season. I think the Bucks are gonna go all the way. I can see the Bucks going all the way to the final, man, and actually winning it, man. They have a very strong, solid team. I think they're durable. I think Atlanta are gonna be but I think after a while, I think he's gonna be run out. I think your man, the point guard, I think he's gonna get run into the ground. It's just too much, man. And like you said, Drew Holiday and them other guys, I think they're just gonna run them into the ground. I know they got sweet Lou Williams and stuff like that, but I think as the series progress, I think the Bucks are gonna run them in. But so far the game's competitive. But I think as the game goes on, you're gonna see a big wide gap, and Atlanta start falling down because I just don't see they ain't got enough depth, man. They ain't got enough depth in the Bucks, man. I see them 2 big guys in there, and they've definitely got better from last year, man. They've just they've reinforced everything around them, So it's up to Giannis. It's all about Giannis, what Giannis wants to do. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I expect a good game tonight. I think the Bucks will win. I got the Bucks winning though, by the way.
Yeah. You got the Bucks winning. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's hard to not pick the Bucks. Yeah. But at the same time, and we've seen in all these playoff series, every time one team seems heavily favored, we see the exact opposite. It's been crazy like that. That's why I say these Hawks is crazy enough to win this game 1. I don't know how they find a way to stay in games. I don't know how they make these crazy comebacks, but when they get hot, the good thing about the Hawks is when they get hot defensively and offensively. They getting stops and they making shots, so they come back just like that. We saw that against the Sixers. Maybe they can pull it off again. We got GOAT James. GOAT James, what you got on this? What you got on this game?
I like the Bucks to sweep, so I think this is a total mismatch. Like Drew Holiday's gonna have a field day against Trae Young. They have nobody for Giannis. It could get ugly. If Milwaukee's hitting their shots, if Milwaukee struggles like they did against the Nets with their threes, then the game's gonna be close. But this is no contest.
Damn.
I don't want to say it's no contest. I mean,
I
the
think
Hawks just beat the number 1 seed.
It's disrespectful, man.
All right, hey Lamont.
like, do you really think like Philly was a number 1 seed? You really think Philly was a number 1? I know they had the talent of a 1 seed, but just mentally, how weak they were. Their second best player was this had stage fright, was scared to shoot. I mean, that was a flawed team mentally. Even though they probably had the talent of a number 1 seed, they didn't have the mental makeup of a championship contender.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. See, what he said,
Philly,
true.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody was saying that before they beat them though. That's crazy.
No,
Nobody was saying
I mean, Joel Embiid was injured as well. As soon as that happened, I was like, yeah, they're gonna lose. I didn't like
before
that.
they play, everybody saying they were finna sweep the Hawks. But since they got the job there, not a Sixers week. Man, this shit crazy, bro. Hawks ain't never gonna get no shit.
Hey, the dude say it's gonna be no contest.
Facts, JR.
Hey man,
Facts.
that's still going a bit too far, man.
No, but wait. If you look at the games, Philly was in control for most of that series, but they kept giving up leads.
Why?
So that tells you like
Why though?
over the duration of the game,
The
who's the
Hawks
better
is good, bro. Give them their
team
damn
was.
credit, bro.
Why though? Why did they give up leads?
I get credit to
Yeah,
the
but-
Hawks for
but-
overcoming and also
Yeah,
blame Philadelphia for not taking advantage of their leads. That's
Who you
on
talking
them.
about? The Sixers?
And
Who you talking
Milwaukee-
about? Who are they talking about not being able to hold, giving up leads?
I'm talking about Philly. Like it was weren't able to hold up the leads, and that cost them do that that series in the long run.
Well, see,
And
I think when you say hold the lead,
Come on,
the
you can
thing is, yeah, hold on. I think when you say hold the lead, I think that's the wrong terminology. I think when you got to continue doing,
or maintain the lead, or if best you can.
I'm saying you got to continue doing what you did to get that lead. And what we saw Philly going away from some of the things that they were doing offensively and defensively that got them that lead, and they panicked a lot. Yeah. And they fell into that trap. I felt like whenever the Hawks started to make a run, it looked like Joel Embiid said, I feel like I have to do this all by myself. When we saw those fourth quarters, I think he came out in the third quarter, one of those games. Yes. It was the third or fourth quarter. He just missed 5-6 straight shots, but he kept shooting. He had no trust in his teammates. Every time he touched the ball, he kept shooting. He never trusted his teammates with the ball. And if you look, whenever Joel Embiid touched the ball, it seemed like everybody else got extremely stagnant. And so that's one of the downsides to having a post-dominant big, because once he gets that ball down there, now all you can do is just stand and watch and maybe slightly react. And depending on where you are on the floor, if you're ball side, you can't react. You have to stay there. So I think there's a downside to it because it's hard to win in this league with the 2-point shot. And if he's not making the 2-point shot and that's all he's taking, that's going to limit your ability to come back or really stop some of these runs that the Hawks are making. And then you got to give Clint Capella, you got to give him his props. He did a great job of just making it hard on Joel Embiid. No, obviously Joel Embiid got to his 30 almost every game.
Yeah. Capella and also back up from Collison.
Yep. Every time you saw Joel Embiid shooting the ball, it looked contested. He was fading away, falling down. He was always on the ground, getting up. They made it hard on him. And I feel like Joel Embiid should have, and I think this is also on Doc Rivers. They should have used a more diverse attack, spreading the ball, maybe run some different sets. They go to 5 out, to where you can let guys attack like Shake Milton. But we never saw Shake Milton. We only saw Shake Milton in the fourth quarter of game 2, where he went crazy, helped them win that game. But outside of that, I don't think he played to the strong suits of some of the players that he had. I think he only played to the strong suit of Joel Embiid. And the Hawks saw that and saw that no adjustments were being made. And they ultimately took advantage and capitalized on it big time.
So was Ben Simmons a liability or not?
Damn, man. Typical Doc Rivers don't make adjustment when it goes.
And let me ask y'all a question, because I know Joe Biden wants to talk about Ben Simmons. What I'm saying is,
I don't think it's
hard. It's hard to say that Ben Simmons is a liability because he was all this entire year.
Fourth quarter. In the fourth quarter.
Let me explain. This entire year, he's always been the fourth scoring option in the starting lineup. So when I don't look at if I look at any other team in the league. If I look at, let's say, the Dallas Mavericks, if Kleba has a bad game offensively, I don't look and say, well, Kleba's He was a liability on offense. Well, he's probably most times on the court the fourth or fifth option to score. So I'm never going to look at him and say offensively he was the reason why we lost. His role is not.
Let me push back on that, Lamar.
I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna finish.
All right,
So what I'm saying is, on that team, Ben Simmons' job is to be an elite playmaker. And so what I broke down on U3 Sports the other day, some of you guys weren't there to see it, but what I stated was, if you go look at this, if you go look at the synergy reports, go look at the screen efficiency of Joel Embiid. His screen efficiency for Ben Simmons dropped from 79% to 9%, meaning that, and again, screen efficiency is not a screen assist. Screen assist is when it's successful and you actually either score off of it or you pass it to somebody else who scores. Well, screen efficiency means how many times did your screen actually equate to the ball handler getting an open look or him being able to create a pass or play that gets somebody else open look. And his screen efficiency dropped. And I think it dropped because he was hampered by that knee, and two, because he was getting gassed in the fourth quarter of games. So he also played a role in Ben Simmons being inefficient offensively, because Ben Simmons is most efficient at doing what? Playmaking. And the Hawks did a good job of taking away Ben Simmons' ability to playmake. You look at every team that's lost in this playoffs, almost every team, the goal has been to take away the playmaking ability of the best playmaker. We saw Jokic. They allowed him, they turned him into a scorer. They said, you're not going to beat us with your playmaking. Ben Simmons, you're not going to beat us with your playmaking. All right. Then when you look at Kevin Durant, when he dropped 49, he had 10 assists as well. He beat them with his playmaking, but in that last game, he dropped 48. They stifled his ability to playmake, and they lost. So what I'm saying is, you take away that playmaking. Playmaking is what really activates that Sixer team. They took that away, turned them into a lot of one-on-one players, and they got exposed. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah.
Right, maybe you saw something different, but I don't know. That's what I saw.
No, I agree with a lot of the points that you made. One of the points that I want to push back on is that you said that you kind of compare Ben Simmons to Kleber. So if he has a bad game, are we going to say it's his fault, this and that? So I'm going to ask you a general question. Is the point guard on your team going to be your late game free throw shooter most of the time? As a general,
depends on who your point guard is.
I'm not saying Ben Simmons, but as a general statement, point guards usually end the game at the line, right, Lamar?
I don't think I've never been around a team that assigned somebody as a late game free throw shooter. So I don't know what that means.
Well, because at late games, if you have a lead, they're probably going to press, right, Lamar?
Do they press? I mean, they employ. Sometimes they play the foul game. Sometimes
because people are trying to come back, so they're gonna press. They're gonna late game.
It just depends on time and score, but yeah, fouling is used as a strategy. Fouling is used as a strategy to stop the clock. In general,
the point guard usually the point guard is the person that ends the games. Usually.
Yeah.
Am I wrong? No. All right.
Okay.
So Ben Simmons is in that position. You understand? So Ben Simmons is responsible, whether he's a good free throw shooter or not. He's gonna get fouled in the fourth quarter.
Here's the only reason. You are 100% right. Here's the problem with what you're saying. This was a half court game. Ben Simmons is not the point guard for this team in the half court. It was George Hill. It was Seth Curry. It was Shake Milton. In the half court, he's a power forward. If you watch how they play, he's only a point guard in transition. No, right. So now, if you go, all you have to do is go watch. They did not use. Ben Simmons is not the designated point guard in half court. So yeah, you're right. They're gonna foul the point guard. This is but point guard is not what they went away from. Once you watch, they went away from using a multitude of attacks that allow everybody to be efficient. Look at game 2. Who was the savior of game 2? It was not Joel Embiid. Who was it? It was Shake Milton in that fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Shake Milton had the big fourth quarter.
Seth Curry.
All right. He struggled all game. When he got in the fourth quarter, Doc Rivers had to leave him in because he caught fire and he helped him propel them to the win. All right. Seth Curry caught fire, but Seth Curry is the third go-to scorer on that team. If you look at the game where Steph Curry dropped 38, well, the secondary scorer on that team, Tobias Harris, scored 4 points I'm 2 of 11 shooting.
Yeah.
Well, now we have to look, but I didn't hear one person in the media scold Tobias Harris as the second go-to scorer on that team for not doing his job. All right, now, did Ben Simmons also take some of the blame? Yes, because he did go to the free throw line, and he is this year he was a 60% free throw shooter, and he did not shoot 60% from the free throw line. So you have to look at that. But then we also look at, okay, we had a big lead in this game. What happened? Well, we also have to look at the turnovers as well. Turnovers is a major statistical category. When you lose, you have to look to that. And Joel Embiid had a lot of them in game. So that's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You can it's easy just to blame Ben Simmons. That's the lazy finger pointing game. But when you really look and see where they went wrong, it's a lot. It's other things that I can pinpoint.
So you told us that it ended up becoming a one-on-one game, right, Lamont? Because as we've been seeing, the whole playoffs has been turning into a one-on-one game since
no, it's not
Golden
true.
State in 2000. Listen, let me make my statement. Give me a second. So since 2017, when Golden State started switching on everything with Chris Paul and James Harden, Chris Paul said that they were blowing up all their plays because they were switching on everything. So they couldn't get into their sets, and then they'll come down, and it'll be 5 seconds on the clock, and they got to make tough shots at the end of the shot clock. So since then, teams have been going smaller and switching on everything. So when you're switching on everything, you tend to blow up plays, and now you end up with a lower shot clock, and now you get difficult shots. So if you can't make tough, difficult mid-range shots in the playoffs, you're not really winning. So, and we've been seeing that with Phoenix, we've been seeing that with the Clippers.
Ron, here's the thing. Here's a catcher. When I say one-on-one game, I think you have a different definition than I do. When I say one-on-one game, we saw a lot of times with Philly, we saw players with the ball with 9 seconds on the shot clock trying to ISO their man because whatever offensive play they had, it just wasn't effective. And part of that ineffectiveness went into poor screening. I told you I identified the 2 top screeners on that team all year were Joel Embiid, Danny Green, and Ben Simmons. Those are the 3 best screeners on the team. Obviously, Ben Simmons cannot screen himself. Generally, it was over 40% of the time it was Danny Green giving them those screens, and then the rest of the time, for the most part, it was Joel Embiid. His screen efficiency dropped, and when his screen efficiency dropped, we saw Ben Simmons' production also drop as well. Because who wasn't also in the game? Danny Green wasn't in there to give him good screens, so they felt the loss.
They were going under on Ben Simmons screens.
They felt the loss. They've been going under on Ben Simmons screens his entire career, and he still found a way to average 15 points a game and be one of the best playmakers. He's still been up. He wasn't aggressive. What I'm saying is, first of all, like I said, I tried to describe to you the 3 types of screenplays that they run for Ben Simmons and how ineffective. But it's hard to really break it down without footage. But when one player in the pick and roll doesn't run his action correctly, it makes it much harder for the ball handler to beat whatever the goal is of that screen. It could be to get a corner 3. It could be to make a skip pass. Whenever one person doesn't do their job correctly, it affects the ball handler. And now a ball handler who Ben Simmons is admittedly a pattern player, he doesn't have the ability to go into a bag, hit him with a crossover spin move, go to the rim and do something. Yeah, exactly. Unlike, he's not a Chris Paul, he's not an Evan Booker, he's not some of those guards with the shimmy in his bag. He's going to go pattern and stick to the play. When you take the playbook away from him, now he's stuck with the ball, and he's just going to throw a fireball to somebody with it as a time bomb, and they're going to chuck up a bad shot. So you got to look that team. Any team with Ben Simmons, you have to be efficient offensively in the sets that you run if you want to get the best out of them. Joel Embiid, unfortunately, because of the knee injury and fatigue, he couldn't do that for this team. Danny Green was hurt, and there were really no other screen setters on that team that could help them be efficient.
I agree.
The reason why they made Ben Simmons a point guard because they had no other positions to play.
He wasn't the point guard. He wasn't a point guard.
Yeah, I know he's the point. I know, but what I'm saying is that they made him a point guard because really and truly, what position he can't shoot. He's not really a good small forward. I mean, he's not really a good small forward. So they made him
a point guard because he's an elite level ball handler and playmaker.
He's
high IQ with the ball. He has high IQ with the ball. The only thing he can't do on the floor is shoot the mid-range shot, which actually the mid-range shot is actually the worst shot in the game. You either need to be attacking the rim or you need to be shooting a 3-point shot. Mid-range shot gets you nothing.
Well, I
in
don't
this
know about
league.
high. I don't know about. I don't know high. I don't know like high IQ when you know what I mean. Like you get past the guy. You know the buck is right there, and then you pass it off. So I don't know how his IQ is.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
how is it high? How is it high IQ? How is it high IQ when you're not
That's fucking
when you're
funny.
not effectively screening your man and you're not running the offense correctly?
Oh, man. No. When you're open for a shot, when you're open on
Okay,
when you're
but
open,
but
I know.
EJ,
I hear what you're saying. When you're,
EJ,
I'm
you're talking about. Hold on, EJ.
I'm not disputing what you're
EJ,
saying, but what I'm saying
EJ.
is that when you're open for
No, what I'm saying is this. Hold on, because like I said, we don't talk stupid basketball here. And what I mean by that is, I can pull up one play from every single player in the league where they didn't take a shot that they should have took. I'm talking about the overall consensus of this series did not ride on Ben Simmons not taking that dunk when he should have. Ben Simmons knows he should have dunked the ball there. Everybody knows, but I can go to a number of other plays where Joel Embiid probably should have took an easy shot and he didn't. I can do the same thing with Tobias and Shake Milton and every player, even Trey Young. I can go to every team and pick one play out and say, oh, he should have did this. So we're not going off of one play. We're going off the consensus of what went wrong for the Sixers. What went wrong for the Sixers was a combination of things, not just Ben Simmons that everybody's trying to lead you to believe.
No, I agree. No. I agree with you. No, I agree. I agree with you on that statement. But what I'm saying is,
we're gonna go back to the topic of what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Blaming Ben Simmons is what I said earlier. It's surface level arguments.
Hear what I'm saying.
Understand the game deep enough to talk about anybody else on the court.
Hear what I'm saying. I understand the basketball game and understand the whole Sixers team. The whole Sixers team IQ wasn't good enough. That's why they lost. But what I'm saying is that.
But you don't hear the media saying that though.
No, I'm not. I'm not worried about what other people. I'm just talking about what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is that when it comes down to it, and you're right about Joe Embiid. There's loads of things. And Ben he at that point, it was a game 7. You got to take that shot regardless of why he didn't take a shot and his attitude after. But the whole team the whole team really, they at some point, do they really want to win a championship? Do they want it that badly? And that's why they got eliminated. And that's why they're thinking of breaking them up. But unfortunately for Ben Simmons, if he was removed, where did he go? Because I'll be honest with you, the Sixers, they put him in that position for him to be effective, like you said, when you say elite and IQ and all them things you're saying, that's what people are saying about him. But from when I assess you, for me, you're assessed in the playoffs. That's where it doesn't matter what people say in the regular season or whatever. When you're in the playoffs, that's where you make your money. That's where the contracts do. That's how I assess you. So when I'm talking about, I'm not saying that he's not. I'm just saying at that point he can come back from that position.
I'm gonna get to the game. I want to get to the game. I'm gonna just say,
all right, cool.
I'm just gonna say one thing.
All right, cool.
The thing is, if you watch the Sixers play this year, it's no secret that Ben Simmons had his best games when Joel Embiid was hurt. Why? Joel Embiid does what? He clogs the paint, he takes away your spacing, he takes away driving lanes, and he makes a lot of guys do what? As I said earlier, stand around and watch him post up. When he's not in the game, there's more spacing, there's more driving lanes, there's more screening, there's more ball movement. And you see him. This is why he's a guy who struggles to score the ball. This is how he was able to drop 40 on the Utah Jazz. This is why he had other big games this year. He had his best games when Joel Embiid was out. Joel Embiid is so, I'm thinking it's just a clash of styles. You're dealing with 2 all-star level players whose styles just simply don't go well together. And the Sixers are trying to make 2 styles. They're good in different systems. They're just trying to they're clashing though. Their styles clash.
Yeah,
and this is why you see Joel Embiid have big games. Joel Embiid will have a big game. Ben Simmons will have a quiet game.
And you're right.
Their styles clash. They need 2 players that complement each other. So the question will be is what style do they want to play going forward, and who can you put alongside either player, depending on who you keep, where their styles don't clash.
I tell you what,
right now, his style is even affecting Tobias Harris.
Well, I tell you what,
we see Tobias Harris struggling. We see him going 2 of 11 or going 8 of 24 just to get to 24 points. So what I'm saying is, we see styles clash. So they're going to have to make a big decision to get a team that's more cohesive, and then find it. And then Doc Rivers has to do a better job of getting the team to fall into that.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. Let's get rid of Doc Rivers. There you go.
No, I didn't say that. I'm
saying that. Let's get rid of Doc Rivers. Because to me, end of the day, the coach
that's surface level. That's surface.
Don't
do that.
No, I'm serious. Like,
don't do that.
No, you've already highlighted that in terms of the chemistry. So it's up for the coach's job to make that work. So whatever system he's running them through is not working. So end of the day, if you change the system, then you can get them to work. But regardless of that, end of the day, where they make their contracts at the end of the day is in the playoffs, and they've been eliminated. And until the next season, the regular season, and all the points you made in the regular season, that's fine. You're there now. You're there. The whole point of regular season is to get yourself to that position. They got themselves to the position. You got the ball in your hands. And this is how you're going to be judged, and that's it. So whether he stays there or he doesn't stay there, how he's going to go forward, how he's going to stay in the league, I personally wouldn't put no money on him. Joe Embiid, can you build a team around him?
Ben Simmons already has a max contract.
Yeah, I know that. That's
he already has the money.
Yeah, I know that. That's what I'm going to say. But what I'm saying is that what do you do with that guy at that point? Like, again, that goes back to what I said again about is it as a point guard, is a shooting guard. You move him. Where's he going? Who wants him? Who's willing to take that guy?
Man, they already reported today that if he went on the trade market today, you'll have about 15 teams all putting up offers to get him because they see the value in him.
Okay, that's a good point. So
let's act like we're acting like this dude is not an all-star.
No. Which team would you reckon he fit in?
I don't.
Right,
but I'm saying he can fit in anywhere.
Lamont,
okay.
Salute everybody. But piggyback what you saying, them 15 teams they know he's viable and they're trying to, in a sense, lowball the Sixers.
Yes.
In the deal to get him. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
He can finesse because right now, you know what? Other teams are loving the fact that everybody's bashing Ben Simmons. They love that right now.
I'm trying to tell people that, man. Like, and like I said, it's a great point you made about having two players that doesn't. The Sixers, and you have to go look at the Sixers. They depend on winning off of just smooth talent. If you look how they build their teams, right, over the year, they just put the talent there and boom, it should just work. And we all know that's not how it works. You know what I mean? You think pieces got to fit with different pieces. You know what I mean? So they got to, like you said, they got to figure out like what they trying, what they are. They don't have no identity.
Yep. And you are right about that. I didn't think about it like that as well. I feel like they try to out talent you, but they don't try to, it's like some teams, like they out scheme you. Monty Williams will out scheme you. They're just trying to rely strictly on talent to beat you. Like my player's better than yours. And they forget that execution is important in this league.
Yeah, like you got one of the best shooters. You got Danny Green, a veteran two-way player. Like they depend on this talent. Okay, Dwight Howard come off the bench. He do the dirty work, come off the bench.
Hey.
Shake Milton, one of the best 6 men in the league. Like that's more than that. Like you have to, it gotta fit. The puzzle gotta make sense.
Like how many other teams in the league? Did you go to Phoenix last night? On the last play of the game, how many other league teams, how many coaches in the league could have convinced their star player to, on the last play of the game, be a screener and a decoy to score the basket?
That's what I'm saying.
Like he convinced Devin Booker to be a screener and a decoy,
right.
and
like
everybody knew Enes was get the ball.
And I like how you bring the Suns up because DeAndre Ayton, people think he's just a pick and roll big man. He can do more than that. That's what he asked to do.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So it's like it's you have to like at times even he can shoot threes and everything. He can stretch the floor out. There's times he can occasionally shoot to 15 or you know what I mean? So it's like, but that's not what he's asked to do. Now occasionally if they really need it, you know what I mean? If it's down to the wire, maybe you have to have like Ayton have games like that. But going back to your point, you can't have Ben Simmons be at his best and Jerome Embiid be at his best, and they're going to win. You know what I mean?
But with elite post players like Embiid, the formula has usually been you surround him with shooters to make him pay for double teaming. That's what it always was.
They got shooters though. The thing is, they have They have shooters. It's more than that though. You know what I mean? It's more than just have shooters around my team. Because let's be honest with you, Ben Simmons. If you look at their lineup, all of them are shooting like above average 3-pointers besides Ben Simmons when they start a lineup. Ben got Danny Green. You have Seth Curry, Tobias Harris, and Joel Embiid. 4 players that are above average 3-point shooters.
Yeah, but Joel Embiid shoots it himself. So it's not like traditional where he stays in the post like Patrick Ewing. He's shooting the 3 himself. So
Right,
it's
I'm
like
saying he's versatile. He's one of the most versatile bigs in the game. So that's what I'm saying. The Sixers need to like Joel Embiid, because Joel Embiid. The thing about Joel Embiid is he's too much of a pattern. Like going back to Lamont saying he's too much of a pattern player. Meaning, okay, we all know what Joel Embiid going to do.
But that's what I'm trying to say to you. That comes down to the identity of the coach. Like I said, like if they like see the thing about traditionally when it comes to Doc Rivers, he has really good defensive teams. But then at the end of the day, when it comes down to you got to put the ball in the bucket, and you know, and then the thing is when it comes down to it, and this thing we criticize guys, but luckily for these guys, they got a long contract, and you know maybe he wins a championship, and this is all behind him. So you could learn from these sort of things. But at the minute now, we're gonna talk about it. But the way the league's structured and everything like that, guys get penalized for playing proper defense. So these guys like shit. I ain't playing no defense. I'm gonna go put up 40 and 50 points because that's the way it go in the regular season. But in the playoffs, it's a whole new different ball game. You know,
who gets penalized for playing good defense?
Everyone in the regular season. Like,
give me an example. Give me an example.
What do you give me? What give you an example of a
What
player?
do you mean? I think I know what you mean.
I'll give an example of the way they play these days. Like you got
give
guys
me a
barely touching.
specific.
PJ.
Give me a real example.
Yeah, PJ Tucker. Like he just barely touches you, and they're gonna call a foul. They just called a foul. The referee called a foul.
No, he was extremely physical with Kevin Durant the whole series.
But back in the days, that's what I'm trying to say. Back in the day, that was just playing tough. That was playing tough.
I don't know what you mean.
So you saying the rules? No, hold on. First of all, superstars have always gotten superstar calls. So you couldn't get in the 90s. You couldn't get physical with Jordan. He was gonna call you, gonna foul out. So superstars get superstar calls. One, that's always been in existence. So it's not like that's the same. What you're saying is, you say the league is soft with the rules. I say defense is better than ever because you can't hand check and you got to be more skilled with your feet. You can't hold guys, and it has to be more team oriented. This is why you have a Clipper team with 3 of the best on-ball defenders in the league that struggle to still defend at times. Look at that last play. You had Batum, who's a good defender. You have Pat Beverly on the floor. You got Paul George on the floor, but you guys can't get a stop with 0.8 seconds because you can't communicate and play team defense. Yeah, you got good individual defense. Don't mean nothing in this league. It's too many ball screens and too many actions for you to be good individually.
See, the thing is, this league you can play zones. Yeah, back in the day they weren't allowed to play zones.
Yeah, that gave them an advantage. That's why they were able to light you up 1-on-1.
It's not even that though. You have, you had a few players back then that can play the type of defense they do now, or they was asked to do that back in the day. But now you have bigs have to be, and you notice now how if you notice the type of bigs you see now getting kind of phased out of having a bigger role because of the pick and roll situation and switching.
I don't know about that.
Like if you go back to the 90s, like draw a line around like all 10 players on the floor and see how squished together they are. Like see the lack of spacing in the 90s. Like when you play defense in the 90s, there wasn't a lot of ground to cover. Like the defense were really stressed.
They wasn't trying to shoot threes. They wasn't trying to shoot threes.
No, hold on. That's not They couldn't shoot threes.
They wasn't trying to shoot
No,
threes.
they couldn't shoot them.
Yeah, they could.
Okay. Tell me one player in the 90s. Tell me one player in the 90s with the range of Damian Lillard and Steph Curry.
No, they ain't got that range. They ain't
hold on.
They ain't got that range. Hold on. You asked me a question. I told you though. I can tell you there was one. There was Reggie. There was. Yeah, I know there was Reggie Miller.
He didn't have Reggie
Miller.
Yes, he have range.
Hold up. Yeah, he does have range. He does not super range.
Here you just talking. I asked a very simple question. I said, name one player with the range of Damian Lillard or Steph Curry that spaces the floor, forces you to come out and guard on the perimeter.
No,
right?
that wasn't. It's about 3-pointers. No, I was asking someone else's question. That's what you said. I said
I'm not asking you. No, I'm asking you.
I know. I was asking someone else's question. Right, I'm saying all right. The guys didn't want to shoot threes. That's what I was talking to someone else.
No, they couldn't shoot threes.
Reggie Miller could shoot 3-pointers. Man.
Okay, no, he could shoot threes. He had no range with it.
I'm not talking about range. I'm not talking about the range like that. I'm just talking about they could shoot 3-pointers.
You named one shooter. You said
you asked me shoot. You asked me name one shooter.
What I'm saying is, And he only shot like how many a game? Like what, 3
It
a
don't
game?
matter. He
He
could
didn't even
make
shoot a lot of games.
No, they wasn't looking to Reggie.
Hold on,
They wasn't looking to
he
shoot
did
him.
shit. Reggie Miller did shit a lot, but like back in the day,
Come on,
like
man.
the
Come on, man.
team,
You come on, man. And
the team concept back then, you didn't have a lot of shooters like that because that wasn't necessary at the league at the time.
They wasn't looking at you. That's what I'm saying. They wasn't looking at you.
Hold up. Because if it's not necessary, people are not working on it. Those players back then wasn't working on being a great three-point shooting team because that's what they couldn't do it. They wasn't working on it. You can't do it.
Their game was medium range post up. That's what they were doing.
Yeah, hold on. First of all, I've never seen a coach say if you have a skill. There were 3-point shooters in the 90s. All right, and somebody has an echo. Make sure y'all take care of that echo, please. I don't know if that's true. Is that true? I think it might have been you, true. What I'm saying is, if you have a skill, a coach is going to use it. All right. When we look at point guards and guards who could shoot, all right, so there's a reason why Steve Kerr, when they brought him in the game, he shot threes because he was elite at shooting threes. There were a reason why other guards, like Eric Snow, played who couldn't shoot. Is the reason why he didn't shoot threes. When you don't do something, is because you generally cannot do it. You don't really you rarely see players actually going outside of their skill set doing things that they can't do unless they are forced to because of the shot clock.
Didn't do it because they couldn't do it. Allen Iverson could shoot. Stephen Marbury could shoot freeze.
Allen Iverson was a poor three-point shooter.
It wasn't great three-point shooters, though.
I know they
wasn't great three-point shooters.
No, but I'm not saying they were great. They could shoot freeze. But what I'm saying is the league was the league could play. The league was different. But what I'm saying is that when it comes down to it, the rules and the way they played that now, it's just different. Like it's just different.
What was the rule? What difference?
The guy. Come on, like you don't know?
No, I'm asking you. What was such a rule difference that stopped him from shooting threes?
That was what you mean? They wasn't the offense wasn't geared around.
You know what?
Freeze.
In the 90s, here's the funny thing is, in the
90s, they never plays to shoot free.
In the 90s, they actually had more of a reason to shoot threes because the bigs could just stand in the paint. There was no defensive 3 seconds. So it was actually harder to drive. They were driving with bigs who had an advantage against them. So generally, when you drive that much and a big can just stand in the lane, it's probably because you can't shoot. They had more of a reason to shoot threes than players in this era. There's a defensive 3 seconds now where bigs can't stay in the post, so it invites people to drive more. Y'all had no reason to drive more because defense was more compacted, but yet y'all were still driving and taking mid-range shots. Why? Because you couldn't shoot the threes.
The medium range, everyone was posting up. Everyone was posting up and have ones, and that's what they were doing.
Man, stop it. Everyone was posting up because you know what? Because the first team that we saw in the 90s that filled their team with 3-point shooters, what did they start doing? The Houston Rockets. They started shooting a lot of threes, and they shot the Orlando Magic eyeballs out and swept them off the court. So if you have a team full of shooters that can shoot, they're going to shoot. But when you don't have them, they're not going to shoot. It's proof in the pudding. All you have to do is look at the teams that shot well and the teams that didn't shoot well.
Like I said,
it's not playing style. You play based on the players that you have.
Yeah, like I said anyway, the way they played it.
They'll be making up stuff to save the 90s. Them motherfuckers just couldn't shoot.
Okay, all right.
With it, man. They couldn't shoot.
Like in the 90s,
the guys are better now. The guys are much better.
No, it's so hard. Why is it so hard to admit that? Look, they couldn't shoot. It's fine.
Yeah, the guys are
in the 90s. In the 90s, they would actually call them marksmen. There'd be a special player on your team. They would call the marksman or your specialty shooter that he would come in and shoot the threes for you. It'd be like 1 or 2 guys. Now in this league, you can't get on the floor if you can't shoot. It's going to be very hard. There's no such thing as a specialty shooter or a marksman.
Here's the funny thing with EJ Boxing Live, and then even with Joe Bond. Do all this talk about how it was so tough in the 90s. When y'all have players,
I don't say stuff like that.
You were just talking about Ben Simmons not being able to shoot, but he plays Ben Simmons. Hold on, Ben Simmons plays just like a 90s player, attacking the basket, passing the ball like that. He's doing it the right way. But y'all still knock him for shooting. So
no, I didn't say that. No, I never said that. No, I never said that. I actually never said that. I never said that at all. We were talking about his aggressiveness to take. You mentioned IQ, and I said, well, I mentioned the player. I never said he couldn't shoot like that. I don't know what you heard.
Everybody's confidence and aggressiveness gets shook up sometimes when you're not
Well,
playing.
I never said nothing about that he couldn't shoot.
Because when Ben Simmons, I've seen Ben Simmons aggressive and can't nobody stop. He's aggressive and is so good enough to where
he got to finish it in the game 7. That's what matters.
Ben Simmons, LeBron without a jump shot. That's
well,
how
that's cool. They can call him what they want, but you got to do it when it counts, and that's where he didn't do it when it counts, and therefore he's getting criticism. I'm not criticizing that he didn't do.
What about everybody else? What about everybody else on the team that didn't show up?
I ain't worried about everyone else. He had the ball that's there. You got to score that, right?
So the best per team doesn't get criticism for losing.
Now,
they're both the best.
KO said it was a man. He said it was a man's league. So I want you to explain to me why it was a man's league in the 90s. I want you to hit the link.
Okay, all right. I'll leave that one out. Go ahead. I'll leave that one out. I'm not arguing that.
So if it was a man's league in the 90s, I want you to come and explain the difference between today's league and the man's league in the 90s.
I guess you didn't hear what KG said. I guess I don't know. I mean,
no, they always whenever players say stuff like that, they'll immediately say, "Oh, nah, that don't matter. He capping." Like they'll try to trash him. Then just like everybody did a backflip on Steven Jackson, because Steven Jackson for the last year or so was the hardest, realest person in the world. And as soon as Kwame Brown gets a little bit of clout, starts talking about him, now Steven Jackson's the softest person in the world. People backflip on their stances with the wind. That's why you can't trust what half these people say, man, because they blow with the wind what they takes. And that right there is to take that blow with the wind.
If you put like the most physical teams in the 90s, like the Pacers or the Knicks, like those kind of defenses, if you put those kind of with their personnel, you put them out on the floor today against the teams of today, they'll get shredded. And those were like the premier defenses in the 90s. They're big, they're tough, they're physical.
Listen to this. The Pacers were able to play. At one point in time, they were able to play Rick Smith, Dale Davis, and Antonio Davis at the same goddamn time. How the hell are they going to play them three in today's league when you struggle to have one big on the court? If he can't guard some of these perimeter guys, sometimes they just have to go small altogether. But yeah, you gonna tell me that's a man's league. And then you're gonna have everybody out there looking like they in bowling shoes.
Why you think Chicago dominated? Like if you think about why Chicago dominated, right? Look at the knowledge they was doing.
Small ball.
They influenced and they were so ahead of the curve, and they were so like how can you stop a lineup with Ron Harper, Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Tony Kukoc, and Dennis Rodman? Compared to the other teams, there's probably no starting five better than that in the 90s at all. So it's like they was ahead of the curve, and the other teams in the 90s, they would be get stubborn and they didn't follow suit. And
it's just like people get so caught up in that nostalgia of it. Yeah. They just don't. That's why I say it. Don't bring the surface level arguments when y'all talk about this stuff. Do you have a real basketball take? Like you say they didn't shoot threes. Just be honest and admit they couldn't shoot them.
But you know what's funny though, right, man? They use that when it's convenient because they shit on. Listen. Let's keep it real. People are hypocrites. They've been shitting on players that can't be shooting for years. They only use that shit when it's convenient, man. Yeah. They shitted on. Yeah. They shitted on Rondo when Rondo was in his prime. They shitted on him for not being able to shoot. They shitted on. He can't shoot. He can't shoot. Like people act like defense don't mean nothing. Like it's funny. You could be the worst defender in the league and don't get criticized, but you could be Ben Simmons and you're a bum. You this and that.
He's literally a top 3 defender in the league, but not having a jump.
I'm just saying. No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying in general, when people saying go trade him. Listen, I'm telling you right now. I want the Sixers to trade him because that team will get worse. I want that to happen.
Yo, thanks for letting me come over, my man. I'll catch you up on another one. Thanks, guys.
All
Take
right,
care,
man.
guys.
Salute. Shout out to the UK. You sound like you're from the UK.
Yeah, from the UK, man. Hold on, we got a new person in the chat. Maybe he coming with a unique take. We got J Anthony 144. What you got on what we've been talking about?
How you doing, guys? I just heard it was Lamont who said come in the chat. He was talking to someone else, but he was talking about explain how the 90s was a man league.
Yeah. What makes 90s basketball a man's league? I'm assuming today's league, I'm assuming, is what he's trying to say is not a man's league.
Well, my perspective, one thing I thought about was basically the 90s compared to now, because players are coming in younger. This is the youngest as far as age that the league has ever been. So that's one thing why it's not as a man's league, because you don't have as many men, grown men, who would develop their bodies and their mentality and their skill. Well, no, I can't say skill. Players are way more skilled now than they were then. But and also y'all were talking about physicality. It was way more physical back then because again they weren't as skilled. So you just had men out there strong, just bodying up people. That was their job, you know.
Hold on. You strong, or were they just big because they were out of shape?
Well, you still got players now that are just big, you know. Shout out to Kwame Brown.
Well,
hold on. Did you say Kwame Brown?
Yeah, you talking about big. You always got big players in the league.
There's a difference between being.
Coaches can't teach big, can't teach height. So it's always going to be big players that can't play.
Still a degree of fitness involved in here. And the one thing you have to admit that there wasn't a high level of fitness with the bigs in the 90s. You're not talking about high level fitness there.
Fitness. I mean, define the fitness. They wasn't lifting weights in the 90s. Horace Grant ain't lifting weights against MJ.
What I'm saying is, I said you didn't see a high level of a lot of players with good fitness. However, Horace Grant, yeah, he stayed in shape. Yeah, but there was a lot of players.
Every player in the league now is fit.
No, what I'm saying is,
I mean, because it sounds like you're speaking to absolute.
What I'm saying, I'm not saying everybody. What I'm saying is, fitness in the league in the 90s was not as high as it is now, because now it's damn near required. All you have to do is look at the players.
You going by looks? I said, give me a stat.
So hold on. So you're telling me
KD isn't fit at all, but he's one of the greatest scorers of all time, and he's in this era, not that era.
Fit. Hold on, let me ask you a question.
KD isn't fit.
Hold on,
KD isn't fit.
Hold on one second. Hold on. I'm gonna ask a question. So you telling me Stanley Roberts? Hold on. I'm gonna ask you a question. This is for Jay Anthony. Are you telling me that Stanley Roberts was fit?
Who did he play for?
The Clippers.
I don't remember. I'm not a Clippers fan.
Oliver Miller.
Are you telling me that? Well, Oliver Miller came in fit.
I mean, are you saying that all players now are fit?
I'm just giving you.
You got fat players now. You got fat players now.
Hold on. The fat players now don't really stay in the league too much longer, nor do they get on the court. And when you say fat, the fat then in the 90s, you could literally be fat like Oliver Miller fat and get a contract still. You could be Big Country Bryant Reeves and be eating Pringles on the bench and still be in the league.
Okay, I got you. Okay.
Sean Kemp was fat, man. Come on, he got fat.
Can I say something now?
We see in this league today, we see a guy like Dwight Howard. Yeah, I'm gonna let you go. Hold on. We see a guy like Dwight Howard who was always fit. When he got older, he had to drop weight just to keep up with the fitness of everybody, so he could be fast enough and light enough to keep up with these guys. Right, and he still had to be strong at that. So what I'm saying is the degree of fitness involved now is much higher than it was then. The game is faster now. You have to be faster. Yeah, you have to be stronger. The game, these players are bigger, stronger, faster. It's the reason why they say that.
I wouldn't agree with that at all. I would say the statistics show that the 80s was faster than they are now.
No, they played a
game was faster in the 80s than it is right now.
They played a faster
pace. Back to yeah. Okay. I mean, what are you saying? You saying the players are faster than they were now?
I said faster pace.
Faster pace. The 80s was faster than it is now.
No, that's not
the 90s though. That's not the 90s.
But let's stay on fitness. Let's stay on fitness.
First of all,
let's stay on fitness.
Hold on. You cannot hold on. You cannot bring up pace and say that pace has a direct correlation to fitness. That just tells you right there they didn't really care too much. It's like an all-star game. All-star games, they don't pay too much attention to defense. They just go up and down and play with a lot of pace. Any teams can do that. So that's separate. Just fitness and pace are two different things. You conflate.
You brought up pace. That's why I spoke. I didn't bring it up.
Said the 80s.
Back to fitness.
You said the 80s was faster.
Yeah, but you brought up pace. That's what I brought up the 80s. We're talking about pace. We're talking about speed. You brought that up. Yeah, right. You said pace.
I brought up fitness. I brought up pace when you brought up the 80s.
No, I brought up the 80s for the pace, bro. You're not paying attention. But again, back to fitness. James Harden came into this playoff this season unfit, right? That's why he had the hamstring injury. Jokic, he's fitter than he was last year. He's had a problem with that. What's the guy? Luca. He's not as fit as he can be. He a little chubby.
Yeah.
So I mean, and he's a great player right now.
Yeah,
but he's not as fit as he can be. So you're saying they're more fit now, but he's busting everybody's ass in the playoffs every year. He's not winning, but he busting ass. So, I mean, if you talk about fitness, everybody's not fit. The Hawks are very fit, but they also a young ass team.
Okay, so
PJ Tucker, he's solid, but would you call him extremely fit? I don't think so.
No.
Hold on.
Hold on. Yeah. All I'm saying is, how is it a man's league then, not a man's league now?
Well, we spoke about physicality, and I also said the league is the youngest it's ever been now. It's the youngest it's ever been right now.
So you claim that the league is more?
You talking about young men, young boys who are still developing mentally, spiritually, and everything else. They're not the same as when you came into the league in the 90s, where you had other veterans that teach you and put you in your place and say, nah, that's how we play it here. You don't have that now. Everybody's young. That's how you have teams like Timberwolves who are some shit every year because everybody's just trying to score. And they have no mentality wanting to win, right?
Hold on. So you saying every team in the 90s had the mentality to win?
No, I'm not saying that. I gave an example about right now.
I'm just saying
that team is a microcosm of the whole league.
Hold on. There were more players in the league in the 90s doing crack and alcoholics than ever before. But yeah, you say there was a level of discipline. How does that work? You can't say things like that, but when you go look at reports of what players say or what was really going on in those buses and the locker rooms and the bench, guys having 6-packs in their locker, but then you claim there's discipline. See, that's one thing. Players expose it all when they start talking about it. And I'm probably one of the few people that actually talked to Anthony Mason. I talked to Anthony Mason. He had a barbershop in Chicago about that Knicks team. He told me about all the drugs that they did. Him, John Starks, Charles Oakley. That's not discipline. He told me about all of that stuff, the alcohol that they drink, them not working out. See, I had a conversation with him before he passed in his barbershop multiple times. That's where I used to go to get my hair cut. But they want to claim a level of discipline. No, they were drinking and drugging in the 90s. This is one of the reasons why they were always out of shape. So you can't tell me discipline and fitness when it was an era full of drinking and drugging, and if it was social media actually existed in that time, half of them players would have been kicked out the league for some of the stuff that they was actually doing. Dennis Rodman even said, I could never been able to play in the league today with social media. I'd have been locked up or kicked out the league a long time ago.
Yeah, social media has nothing to do about fitness, bro. What I hear you made a great point.
You keep saying discipline and fit, all this stuff, but this is the 90s, in the 90s basketball, and it wasn't until about 97, 98, 99 where it started to change, and they tuned up the drug and alcohol programs in the NBA where the league was full of cokeheads and alcoholics. That's a
full
fact.
Of everything?
Yes, hold on. So when I talk to Anthony, hold on, this is not me. I told you, I had about 15 to 20 conversations with Anthony Mason, who's played on multiple teams, who went into depth about this and also mentioned player names.
I feel you on that.
So what I'm saying is, so you can't act like this league was so disciplined and they were so about winning when a lot of those guys was more about drugging and women.
Well, that's majority.
And a lot of these guys, and a lot of these guys, you wonder why that Knicks team. See, he was on that Knicks team. You wonder why they struggled getting past the Bulls. All right. Well, whenever they lost it, asked him what they did, when he told me what they would do when they would lose to Chicago, as opposed to going straight back to New York. Come on, man. Strip clubs.
Jordan was staying up to 3, smoking cigars and gambling too.
Come on, man. Yeah, that's one of the reasons. Hold on. But then not everybody can beat Jordan. Because one thing Jordan did was,
but you can't bring it up. Then if you can't bring up the drugs and alcohol, and just say, Jordan.
One thing
that's the whole point. Was it the drugs and alcohol? Was it Jordan?
One thing Jordan did was he stayed in the weight room. Now, Anthony Mason told me he told me in a season, he said even with all the off-season workouts, they probably hit the weight room 5 times.
Right.
This is the most. Hold on. This is the most physical team, one of the most physical teams of the 90s. Yet he said they avoided the weight room at all costs. This is not me talking. This is your 90s player, Anthony Mason, just kind of exposing some of the dumb shit that y'all say about it because y'all just want to make it seem like it's better than what it is. Rest in peace to Anthony Mason. He was a solid player for what it was, but let's not act like fitness was one of the top priorities on their list, and it wasn't. Come on, all you got to do is talk to these 90 players. Remember, I was out here with Dan Marley. You want to hear some of the stories that he told me when he was out here coaching at GCU? Come on, y'all talk about fitness. Come on, those players did not have the level of fitness or the work ethic to stay dedicated to, with a diet.
I wouldn't say these players now got the work ethic either, bro.
Talk to one of them first and then come back to me. Right now, you just going off.
No, we could look at it. Like you said, we could look at
you making stuff up. Right? You literally making
I'm not making anything up. You can look at them. You talking about fitness. You don't meet all these players now.
Quote a player then. Quote an actual player from the 90s that you've spoken to about their experience.
We're not talking about. I didn't say any players from the 90s.
Means you're making it up as you go.
I said the players right now.
You can't quote nobody, but you just talking like you know everything that was going on, but you making it up as you go just to sound right. I'm quoting direct things that players said was actually going on. You trying to tell me, you trying to tell me, what can you say when Anthony Mason tells me that they did everything possible to avoid the weight room, yet you tell me it was a level of physicality that couldn't be matched and all this, that, and other.
I didn't say couldn't be matched, bro. You're not quoting me properly at all.
How can you be that physical?
I didn't say physically.
How can you be that physical? How can you be that physical and you don't touch the weight room?
Bro, does Zion Williamson need to go into the weight room?
Man, come on, man.
Did Bo Jackson go to the weight room? Did he tell you he went to the weight room? No.
Let me ask you a question.
He didn't go to the weight room.
I'm gonna ask you a question. Tell me one player in the 90s that was athletic as Zion at that weight and size.
Charles Barkley.
No, he was much lighter. He was much lighter. When Charles Barkley gained weight, when Charles Barkley ballooned up to that weight, he was trash when he went to Houston. When he was with Philly, he was much leaner.
He came into the league fat, bro.
Much leaner.
He came in the league at 300.
He got leaner. He got leaner.
You're right, but you talking about when you went to Houston. I'm talking about when he came into the league and he still was dunking.
I'm talking about when he was with Philly.
When he was in college, he was dunking on motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Just like Zion. He was fat just like Zion is right now.
He was.
Okay, then.
How was Zion?
No, and I don't even want to say Zion's fat either.
Yeah, nah, he too big though.
That man got less than 5% body fat. What are you talking about?
That's too big, bro. That's too big to play in the NBA and be like very, very good as he can be, as far as his potential. That's too much weight on his bones.
That's crazy that you talk about too much weight on his bones, but damn near you talk about the physicality in the 90s and all these players a lot of them was fat.
Bro, what you changing the argument?
Y'all talk about
Zion right now. You're not talking about the 90s anymore.
I'm just saying. No, we're talking about you. I'm talking
about me. No, we're talking about Zion.
I'm talking about your arguments. Trying to say
what is my argument? Say my argument.
The original question was this.
No, say my argument.
Hold on. You can't just yell the same thing out over and over. Expect me to try to talk over you. This ain't Ticket TV. So what I'm saying is, you came in and said the 90s was full of men and just a man's league. And I said, well, how is this league not a man's league? Because they all over 18 the last time I checked. The only person who crying about it, Kwame Brown. All right. That's all. He's the only person crying about it. So all I'm saying is you said what made them men was the physicality. All right. But the 90s players that I've spoken to talked about how they avoided the weight room. And so how could it be physicality when they avoided working out as much as possible? Or they just out of shape? Because guys that are bigger and slower, what do they tend to do more on the court? Guys that are bigger and slower, they tend to hack more, which in turn, in your eyes, you call that physical play. Guys that are bigger and slower hack for a reason. They foul hard for a reason because the only thing they can do to stop you. That's facts. You can't tell me a guy that's running around in shape and can D up moving fast, but other than Patrick Beverly, this is out there hacking and fouling people intentionally and shit. Come on, man. Stop it. If you can D up, you can D up. This is the reason why they hand checked in the 90s. This is why they wanted to hand check. Now they can't hand check. Now you have to slide your feet and stay in front of somebody. It takes a degree of fitness to do that. Only Gary Payton was really sliding his feet, D'ing up to that level. And John Stockton, I can give you a few guys that was actually doing it without the hand check. But Gary Payton even used a hand check to a certain degree. Gilbert Arenas, what did he say the first time Gary Payton checked him? He said, y'all told me this motherfucker could play D. He took him straight to the post and said, shit, this dude is garbage, and destroyed him. Come on, man. Y'all stop it with that physicality stuff, man. You got to actually D up.
I got you, bro. My point was, because I'm going to say it so you can't muffle it up or, not hear me. My point was, The league, the dude point was he said the 90s, that was a man's league. I said,
Hold on. You don't even know what
wasn't-
his point was because he can't even come in and talk for himself. King KO is still in the comments.
No, I'm giving my point. I'm stating the quote. He said the 90s was a man's league, right? That's what he said. I said, this is my point, that's true to the fact that you have older men with responsibilities. They have families. Those are men. These are older men. These are people with responsibilities. So the team and the atmosphere of the teams are going to be different than they are now. With these young men getting all this money, no responsibilities. They're coming into the league 18. You're not a man, you're a young man. So you're not fully developed yet. They're not coming into the league fully developed. It was older men in the league prior. It was more men in the league prior. You have a whole bunch of young players, young men now. So they're not men. They're not men. And that was my point. That's it, bro. You could disagree, you could sound all that.
That ain't make no damn
fitness
sense,
and all that
man.
stuff.
Anything to
no
uplift the
damn
90s.
sense.
Anything to uplift the 90s.
That
No,
ain't make
I'm
no
not-
sense, man.
I
I
didn't-
guess.
I just made my point. I didn't say it was better or worse.
So
That's why I was
it
mad.
wasn't it wasn't 18-year-old players in the 90s.
I didn't say that. I said it was more older men in the league. Then.
Do you
I said it's the youngest league
have
that's ever
fact? Do
been.
you have facts to bring that up though? Like you said it like that was like a fact though.
The fact is this is the youngest the league has ever been.
Do you know that though?
Yes,
I
you
don't
can
know.
look
I
it
don't
up.
know.
Don't ask me. Look it up, bro.
Hold on.
I'm about to
True,
get off.
true.
You can look it up.
True. Hold on. He's right. The league was older. But
Yeah, I'm not.
older-
But I'm just
That's
saying.
my
I'm
only
just. But how far
Hold on,
is it though? But how? Like, what's the
basically-
exact like?
So basically, if the King KO is going along with this argument, really the only legitimate argument he's made that these guys were more grown up. Basically, they were just older. They weren't more skilled.
Only point.
They weren't more skilled. They weren't more talented. They weren't more in shape. They were just older by age. So I guess if you define that as a man's league, just being slightly older, all right, I guess that's what it is.
And
I
back
guess.
in the
I
day,
mean, if you get older in your profession, you shouldn't be more skilled. Wasn't MJ more skilled when he was 30 than he was when he was
Okay,
20?
hold on. If they were older, how come they weren't as skilled as some of the young guys?
I didn't say they weren't, but you said they were. I didn't say either
They
or.
are more skilled.
I'm just saying some players, regardless, some people want to be better in their profession. MJ want to be better. So he started lifting weights so he can go against the defense. He started shooting better. He could shoot a three when he was 32, better than what he did when he was 18.
That's cap. They pushed the 3-point line in.
but here's the
I
thing
said he
too
could
though.
shoot it
But-
better. He wasn't shooting
Right.
three.
They pushed the 3-point line in.
But here's the thing about the
Besides
Michael
point,
Jordan
he
lifting
practiced
weights.
three.
They pushed the 3-point line in, and then
Yeah,
they
they
start
did.
chucking up threes, man. Come on.
But
That's
here's the
how
thing
trash
about
the shooters they were.
yeah. But here's the thing about that weightlifting. That was a rare thing what Michael Jordan was doing. You know that, right? Like back in the day, that weightlifting for basketball players wasn't even a thing. That wasn't a philosophy for basketball players to do with the lift weights.
It was, but he took it to the next level when he
Right, but I'm just saying, but that just kills your point though, being a
How
man's
it kills
league.
my
You see
point?
more
I
because
use an
now
example.
hold up, because this era now you have you call now like you said now they're lifting more weights than the people than back in
I
the
didn't
day.
say that. You said that. You said they're more fit now. I didn't say that.
But you said they're not fit now. That's your argument.
I didn't say that. I said I didn't say neither. I said you can't say they're more fit now than they were then. Moses Malone broke
I
down
just said, hold
backboard.
up. I just said, boy, but that's a
Hold
rare.
on,
But you're
man.
naming
Why do
rare.
you keep saying? Why do you say he broke down backboards when you know the backboard, the design of the rim system
was
then was
trash.
different from what it is now?
Strong is strong,
Right.
bro. Can you break down a backboard?
It's impossible. You can't. There's no
No, you said
player
it's impossible,
in the
but a
world.
dude did it. And he's not the only one. Shaq did it too.
Hold on. You know, do you realize the backboards now are like designed so you don't
Okay,
break
hold
them?
on. Remember, Shaq took down the whole hydraulic system.
Right, and that's before now, bro. So I'm just saying, you saying people are more fit now. That's like saying
Shaq
LeBron
couldn't-
is
listen,
a better
you
athlete or the
can't-
best athlete ever because he's in this era.
LeBron is the best athlete ever
Yeah.
in the league.
Okay, I'm done
I mean,
talking.
you should.
You making no
I
sense.
I mean, you should.
Hey,
My
I
weight
mean, you
metrics.
name a better
He's
athlete.
better than
I
Bill
mean,
Russell.
he's in that either way, he's in that conversation. If you're
He's better than
6'8",
Wilt?
Name a
As an
better
athlete?
athlete.
No,
Name
bro.
a better athlete.
well, he's
Wilt.
better than everybody in the
Wilt.
90s. He's better
Bill
than everybody
Russell.
now. You
Dennis
hold on.
Rodman. That's
Why
three
you
right
naming-
there.
Hold up. But hold up.
Think
look.
about
Why
that before you
naming
speak.
people-
Just think about it,
But
bro.
hold up. Hold up.
LeBron
Why
also
you
on
naming people-
steroids.
Hold up.
True.
Why you naming people outside the 90s though? Because you can say that's fine. You said, but He's more athletic than anybody in the 90s. I know that.
Bro, Dennis Rodman was playing in the 90s.
Don't do that. Dennis Rodman is not more athletic than LeBron. Dennis Rodman
He's not more athletic than LeBron, man.
You keep saying that Bill Russell and Will
Dennis
Chamberlain, they
Rodman
didn't
can
play in the
check Shaq.
90s.
LeBron probably can't, bro. I don't got LeBron checking Shaq. Dennis Rodman did, though.
They not more.
What
What is it?
Okay,
What are you
hold on,
talking
hold
about
on,
checking
hold on.
for? You
Hold on,
just
True.
changed the whole art.
Hold on, True. Hold on. Yeah, Dennis Rodman checked Shaq. Go look at the numbers he still put up on that motherfucker, though. That's all I'm saying.
Shaq, though. It's Shaq.
Okay, yeah, but Shaq still just dominated for the most part.
You
He
can't
stopped
stop
him.
great players
Dennis
like
Rodman
that.
stopped him for 1 quarter in one game in the regular season, and now all of a sudden y'all label him as a Shaq stopper.
Shit.
Stop it, man. Yeah, I watched the game.
Kwame stopped Shaq too.
I watched.
Shit.
I watched the game. Shaq dropped like 28 in the first half, and they put Rodman on him. He had a good second half, and now all of a sudden he's the Shaq stopper.
I didn't say that, bro. I said he was able to stop. He was able to check Shaq. LeBron's not able to check Shaq, bro.
Man, come on, man. Stop
We
it.
talking about athleticism.
No, LeBron. No, you
Put up
try.
those
So
three.
Dennis
I just put up
Rodman
those
is
three,
not.
bro. That's
Dennis
it.
Rodman is not jumping higher than LeBron. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
He
Dennis
said
Rodman is
jump higher.
athletic.
We talking about an athlete. First of all, you don't know. Bring up the stats, bro.
What are you talking about?
What is
Yeah,
jump?
you see? Have you
Well,
watched
how high can
LeBron
he jump,
James?
bro? You just saying shit.
Like,
You just saying shit.
Hold on.
How
We
high
got
can
somebody.
LeBron jump?
Hold on.
What he got,
Jay
a 45?
Jay Anthony, hold on. Hold on 1 second. We got a new person in the chat, man. KJ Hawkins.
All
I
right,
want
I'm
to hear.
done, bro. Thank y'all. Y'all have a good evening.
Oh,
KJ, what you got on this? KJ. I don't know if he can hear us. I don't know if his mic connected.
The Hawks will like get on the run. They can't stop.
Told y'all to don't sleep on this Hawk team, man. They find a way to stay in games and win. They up 77-73. All right, I'm about to pull up the until KJ gets his mic fixed. I'm gonna pull up the box score on this game.
Yeah, they're going. This could be a 6-game series.
And I told y'all don't sleep on the Hawks. I said they can win. They're crazy enough to win a game. It looks like they're doing a good job of slowing them up. I got to look at the box score to see exactly what's going on. We got distracted by some dude capping.
They say like when Jan's not in the game though, it's totally different though, man. They like.
Hold on. So I'm gonna tell you the stats. So right now, the stats for the day are Giannis Antetokounmpo 8 of 17. He makes his free throws 4 or 5 from the free throw line, 20 points. Middleton struggling 0 of 3 from the 3-point line, 4 of 14 or 11 points. Brook Lopez, again, kind of typical Brook Lopez numbers, 3 of 7 with 7 points. And Drew Holiday with 20 points, 9 of 16 from the field. But their production off the bench, they have 13 points off the bench, most of them from Bobby Portis. He's 4 or 6 from the field. When we look at to see what the Hawks is, obviously the Hawks are doing something. You got John Collins, solid game for him, man. Double-double already, 14 and 12. Trae Young is lighting them up, though, 34 points on 15 to 24 shooting.
He's really killing them a lot.
Kevin Huerter, solid game. He's giving that third-tier scoring, 13 points. A little under 50% shooting. And they're getting decent bench production from Gallinari, Solomon Hill, and Lou Williams. They played 4 off the bench. So they're going 9 deep, which is, typical of this Hawk team. They usually go about 9, sometimes 10 deep, depending on who they want to play. Man, it looks like Connaughton's not giving them much. I'm about to turn the game on just so I can kind of follow the flow of the game, because obviously the Hawks are doing something defensively that's really
Trae Young is they got to contain Trae Young.
Yeah, I'm gonna see how they guard them, because obviously whatever defensive philosophy they're using, because now the Hawks have blown that lead up 86.
And then it's like when Giannis not in the game, it's like this is they outmatched. They just outmatched the Bucks like completely when Giannis not in the game.
All right, hold on. Let's see what we got going on here. All right, my video is a little behind. Oh, no, it's not. It's the right score. It's 86-78. That's what we got in the third. My time is behind, though. The Hawks, man. What is causing them to struggle right there?
Yeah, Trae Young just cooking Drew Holiday, man.
And this, I think with Trae Young, man, this dude, man, is just like kind of fearless to a certain degree. Hold on, we got KJ making little breathing noises. KJ, you on? He's just making brief. He says, "Scroll up." Phantom says, "Scroll up." I've been said Hawks in 5. Well, I mean, they got one. Even if they get one game, that's still not Hawks in 5.
Yeah, like
right? Put some
all
close.
about they can make adjustments.
Now, I said I believe the Hawks are good enough to get 2 games. Now, again, I'm not going to go as far as saying they can win the whole series. I don't know that much, but I said they earned enough respect from me to where I believe that they can win 2 games against this team. Maybe more. It's just about. You said Trey cooked Holiday. Yeah, they whatever they're doing defensively on this team is definitely not working. All right, we're gonna put this in here. Salute DJ Mixmaster. DJ Mixmaster, come on back in. I know you wanted to cook. Last time you were here, you were driving. You couldn't really cook. We got Elijah. He says LeBron ain't doing nothing. Lakers terrible. Something about the Lakers.
They get put out last year.
Yeah, he has to. We got somebody from another country says go. Michael Land, salute to everybody in the chat. Marcus Messiah, Taylor, Hawks going off. They can do it. Yeah, the Hawks. I'm telling you right here, you cannot sleep on this team. This is not the same Hawks team that started the season. That's the difference right here. This Hawk team with Nate McMillan, and when they got healthy, they look like the team that everybody predict. Remember when we did our predictions for the Eastern Conference? I think, man, a lot of us had the Hawks at like the 4 or 5 seed, if not higher.
I said that. So that's what that BS KJ bet he had. I mean, not KJ, but JR.
But JR said he came in and talked about that too. He said he found a video, and he said you didn't make the bet. He was in here right before you came in. He was like, yeah. He said Elder talked him out of making the bet, so he didn't make the bet. Look at Ball Facts in here. He says, go Bucks. Ball Facts is looking bad for the Bucks right now. You can pull up though. And let us know what you think about this game.
I don't think it looks bad. Though. I've been watching they're a different team when Giannis not out there, man. It's like Giannis has to, you know what I mean? He has to be Giannis them to win this series. I'll tell you that. Can't take Trae Young. Man,
he says Coach.
He may be the second. He may be the second best player on this court. So
they saying Coach Bud going. I mean, Michael Land. This is like Coach. I mean, hold on, KJ. Are you there? Are you there, KJ?
Yeah. What's up,
man?
That man was asleep.
Yeah, it sounded like you.
No, my bad. My earphone was close to my mouth. My bad.
You good. I know you're trying to come in here and cook, man. What you got? What you got on this game, man?
To be honest, I'm not surprised. You know, I feel like Young is about to pull that Dirk playoffs from Dallas, because 2011 nobody expect Dallas to win anything. And now, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I feel about Young. I feel like he's going to pull that Dirk Nowitzki championship.
Mm-hmm.
Because before the playoffs, nobody wasn't thinking about no Hawks winning anything. So, what do you think?
Well, here's the thing. The Hawks have shown more discipline than I believe that they've ever shown that this group with. And that's what's keeping them in games. They don't let big leads rattle them. They don't let superstars rattle them. They continue to play consistently regardless of what the time and score is. And I think Nate McMillan, and I just see Drew Holiday just hit a 3 to cut the lead down to 3. This team, it's like they play without a scoreboard. They just play they just want to find rhythm and play out of rhythm. They want to consistently play good basketball. That's what you want. And that's what you want out of a young team. Sometimes as a young team, you could play that scoreboard so much. And look at the Sixers. The Sixers played like they were playing the scoreboard. When they were up, they were just playing that. It looked like they were panicking, just trying to desperately find a way to keep the lead. It wasn't about playing consistent, good basketball and really putting the team away. And we got Gallinari with the mid-range jumper right there, puts them up.
Yeah, the problem with 76ers, I just feel like they just immature. I don't get their mindset. Like they have You know what the San Francisco remind me of? I know we talking about basketball. They kind of remind me of the Saints.
Mm-hmm.
I know we talking about basketball. They had like the most talented in the world, but they always slip up in the playoffs, like the Saints. I
I
just
mean,
don't
yeah, you can say
get
that.
their mindset, you know.
No, you can definitely say that. It's hard to explain how this works. The playoffs work sometimes. Sometimes, these playoffs, especially like we saw last year, we saw the Miami Heat just get hot and go on a roll and roll through everybody. No, but no one would say that they were the best team in the East last year. They
Right.
just caught fire and start playing the best at the right time. And I think the Hawks, I think they found their stride at the perfect time. They start playing their best basketball right at the end of the season. And they still been able to maintain that peak. And we've seen, the Sixers just started playing their worst basketball at this most critical point in the season. And that's what happens to teams that are not very disciplined. We've seen that happen with a lot of Doc Rivers teams. We see Trae Young turns the ball over. Did they call a foul? Looks like they called a foul right there. Or they stopped the play. Trae Young with a turnover. And then we're going to see what this team is made up going into the fourth quarter. Hey, I want y'all to spam it up in the chat. Yeah, Judah, I know my scoreboard's a little bit slow. Apologize for that. But I want y'all to let me know in the chat. So looking at the time and score right now, let me get a 1 in the chat if you got the Hawks winning, 2 in the chat if you got the Bucks being able to come back and pull this win off. 2 for the Bucks, 1 for the Hawks. I just want to know your thoughts on who wins. Or if you want to come in and cook, you could just hit the link to the StreamYard and come on in.
You know what? You know where Simmons should go to? I think that he should go to the Warriors.
You got to make it work. And so let's do this then, because I always do this with everybody. If he goes to the Warriors, how do you make that trade work?
What the first round picks? They got the 7th and the 14th, right? The Warriors. I think a 14 round pick. Who else do they got?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. But that means
Wiggins, maybe.
But see, that means that the Sixers want. That means that the Sixers will want those picks, and you would have to make the money work.
Right.
See, and that's the thing. You have to make the money and the positions work. Obviously, you get Clay back. You have Steph. You have Draymond. Having Draymond on the court hurts you offensively to the degree that you lose shooting. He has playmaking. You're going to have Wiseman on the court. All right, Wiseman's not a three-point shooter. So what you're saying is if you put Ben Simmons into the mix there, you only have 2 guys that can actually make shots on your starting lineup. That's Steph and Clay. And we don't know what Clay's going to look like.
Yeah, Ben Simmons, man, it's just so hard for it. It's like, man, he can play. I'm not saying he sucks, but it just how today, how the game plays today. Like, where will he go to?
Imagine this, though. Imagine this. So just look at a team that could immediately use Ben Simmons. So when you look at the Portland Trailblazers, what is their biggest weakness right now? Perimeter defense. Perimeter defense. So with the perimeter defense struggling, well, you have CJ there. So if let's say the money works with CJ, you have Dame as a point, you have Ben Simmons as the other off guard, but now Ben Simmons makes up for what Damian Lillard struggles in, as opposed to having 2 guards that struggle defensively in your backcourt. Now you have one great scoring guard, and now you have one guard who's great and elite defensively, and they complement each other because Ben Simmons can pass, play, make, and defend. And then you have Damian Lillard, who can make all the tough shots and get to the rim whenever he wants. They complement each other perfectly. Now, once you get your backcourt core together, then they can focus on building a front court to go along with those guys. So all I'm saying is, if you look at it like that, maybe that's a better fit. Even when I looked at the Dallas, what I've heard was, and a lot of people ain't talking about this, but I heard this from a former GM. He's saying that the Dallas Mavericks are looking at Ben Simmons. Bringing in a real point guard. Remember, if you look at Luka Doncic's usage, his usage was extremely high.
Ridiculous.
If they can get Doncic to play off ball a bit, give him a chance to get some rest, you have Ben Simmons running the show. Sometimes, especially in transition, you can get Porzingis over to the Sixers. Again, how you make that work with Embiid, I don't know. But Embiid, you got to think the team with the hardest decision is the team that's stuck with Embiid, because Embiid is going to be the hardest piece to build around.
Because always getting injured. There's always something wrong with him.
Well, he's injury prone, but he's a low post player that clogs up the lane, kills. He's a ball stopper, right? And he's not a good passer out of the post. At least with Jokic, who can play at the post, he could be your best playmaker. So if you doubling down on him, he's going to be your best playmaker. He can drop 15 assists. Embiid can't do that. So the team stuck with Embiid is going to have the toughest decision. That's going to be the hard decision, because if you look at all the games where Embiid had a big game, 35 points, 15 rebounds. It's usually a close game that they just barely won.
All right.
Because he's such a ball stopper, and it impacts everybody else's game around him.
Like I don't know, it was like a couple of days ago, one of y'all was talking about they should have got James Harden earlier before all of this, in the regular season, but it happens. So
I mean, you can get him. You can get James Harden. I mean, obviously now in hindsight, it looks like a great move. But then you got to think, bringing in Harden, that has its own issues, and he's ball dominant. He's going to take away from Joel Embiid's direct usage. But he is a better shooter, and he can space the floor a lot better. But is Joel Embiid a pick and roll type of guy? Can he play off of pick and rolls? Can he catch those alley-oop passes? We haven't really seen that a lot out of Joel Embiid since he's been hurting his knee. So would he be super effective in those sets playing off the ball out of the pick and roll?
Yeah. I know I'm from Detroit. I know we got the first pick, so surprise. I think San Francisco should try to get Cunningham or Mosby from the draft. So
yeah,
if they can, the Sixers could do a pick with the Pistons and try to get one good, one of those point guards. That could happen, and Simmons can go to Detroit. I don't know if that's a good idea, but
Grove Money. I'm gonna tell Grove Money. I think he was talking about when the Sixers had the opportunity to trade for James Harden when he was in Houston.
Right.
Not a trade with the Nets. Not a trade with the Nets.
Yeah. Yeah. But Ben Simmons, I don't understand why he don't want to work on his shooting. Because Ben Simmons have everything. He's tall, he got he bulky like LeBron. He got good vision. If he knew how to shoot maybe like 60% better, he'd be one of the dangerous players in the whole league.
But I'm gonna ask you a question. So if you have Ben Simmons on your team,
right,
are you going to say, Ben Simmons, I want you to be a shooter? Or are you going to say, I want you to be the best playmaker possible to get the ball to my best shooters?
Man. To be honest with you, I want to try to get rid of him. But if I had to deal with him, I would do the second option. It's just because this league is too much. It's like it became a shooting league. And if I can have my point guard can't shoot, like what's the point of having him? You know what I mean?
Well, he wasn't the point guard. That's the key.
You said what?
He didn't play point guard for him this year. He played.
Oh, I thought he did. I don't focus on the San Francisco.
No, he was the power forward. See, a lot of people get that confused. So this is like George Hill, Shake Milton, Seth Curry all ran point for that team. And hold on, Brent Forbes. I thought he was going to make that three. That would have given him the lead. But 8:23. Let me get to this game. We got 8:23 in the game. Timeout.
That's a good game, man.
It looks like the Bucks are saying they're giving a little bit of pushback. They made a run here to cut it to 2. I don't know, man. I saw a lot of people earlier looked about even and how they were picking the game. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's hard to say who wins this game. If you're on Facebook, man, make sure you spam up the 1s and the 2s, man. Who you winning? Who you got winning? 1 for the Hawks, 2 for the Bucks. I want y'all thoughts as well. Same with viewers on Twitch. All right. Seems like we always got a few viewers on Twitch as well. But this game right here is crazy.
And I want to ask you a question. I know you're a LeBron fan, but I want to ask you this serious question. Now LeBron's not here. Does it kind of expose that since LeBron, when he finally retires, you think that will destroy the super teams in the future? Because in these playoffs, this is the first time we actually see competition in years.
No,
you know what I mean?
We've seen the thing is super teams have always existed in NBA history.
Well, yeah, like you talking about the Celtics, the Lakers,
yeah,
but
Celtics, Lakers.
This generation was too saturated. You know what I mean? Him and KD. Now they both gone. You know what I'm saying? It looked like the NFL a little bit. Like you don't know who's gonna win, and I hope like this continues.
Yeah, but what the teams that are losing, like there are a lot of great teams at home right now. A lot of the things is, he didn't lose because they got out talented. A lot of these teams like KD, that's a super team. They're only at home primarily due to major injuries. All right, Lakers, they're at home due to injuries. So it's hard to say if this era of super teams. I mean, again, I like what's going on right now. I want to see Bucks Suns finals. I want to see that, but that just tells you right there. There's just more talent and more stars in this league than you think. All right. If the Hawks right now are competing with the Bucks, I mean, people forget that. I think a year or two ago, Trae Young led the league in scoring. He's been that dude. He's been that dude, but he just didn't have a team built around him to win. Now that the Hawks went out and spent money, they spent a lot of money in the offseason, bringing in a lot of free agents. Well, now they're competitive now. I'm waiting for the Sacramento Kings to maybe go out this next offseason. Maybe the Sacramento Kings say, you know what, we're finally going to spend money and we're going to build up a roster. We'll probably see the same thing in Charlotte. Look at LaMelo Ball. He's looking like a superstar in the making. It's probably only another year or two before he's up there. He's just more stars than ever before. So it's easier to build. It's easier to build super teams now because there's more talent going around.
Well, yeah. Well, you saying that, like, point I'm trying to say is that I think like the last 6 or 7 years, like we knew who's going to go to the finals. That's how repetitive it was. So
but it's just not true because last year nobody knew who was going to the finals.
Well, that was the COVID. Like COVID, people was getting sick. That was kind of.
But you can't use it as an excuse. You can't use that as an excuse because we're talking about this is recent history. A lot of people picked the Clippers to get there, but they got upset by the Denver Nuggets. And then a lot of people didn't have the Lakers making it because the Lakers. I mean, the Clippers look like the team next up. When you look at if you look at the Eastern Conference, I picked the Sixers to come out. A lot of people picked the Bucks with the MVP and Giannis, but then the Miami Heat end up coming out. So it's hard to say. It's hard to say. Like it's still parity now in this league. It's just putting it into context. Like you can kind of use that argument to kind of make your point. Like however you want to mold it, you can mold it whatever you want, but I think it's still a lot of parity in this league.
No, I'm saying, well, one thing I do agree with the Heat. Everybody was surprised, but the West, we wasn't really surprised because we knew that it's gonna be the Lakers or the Clippers.
Look
that
at
was
this.
obvious.
We got but that's still two teams. You said Lakers or Clippers. It can't be we know who's going there, but then in one conference you say, well, it's this team or that team. Usually the Western or Eastern Conference comes down to two teams at the top. Usually it comes down like in the East this year. Well, it was going to be the Sixers, Bucks, or Nets. All right. In the Western Conference this year. All right. Outside of injury, barring major injury, a lot of people pick the Lakers, the Suns, and the Jazz. All right. But just depends on what you like and what style you like. But what I'm saying is usually by the end of the season, there's usually only two teams at each conference that you look at and say they can make the finals.
Yeah, basically like 14, like you're right, like the 2 to the West and 2 to the East most of the time. But
that's why I think this dude named NJ, he says we definitely knew who was going to the finals last year. Nobody knew the Miami Heat was getting to the finals.
No, I don't think the finals, but because the huge debate was the conference mostly than the finals because people was like, want the Kawhi versus LeBron. People were mostly talking about that in the finals.
Either
You know what I
way,
mean?
either way, NJ just said we knew who definitely was going to the finals last year. That's not true. Nobody picked the Lakers and the Heat to play in the finals.
No, the Lakers, not the Heat. Nobody knew about this.
I was doing this basketball talk when the season started. People were saying that it was the Clippers were the overwhelming favorite to get to the finals last year.
Right, correct.
They were so it wasn't the favorite, the team that was the clear-cut favorite with Kawhi Leonard and Paul George. They said they were the deepest team. Remember, they had Lou Williams, who averaged close to 20 a game. You had the sixth man of the year, Montrezl Harrell, who was averaging 20 a game. They looked like the deepest team in the league, but yet they did not get there. So the overwhelming favorite didn't get there. That's parity to me. When the Denver Nuggets, it's not like the Lakers put them out. The Denver Nuggets put them out. It's parity. Sixers just got put out this year. The Sixers was a number 1 seed.
I did not expect the Sixers to win anything.
I know, but you know what? Trae Young, that's why I said we spend so much time looking at the top dogs like the Embiids. We forget that Trae Young just a few years ago led the league in scoring. He's coming. He's coming, whether we want to admit it or not. He's been coming. We just ain't been paying attention. That's what I believe.
And I think people try to make him as a villain. So people talk trash because he's small, but that boy can play, man.
He can.
Yeah. But I want to tell you this. I want to tell you this about Young. Like, you see this breakout season for him. Do you think teams going to start to fear him out?
Did they just call a foul on that play? Wow. That was a bad call right there.
Yeah, I saw that.
That was a horrible call.
Yeah,
That's a horrible call.
That was horrible.
You call that? Oh wow.
Yeah, he flopped. Hell no, that nigga.
When refs called a game like that, that's not even a whop. He didn't even touch him. When refs called a game like that, that's why you have the old heads in here, like the other guy, who basically say that this league, this era is not as soft, and that was out of the player's control. All Giannis literally did was just turn and look at the ball, and he didn't do anything. But yet they reward him.
He didn't even touch his face, right? Like
that was horrible call right there. I hate those calls like that. That's horrible.
Man, nah.
Hold on, Jason Brown. I didn't say this was a breakout year for Trae. That's not what I said. I said Trae Young put everybody on notice a year ago when he led the league in scoring. So we should have seen this coming. The fact that he was ultimately going to get his team into the playoffs. In Grove Money, we see a lot of players who are extremely inefficient, but y'all let it slide because they're great scorers, like Kobe. So let's not talk.
Kobe's my favorite player, but yeah, that's one downfall.
Let's not look at like Iverson. You guys cap for Iverson all the time. He's one of the most Carmelo. Some of the best scorers of all time are inefficient. Just happens that way sometimes. Doesn't mean they're not great, right? But you can't, like I said, don't be biased with it and imply inefficiency to Trae Young, who, when you look at some of the other scores that I just mentioned, they don't play make the way he play makes. Carmelo, Anthony, Iverson never were out there dropping 10, 15 assists a game. They were just scoring. At least Trae Young can play make with his. So you say inefficiency.
I want to comment what you said, but Iverson and Mel did not have a squad like Trae. Especially Iverson. You know how
Iverson
trash
did.
that team was?
No, Iverson
said
did.
Didn't have the swag.
No, he said the squad. Iverson, hold on. So you saying that 2001 team wasn't good?
Oh, that was.
Huh?
No.
Okay,
I think the 07 Cavs is better than the 01.
Let me ask you a question.
Sixers. What's up?
So they had the coach of the year. They had the sixth man of the year. They had the MVP. They had the defensive player of the year, and they had the league's leading rebounder. How was it a bad team?
I wouldn't consider that team trash.
I'm just saying, like y'all label them a bad team, but they swept all the awards, literally, all the awards.
All the awards, literally.
And Iverson might have led the league in scoring, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not saying they the worst team ever, but
no, you just said they were trash.
I'm sorry.
I just want to know how they were trash and they sweep all the awards. Iverson didn't win all the awards by himself.
I just don't feel the 0-1 census. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Like
tell me, tell
compare
me
that
another
to
team in NBA history tell me another team in NBA history collectively that have won that many of the NBA's awards in that season, and you call that team trash. Because I don't think it's ever been done. I think the Sixers might be one of the only teams to actually do that.
did I could be wrong. I don't know. Did the 07 Cavs
No, hell
have many
no.
awards?
They didn't have no defensive player of the year.
Hell no.
They didn't have the league's leading rebounder.
They didn't have the MVP.
All right, I'll take that back. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
No, I'm just saying. I just want to know, like, because a lot of people, again, the narrative on that 2001 team is that Iverson was out there by himself, and he got there by himself, and he carried this team on his back. But when I look at all the awards, the NBA gave this team credit because Iverson had a lot of help the last time I checked. He had Mutombo. Remember, they made that trade for Mutombo, league's leading rebounder. He was one of the best defenders in the league. He won Defensive Player of the Year. All right, you got Sixth Man of the Year in Aaron McKee. You got the MVP. You got the Coach of the Year. But yet the team is trash. No, there's no way that team was trash. No way. No way that team was trash. They ran up into a matchup that wasn't favorable. But if you got the Defensive Player of the Year, who else would you rather have going up against Shaq other than the Defensive Player of the Year? See, and this is where and what I'm saying is, and I look at this where I say they won one game. And the thing is, if you can win one game, you can win another game. And I'm saying is, I think if Iverson, who only scored the ball, if he had found a way to find out his other teammates' strengths and weaknesses on the offensive side of the ball and maybe use them more so that he wasn't always just a focal point on the offensive side of the ball, maybe they would have had a better chance.
I don't know about that because that Lakers was extraordinary team. I don't.
Yeah, but the Laker team was good, but the Sixers proved that they could be beaten because they beat.
Yeah, like look at my 04 Pistons when we beat the Lakers. You know what I'm saying? Like it happens, but you know, the 04 Pistons had a better, I would say, overall squad.
Well, they did.
Because
everybody knows that Laker team in 04 fell apart due to internal dysfunction.
Yeah.
That's facts, though. That's facts. Internal dysfunction. You had Carmelo and Kobe. Carmelo and Kobe. You had all types of weird stuff going on in the locker room. They couldn't get along, and it showed on the court. You had Kobe not wanting to pass to people. People didn't want to pass to Kobe. Kobe not wanting to take shots, or he's taking all the shots. It was too much infighting. They were never going to have
So basically, you telling me that if they was all together, they would destroy my Pistons?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Wow.
Yes. If they weren't dealing with so many egos and bad attitudes and infighting, they should have won that series easily.
Okay.
They should have done that Detroit team the same way they did that Sixer team.
You forgot how good the 04 Pistons. So I'm not saying they're the best team in the world, but all time. But they was
ego. They've been having that because they've been having that ego like way before that 04 finals. Like,
I kind of disagree.
Hold on. Sam King says he has a question for us. He says, "I have a question. What's the difference between a super team and a big to me?" I don't understand the question.
You talking about the big three?
What, big three, big four?
No, I don't understand the question. You gotta retype the question, Sam King. I don't understand what you mean.
So now, first of all, like that super team term, like.
Well, I feel like super team is like players that's not naturally like, you know how like the Warriors when Curry and Thompson became, you know, they, you know what I'm saying, they grew to a super team like Michael and Scotty.
Well, he cleared it up right here. He said, "What's the difference between a super team and a big three?" No, well, here's the difference, Sam King. Super team was a term labeled to designate when a player kind of is behind putting together their own big three. So a super team is usually a big three, but when the player is behind it, such as LeBron James, and because he has enough power in the league where he can either he can coerce players into coming to play for him, or he can go play anywhere he wants. They call that a super team. So they use the super team term just to denigrate LeBron James.
Just to down LeBron.
Now the big three, that's going to get assigned when a player, when someone like Danny Ainge, when he does his job as a GM and he puts together, let's say, a big three with Boston, like he put together with Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, and KG. They're not going to knock those players for coming together, but Danny Ainge put together a big three while making trades.
Put together.
Right? So he gets credit as a positive. So what we see here is when a black man and LeBron James puts together his own team, we as community want to tear him down and call it a super team and make it negative, as opposed to Danny Ainge. And when the organization or someone white puts together a team, they call it a big three and use it as a positive connotation. If you look at it like that,
I disagree. How that deal with race? Because
all I'm saying is, and I say it's race because all you have to do is look at when it happens. All you have to do is look at when it happens. So if an organization, we've seen GMs, and GMs are primarily what color? White. We've watched GMs all throughout NBA history put together big threes or super teams, whatever you want to call it. We watched the Celtics do it. We watched the Lakers do it. We watched the Bulls do it. And the Bulls did it in a shady manner by signing a whole bunch of players to bad contracts and not renegotiating deals. So they did it in bad faith. All right. We watch all these teams do it. We watch GMs do it. We watched Jerry West convince Shaq to come to LA. All right. He convinced them. All right. We will look at all these things. When GMs do it, it's never criticized. But when players who are played on bad franchises for 7 years, like LeBron did, and you're playing for a GM who's being cheap and he doesn't want to make moves to make the team better, when LeBron decides to go somewhere, talk with his buddies and say, we're all going here to formulate our own big three because I'm done relying on these poor GMs who don't know how to build around me, and I'm going to do it my way and actually win championships. Well, all the people that don't like LeBron James, they try to, and it's usually black people, they try to label it as negative, and they say, oh, that's a super team. You didn't do it the right way. You didn't get it out the mud. This, that, and the other. You sold out on Cleveland. Yeah, that's what they say. Oh, you should have stayed in Cleveland. You represent that city. They say all these other things. But when a GM does it, he gets all the credit. When a player does it, it's negative. People even did the same thing with KD.
You know why it kind of makes sense, because that's a GM job. That's their title, is to build up teams, not the players.
Now look, but here, I'm going to say this before you go. What about the teams who have GMs that do a horrible job? LeBron James spent how many years in Cleveland before he left?
7 years.
He gave that GM 7 years. They had the opportunity to trade for him. They had the opportunity to trade for Amari Stoudemire, and they didn't want to trade JJ Hickson. It came down to JJ Hickson, and they didn't want to bring in LeBron help. They didn't want to give up a JJ Hickson. And so when LeBron saw that, look, I'm dealing with a GM who's being cheap. He don't want to make moves. They're scared to make moves that's going to help this team win. He said, I'm out of here and I'm going to formulate my own, because we look around the league. How many of these GMs do a poor job year in and year out, and they still keep their job? And the players, you see the players getting waived, the players getting cut, the players getting bladed, but you can't even name one of these GMs' names or even give them blame. All right, you can't give them blame because you don't care when they fail. You only give them credit when they succeed. But when a player succeeds in putting together his own big three, then you criticize it and say he's stacking the deck.
Now this I'll say one last part. The reason why LeBron got criticized, yeah, he left, but people kind of fell off of it until LeBron's sexual trying to say he is Michael Jordan. You got to remember how y'all try to downplay Michael Jordan. I'm 23 years old. I never witnessed Michael. I hate Michael. I'm from Detroit. So I hate that dude. But LeBron not even close to LeBron. Michael had dealt 8 years of getting his ass whooped every year. Right? Then
Who did
Scotty
that?
come in.
Hmm?
Right? How long it took? Like 3 years of Scotty. Then it became a super team. So how can LeBron James? I feel like he's the top 3 players of all time. Dude is amazing. How can you put LeBron over Michael, but every time something bad happens, LeBron won't try to leave?
You said every time something bad happens. No,
Like,
LeBron.
remember
LeBron
the Miami thing
has
when he
LeBron.
was
Okay, let me ask you a question. Has LeBron ever demanded a trade while he was under contract?
I thought he did with the Cavs.
No, he didn't. No, what he did was he allowed what LeBron has always fulfilled his contract, and he's only left when he was a free agent. See, he fulfilled his 7 years in Cleveland, and then now he exercised the option to go somewhere else because he gave Cleveland 7 years. Okay, let's say you talk about Jordan. What did the Bulls do when Jordan was there? They saw the Bulls were struggling. They drafted Horace Grant and they went and got Scottie Pippen. Right. When did Cleveland draft a Scottie Pippen or a Horace Grant to help LeBron out? Even if that player needed to develop in a couple years, did they go out and draft well? Did they pick up good free agents?
That don't make
Never do.
that kind of made sense because nobody knew that Scottie would become Scottie.
Yes, they did. That's why he was
what?
hold on. He was a number 7 pick in the draft. You don't pick someone number 7 in the draft if you don't believe. I think he might have been higher than that. You don't pick him in the lottery if you don't
7
believe
or
he
6.
can't be an all-star. Like who does that? You don't pick somebody that high in the draft if you don't believe they can be an all-star player, at least. So yes, they did.
I know
yes,
that
they did
makes
believe in
sense.
Scottie. They
But
did believe in
like,
Scottie
come on now,
because-
like
and you know
Scottie
they believed in
came-
Scottie because they traded Sean Kemp. Remember, it was the Sean Kemp trade that actually
Sean
got Scottie
Kemp.
Pippen into Chicago.
No, I'm not disagreeing. Like that. That's like first round pick, but we did not know that he would become a top 50 player of all time. So how
Yeah.
can you take that from Michael being the GOAT?
I
Kind of
didn't
like with
say. Hold
Stephen
on.
Curry.
I'm not calling LeBron the GOAT. So that's what I'm saying. Me nor Taj, and I don't even know what Taj thinks on this. None of us said he was the GOAT.
LeBron, no.
But you know what? I can't blame LeBron fans and younger fans for saying he's the GOAT because when you look at Jordan, look at all the Jordan fans and the young Jordan fans who labeled him the GOAT over Wilt and Bill Russell without really watching those guys play. They labeled him the GOAT after his 3rd title. He was still playing. Bill Russell had already won 11. Bill Russell had won 11 championships, but yet Jordan's the GOAT over Bill Russell just after winning 3. So what I'm saying is fans will label whoever they like as the GOAT.
I think I feel like biasness because remember, I'm not from Michael generation. I'm 23. You know, I'm this generation, and I can tell like Michael was just a different breed.
What was so different about him?
His scoring, his defense. I'm not saying he was the greatest leader. You know, you saw Last Dance. He was an asshole. But whatever he did was incredible.
So let me ask you a question.
You know
So
what I mean?
again, he's incredible. Jordan's the GOAT. Okay.
But I'm not saying he
Hold on,
never.
hold on. No, I'm just saying this. I'm gonna say this right here. Jordan had a losing record in the NBA until he got Phil Jackson and Scottie Pippen.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So for as great as he is, scoring, all this stuff, high flying, he was ultimately a loser in the NBA. It was, remember, Magic. What did Magic Johnson say about Jordan before he got Scottie Pippen? He said, "You cannot win a championship with that guy. He's too selfish." This is what Magic Johnson said about Michael Jordan until Michael Jordan got help. And not only when he got help, when Phil Jackson convinced him, look, you're going to have to change your game up for us to win. And so he had to make some necessary changes and play more team-oriented style of ball. Now, he still had a job to score the ball at a high level, but he didn't have to try to be the point guard, try to do this, try to do that. He limited his role. He allowed Scottie Pippen to be the best defender. He allowed Steve Kerr to be the best three-point shooter. He allowed Dennis Rodman and Horace Grant to be primary defenders and great rebounders. He wasn't trying out there to try to do everything and win the game by himself. So what I'm saying, it took a team. It was a collective effort.
Of course.
So LeBron James understands that if I'm stuck on a team with a horrible GM and he's not working hard enough to bring in the right talent, then when my contract is up, after I fulfill my obligation to this team, I'm leaving and I'm going to go somewhere where I feel that team can do that. And in Miami, that's what he did. But you know what? He rectified his wrong. For whatever you want to criticize him for going to Miami, he came back to Cleveland, and he didn't just come back. He won a championship. He fulfilled his contract and left when his contract was up. He brought him a championship.
No, I don't. I don't criticize LeBron going to the Heat. I don't blame him. The person I clown the most is actually KD more than LeBron. Like KD literally went to a team that beat him. It's kind of like Michael Jordan going to the Celtics. After how many times he would get there. Actually, I would clown KD way more. I clown.
Yeah,
LeBron.
but okay. Let me KG. I'm gonna ask you a question right here.
Yeah.
And I always give people the same analogy. I think Taj might have heard me use it before. If you go to the YMCA, are you going to the one, like if you go into the YMCA and let's say you got first pick, are you picking when you pick, you're picking the 5 best possible players that you can play with, right? Okay, you're not out there saying, well, I want to balance it out so we can have a better competition. You're trying to pick the best 5. You're trying to pick the best 5 possible, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to dominate the gym for the day so you can stay on the court the whole time. And so what KD did was he made a power move. He made a power move by basically saying, I'm going to join the best team out there, right? We're going to dominate when I'm there, because that's what basketball has always been. Basketball has always been about, when I go to the gym, I'm going to have the best 5, and y'all going to be losers for the whole day. We're going to keep putting y'all off the court and keep putting y'all. That's what basketball has always been. But see, when it comes to KD, all of a sudden when he does it in the league and he didn't go to your favorite team, now it's a bad thing. When basketball has always been about having the best 5, and you got to figure out how to beat me. That's what it is. I've never went to a court where they said, let's play even so we can have if you got 30 people with next, you trying to have the best team so you don't get put off. Because when you get put off, you don't know when you're getting back on. Like when the Warriors got injured, you know what? Their run was over. Yeah. So when you have an opportunity to go win chips like that, you go take it, because when the run is up, look at this year. Everybody picked Brooklyn to win it again. But you know what? Injury stopped it. So once you have an opportunity to go win your chips, go win your chips, because you never know when you're going to get that opportunity back.
So you tell me that a superstar that stay with the team, they win championships, is equal to a superstar going to another superstar team and win championship? Okay,
let me ask you a question. Was Shaq wrong for coming to the Lakers and not staying with Orlando? They went to the finals and lost. They went to the finals. This was a team that was highly competitive in the East, but he left that team.
Yeah, they went to conference finals.
Well, why did you know? But what I'm saying is, but he left, and he left that team for brighter pastures and a better championship opportunity in LA, because he wanted to win.
Let's get it, Trey.
He could have stayed. He could have stayed. It looks like this game might be over. He could have stayed.
Man, the Bucks. Man.
Did they choke it away? See, Giannis at the free throw line, and he hits the free throw.
He is the first.
But yeah, but all I'm saying is, as any hoop, if I'm going to Venice Beach,
my goodness,
yeah, if I go to Venice Beach and Venice Beach is packed, I'm going with my strongest 5. I'm not going to Venice Beach when it's packed with an equal 5, and I want to keep it fair.
What are the Bucks doing right now? What is they doing?
Man, they ran it. I told y'all. I said it. I'm not about to sit here and just keep picking against the Hawks.
They don't have a true point guard. They don't have a true point guard.
Hey, the Hawks. Hey, Trey. I'm telling you, Trey might pull the dirt.
The game's not over though. The Hawks gonna have to make free throws.
Yeah.
Right. So it looks like it's gonna be a foul game, and then I guarantee the Bucks might get one more shot at this to tie it up. So let's see how it goes out. But Trey Young, what Nate McMillan has done with Trey Young, he's basically convinced Trey Young to trust your teammates. That's all he's doing. He's trusting his teammates more. But tonight he's just on fire. I ain't gonna lie. The 46 points,
Hey, Lamont,
17
though,
to 34. What up? What up, Jason?
I got a question. What you think about the league going back and particularly might changing the rules as far as catering to the offensive player? You think that's going to affect these top scorers that's scoring?
What you mean? You mean taking away like the rip through type?
Yeah, basically.
Well, I think it's a good move because again, it's starting to get to a point now where they're doing unnatural moves and they're getting and they're getting credit for it. And it's just like it slows down the game. It takes away from because that's in its true essence, that's not real basketball.
Yeah.
Like refs
what
got to
Trae
be able to
Young
just be
does,
like,
he always initiates contract.
I mean, I can understand if you're going up. We all know what a natural, normal and one is, but now these guys are coming off screens. When they come off the screen, they're grabbing your arm and flipping and flailing on the way through just to get the ref to call a foul.
That's what I'm saying. Like
Trae Young, James Harden.
With Trae Young, yeah, exactly.
Luka.
Trae Young,
I think Luka did that a lot.
Luka does it too, yeah.
Well, we see James Harden. He does that even when James Harden drives in. James Harden will hook your arm as he's going up. He'll hook your arm intentionally and hold your arm locked in between his forearm and elbow and go up to make it look like you fouled him. They're doing too many things. He does it over and over just to make it look like a foul, but you're rewarding them for weird stuff. So
you think
I want to see them. You go ahead, Jason.
You think this? I feel like they're gonna have to change. If they review that and change that, I think these offensive players they're gonna have to change it up, and they can't rely on that no more.
And look,
James Harden and Trae Young.
If they change it up, these guys are still gonna be lethal offensively. They're just gonna stop doing it.
I'm not saying that they're not gonna be lethal, but some guys they rely on that a lot, to get to the free throw line. So I'm just saying that some of these guys, I know Trae Young, James Harden, they elite scorers. I'm talking about, it's other guys that do it. That's the league that they gonna have to figure it out.
You're right.
That's what I'm saying.
You're right. 116, 113. Trae Young makes both free throws, and the Bucks, man, looking like they can potentially get upset. Now, here's the thing: just like we saw last night, this is an opposite situation where Trae Young actually made both free throws, and the Bucks now have to make a three to tie this game up. I'm assuming they're going to look to get the ball in the middle of his hands. If I'm Budenholzer, and a lot of people will criticize this move, I'm taking Giannis out the game.
I wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be mad.
I need 5 shooters because the thing is, if they blow up your first and second option, I need to know that I'm throwing it to my third or fourth option, and they also can shoot the ball. You throw it to Giannis on the 3-point line, you're done.
You're done. They're gonna foul him immediately.
If I'm the Hawks, I'm gonna allow Giannis to catch the ball. That's exactly what I'm gonna do if I'm the Hawks. I'm gonna say anybody touches the ball. I mean, nobody touches the ball but Giannis. You in ultra deny mode. Giannis is not gonna beat them from the 3-point line.
Hey, I'll ask you a question. Who you think is better with Giannis? Damian Lillard or CP3? If they ever made a trade.
Oh man.
CP3 probably.
Hawks take game 1. Mm-hmm.
Did they miss it? You probably had it me.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they missed. Chris Middleton missed a 3.
How y'all feel like this gonna be a game 6 series or a game 7? I feel like it might be a game 6.
And he had a good look. And he had a great look. Well, I've already said this is probably a 6-game series. 7 probably as well. Now that they stole game 1, but these Hawks is different, man. They're not the same Hawks that we used to seeing.
Hey man, I knew that this Hawks team, like they weren't gonna be no pushovers. They were not gonna be no pushovers.
Hey, when I see you take out the number 1 seed, I now have to reevaluate my whole assessment of your team. Like I can't just keep going. I can't keep running around saying you're gonna get swept once you take out the number 1 seed. They had the Sixers. They had now had this. They beat the Sixers so bad. They got the Sixers literally reevaluating their whole future. They don't know if they want to keep Embiid. They don't know if they want to keep Simmons. They want over a trade, draft pick. They literally got the Sixers reevaluating their whole future.
After the process.
I gotta give them props, man. Bend the knee, man. What you got on this game?
Oh my god! Especially in the fourth quarter. What's the dude's name? The second best player. Forgetting his name right now.
Middleton.
Middleton. He was freaking bad, and I noticed there were so many times, and that's coaching and style of offense, that it would be like 20 seconds on the clock and he'll just jack up a throw. Like that kept happening in the fourth quarter, and I just noticed it, and a lot of it was coming from Middleton actually. It was just really irritating. Their offense is bad. I'm not saying it's over for the Bucks, but I'm done with these Bucks. Like they're even their D. They only play like D in spurts, and they don't consistently play it. And their offense is just atrocious. I'm done with these guys.
No, you can't be done with them.
No.
Too early.
It's one game. It's one game.
No. I'm not. No, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying they're going to lose. It is just one game. I'm just saying, like, all the expectations and everything I thought the Bucks were have just been like, I'm just seeing it time and time again. I'm just like, no, I'm not liking this team. That's just me, though.
Okay.
Like, I have no trust in them, is what I'm saying.
Do you think like the Bucks is like rushing and not making smart decisions?
They don't know how to control tempo, and it's like Lamont said,
Yeah,
they don't
make any good decisions.
Exactly. They had a 7-point lead, but what they kept doing is like they panicked every time Trey made a shot, and they would rush and just shoot the shot. If it's LeBron in that moment, or James Harden, or whatever, Luka Doncic, for example, they'll dribble the freaking clock out. Exactly. Slow it down, calm everyone down, and get to the freaking basket. If you're not hitting threes, like it's just really annoying. It's common sense.
Yeah.
Oh, and one more thing, and I'll shut up. But like, to the last guy, Wilts, for example, he forced a trade to the Lakers with Jerry West and what's his name, Elgin Baylor, for example. So it's super teams or going to super teams has always been a thing.
What about Kareem? Did Kareem force or?
Yeah, he did. He forced a trade as well. Yeah, so that's LeBron was actually not the first one. That's a lie. I think the media just made up. But I'm done.
What I'm saying is LeBron didn't force a trade out. They never had to trade LeBron.
No, right.
No,
LeBron always fulfilled and exercised his full contract. So you got to respect him for playing out his full contract. I mean, when we look at guys like Scottie Pippen, he was complaining because they wouldn't renegotiate his contract. He wanted to get traded. When we look at Akeem Olajuwon, nobody talks about it, but he faked injuries and didn't play because they wouldn't renegotiate his deal. You know, but nobody talks about that. He faked injuries twice. He got suspended for faking injuries twice. That's facts, though.
Super bitch.
But we get mad at LeBron because he leaves after fulfilling his full contract. This is it's facts though.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. It's just to me, it's just ignorance when people say that.
All right, hold on. We got a few. Hey, Big Chest, what you got on that game, man?
Ice trading gang, my guy. Ice trade. You know, there was yeah. No, but it was a good.
I'm just mad.
It was a good game. I got to catch the end of it, man. Just got home from work, man. Tired as a mug. But great fourth quarter. The Bucks are the most stupid team in the NBA left in the playoffs right now. But they will win they will win the championship. But they're the most stupid team. They're the stupidest team left in the playoffs right now. I have no idea what was that in the last 6.5, 7 minutes of the game. Some of the worst basketball offensively I've ever seen. I was losing brain cells, but I still won my 200 tonight. Betting on ice trade.
Congratulations.
But it's just like I can't figure out. I'm like, you're more talented than this team. You have a 7-point lead. Okay, Trae Young gets a 2-pointer. Okay, they get a layup and everything. You go and score, you go down the court, get a quick basket and everything, and then they come back, and then you go down the court, shoot a quick jump shot and everything. They come back, they're cutting the lead down, and then Trae gets in a roll because he's getting paint touches, so you can't keep in front of him. So now you're panicking, and then then it's now it's too late. The ball's not in your best player's hands, and your 7th best player ends up shooting an air ball. With the game on the line. So I'm like, it's just straight up ineptitude at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, the point guard play for them against the Nets was atrocious. I pointed it out a number of times. I mean, I didn't think it would be as big of a factor in this series, but obviously it is. I mean, I thought Drew Holiday would be able to do a better job defensively on Trae Young, and so I mean,
I didn't say it's bad. I didn't say it's bad because it's like I was watching, man. Drew was like he was literally he was keeping like Trey wasn't just like scooting by him except for that one play where he shimmied on that, man. That was just disrespectful.
well, if you look at how they were doing it, they were setting double screens. They would set screens and screens until they got the matchup that they liked.
Oh yeah, they was giving him the Curry treatment, but but I was like in
Hold on,
terms of like
somebody's microphone has like some back feed. I don't know what type of noise. I think it might be Jason. Yeah, it went away now. So go ahead, Big Chad.
Yeah. No, I mean like the thing is like I'm looking at the analytical stats in terms of defensive plus minus. Okay, Giannis was on the Bucks. Giannis had the highest defensive plus minus. Then it was Drew Holiday. Middleton was. I'm not going to even talk about Chris Middleton right now. He can go die right now. But it wasn't bad defense. I think Trey, especially in the second half, once Trey found his niche tonight, and basically it was one of those nights where you wasn't gonna do nothing, even if you put a triple team on him. It was just one of his nights. So I'm not gonna say it was just horrible defense. It could have been better. They kept going under screens, which which is like he's a shooter, he's a scorer, he's a threat from the outside. Why are you going under the screens? It's basically asking, hey, you can shoot a 30-footer. If you can shoot a 30-footer, which he's like shooting at a decent clip right now, but I'm like, they kept going under the screens, and when they tried to go over, he just said, "No, I'm taking you to the paint," and it was good night, Irene.
If the Bucks, same thing, they won the this round, they gonna get annihilated by the finals. If they can't handle Trey, how they?
Bro, why y'all so disrespectful, bro? Just respect the house, bro. Fuck. Like, damn, bro, give niggas they burn, bro. What's wrong with y'all, bro? Like, these niggas they respect.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on one second. We got somebody in the chat who wants a little attention. I don't know who it is. I've never seen him before, but he might have dipped out. We got Kenzel 3D Ace. He says we love mocking Ticket TV. I don't know what you mean by that. We're talking basketball over here. Again, if we wanted to mock Ticket TV, then we would not talk basketball and we would just argue like a bunch of little girls.
We would just go personal.
Hold on, Kenzo. So Kenzo 38. Maybe you can come into the live chat and I'll give you the floor because again, we don't talk over you. And we can get your thoughts on this. But like I said, maybe you're just a strong chat warrior. Maybe we don't block you either because if it was Ticket TV, we would have blocked you for you having your own opinion, which we don't do that as well.
We'll ether you though, graciously and lavishly at that too.
Yeah. Now he wants to talk basketball. Now he says Hawks in 7.
Yeah, come on.
Now he want to talk basketball. Hold on, Kenzo. I need you to come. I need you to hit the link and join the StreamYard because you said we mock Ticket, and I think we are the complete opposite. All right.
When last time we talk about Ticket? Like
I don't know, man. I don't know why he brought him up.
See, the only time we like you can, and this is on Lamont's channel. The only time we bring up Ticket if he says if him or something on his channel is said that it's just absolutely outlandish that we just can't ignore it.
Yeah, somebody in there just say it's a bad take.
Look. We got. I'm sorry if I say your name wrong, guys. And that's why I want you to come in too. Vigad Dottie. Hopefully I said that right. If I said it wrong, then let me know the correct pronunciation. But yeah, she said he's a keyboard warrior. That's exactly what he is.
My goodness.
Yo, what's up, y'all? Salute to the panel.
No, I'm gonna let because I know this is JR's team. I'm gonna let him cook first on this, man. Because we was talking about it before you left, JR. I was saying I can't just count this Hawk team out. I can't do it because they just put the number 1 seed out. They crazy. Yeah. This team play like they don't care. Like when you playing a team that don't care, this is what happens. Like Trae Young is shooting shots. Like they playing with a free mind, empty mind. They know if they get put out this round, they far exceeded expectations. So they playing with house money right now, and they playing free. And the Bucks are playing more tense. And so JR, go ahead and cook, man. Your team won tonight. What you got on?
I'm finna say, man, I was watching some old videos on your channel, the ones I came on, And this shit crazy how this shit just came into fruition, bro. I'm like, you know what I mean? I was having a big argument about them niggas getting past AC. Now these niggas going to they might go to the finals.
Did you
bro.
find the video?
I got the link. I'm gonna post the link right. I got a copy right here. I'm gonna post it in the private chat if anybody want it. But I'm telling you, bro, I feel like a damn what a philanthropist. How you say it?
Nostradamus.
I feel like a
Nostradamus.
prophet. I spoke the future.
You're a Nostradamus, guy.
That's it, man. I already knew this, bro. We got too much talent. I told you we got a roster. We ain't got no joke roster. We got 387 overalls. I told y'all. And then we got 90 over. I told y'all. I said this. Our roster's too serious. That's about it, man.
Oh, we got MD. He just came in. MD, what you got on this game?
What's up, y'all?
What's good?
Bad defense for the Bucks. They have to box out. This why they lost. And Chris Middleton, he has to step up. He can't be having bad games. That's all I have to say.
That's true. Hey, Benny, what are your thoughts on it again?
No, I basically said what they were saying. I'm saying like their offense, the Bucks' offense are terrible. They rushed shots in the fourth quarter because they were panicking, especially Middleton. I saw so many times there was 20 seconds in the clock, could have dribbled to find a better pass, but he would just instantly, once he got it, he would just jack up a three, which he knew he would have missed because he's been like missing the whole game. Like he was inconsistent. I see that their D is also inconsistent, at least in this game in particular, and Trey just went off, man.
Here's the crazy thing right here. The Bucks, a team that excels when Giannis is continually attacking the inside, which is what he did today, 14 to 25, 34 points. He did his average, 34-12. Middleton shot 6-23, 0-9 from the three-point line, 15 points, minus 13 on the night. When we look at other poor offensive performances, Drew Holiday actually had a good game. He's 14 to 25, so just like Giannis, 5 of 12 from the three-point line. He gave 33 points. But you got Connaughton, 0-4 from the three-point line off the bench. And PJ Tucker didn't give much offensively. Lopez was quiet for whatever reason. I don't know why his role really dissipated, but Bobby Portis was kind of solid. I don't know what – it's hard to really pinpoint what went wrong because they did what they're supposed to do against the Hawks. They held the Hawks to 25% from the three-point line, 8 of 32 on the night. They even outshot the Hawks. The Bucks had 102 field goals. The Hawks only had 95 field goals. So you got to think what was it? And the Bucks even had less turnovers. So if you look at the stats, this is one of the trickiest, weirdest games in the world because the stats will indicate this game will favor the Bucks. Turnovers, percentages, but the Hawks still found a way to win, man. Just one of the weirdest games in the world, man.
Because they keep missing the streets.
Chris Middleton,
he was
man.
wide
Chris
open.
Middleton, this team goes as Chris Middleton goes.
It came down to the decision making.
I think Fultz should be in the game when it's clutch time. He's the best shooter on the team.
But Bucks need to relax. That's a problem. They need to chill out.
They
just keep on
Yeah.
They need to stop watching the shots.
Yeah, it's like they're going 100 miles per hour and they're not slowing it down. If they just held the ball longer, I think they could have grinded out a win.
Yeah. This is not a team. This is not a team that can play fast. And they're trying to play fast with fast teams. This is why they struggled against Brooklyn. And they're going to struggle against the Hawks if they try to match the same pace as the Hawks. They just need to go back to playing their style of basketball. They need to make the Hawks play their style of basketball. It looks like the Hawks made them play the Hawks style of basketball.
They was playing it.
So the funny thing, Trey had a bad shooting night, and they still won.
Man,
Trey shot 50% from the field.
He shot 50%.
I'm talking about the streets. The streets he talked.
Yeah, but still 4-13. I mean, that ain't horrible, but
they ain't horrible.
He just got to look cold in the fourth. He did,
but
it was just
John Collins surprised me, man. John Collins has been surprising me. John Collins is definitely trying to get paid. I know he's coming up on that rookie extension,
Yeah,
He's trying to get
trying
paid,
to
man.
get
You can
They
tell.
paid.
gotta pay
He
him. They
wants that
gotta
money,
pay
bro.
him. They gotta pay him.
Because it was real questionable if how much they was really gonna pay him because he was labeled one of the worst defenders in the league. Now he looking solid though. He looking solid now. I ain't gonna lie.
He's solid.
I ain't never
Yo,
see. I
so
ain't never see that. Lamar. I just think the way we was playing defense was trash. You feel what I'm saying?
Nah,
Our rotation was
I
trash.
forgot. It was the year. It was the year Trae Young led the league in scoring. He was ranked the worst defensive power forward in the league.
Oh yeah, well
Oh
they
yeah, I
wasn't playing
remember
no.
that.
They wasn't. Well, no. Lamont, he didn't lead the league in scoring. He was actually third behind Dame, and
Was he?
he was third behind. Actually, he was third behind Giannis, and because Bill won the scoring title last
Oh yeah, he was
year.
third in scoring, second in assists.
Yeah, he was scored. Yeah, second in
No,
assists.
I think it was at the bubble year
Yeah,
because I think
yeah,
he
that
was
was last.
first. I think he was first going into the bubble.
No, he
No,
wasn't first. He wasn't never first
no,
scoring.
no.
He was never first.
He
No,
was
he wasn't
third
first.
because you forget
Maybe I'm
Bradley Bill won the score. Bradley Bill won the scoring title, and he didn't even play in the bubble.
okay. Maybe I'm tripping there.
He was
hey,
third.
so this is a crazy thought, and it's kind of a question to the whole panel. Say, for example, Trae Young, right, takes these guys 7 games or even possibly win. We know that the Nets at that point in time, Kevin Durant, it was really just Kevin Durant and a bunch of role players. But in this case, it's also Trae Young and a bunch of role players. If Trae Young does that, does it make Kevin Durant's performance a little bit less impressive?
No.
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 No, KD
think
was
it's
up.
about
KD
even
was
to
up
me.
2-0.
The Hawks
KD
are
was
actually
up
a good
2-0.
team. The
I'm
Hawks
sorry?
are actually a good
Durant is
team.
in Cancun, man. Why are we bringing him up?
No, it's a question because I'm just noticing, for example, like Trae Young is doing the same thing against these Bucks defense. So I don't know.
No,
Yeah,
I'm saying against Trae Young got better team.
But the Bucks
you
go
got to
as
look
Chris
at.
Middleton goes.
They do. That is true.
We
And
say
you
again?
got to realize the reason the Bucks won that game really because of Chris Middleton. He hit a lot of big shots in that game.
And not only that, but this game was really close, just like those when KD was exploding for.
Hey, but you know what a good point guard does with a guy like Middleton? If you have a good point guard, he's gonna find a way to get him going. Whether it's layups, backdoor, something. But without a good point guard, because Drew Holiday was the player that went off today. You got your point guard as a primary scorer. How do you really expect Middleton to just get going? He just really has a jump start himself. He's trying to do a lot of ISO buckets when he needs to be coming off pin downs, DHOs, and all of that. But your primary point guard's out here shooting 14 to 25, great game. But without a real playmaker on the court, how effective do you expect all these guys to be?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
You know
the
what
Bucks issues they.
I think he gets caught up into because he know he got to be the second leading scorer, and he also got to play make. So I don't know. I think he just need to let Drew Holiday run the point.
Well, no, the thing is with Drew is him and Middleton. It's the inconsistencies because Drew will have games where he'll have like a 28, 8 and 7, but then he'll have games where he'll take dumb shots, like idiotic, like last series, like when he had lanes to go to the hoop, he would take a step back 28-footer. Or he would come off a screen and take an off-balance jumper.
Yeah, he did have 10 assists. I want y'all to look at this, though. All of their ISO players really scored double digits today. The best, like Portis is the ISO player. He's good in the one-on-one, dropped 11. Obviously, Giannis 34 and Holiday 33. Middleton struggled to get his 15, 6 of 23 shooting. Lopez didn't get anything. You're talking about PJ Tucker, Lopez. Those two guys need playmakers to get going. And Middleton also needs a playmaker to get going. Everybody who's not a great ISO player struggled to get anything off today. That tells you the Hawks are using the same strategy that they used against the Sixers. They're taking away playmaking. And you're going to have to try to go one-on-one against us, and you're not going to beat us as a team. It's going to look good on paper, like Joel Embiid numbers look great on paper, but nobody else's numbers look good.
Yeah. I think Lopez should be pushing up.
Have a triple double.
Look, I'm telling you, JR, I want you to watch JR. I want y'all to continue to watch these Hawks games. If they continue to take away the playmaking ability, and again, this team already struggles with playmaking. They don't have real playmaking. They don't have a playmaker close to Ben Simmons. If they continue to take away the playmaking and make them go with their ISO guys, they're going to lose this series.
Yes, they will lose.
They're going to lose. They're using the same strategy they used against the Sixers. You got to look at the numbers and just look at the numbers. They're going to make sure PJ Tucker doesn't go above 11 points. They made a concerted effort to make sure Lopez doesn't go into double digits. And then Middleton struggled to get going because he has nobody facilitating getting them the ball in the right places.
Yeah,
Just look at it.
You just you got to give credit.
I think
to Nate.
Foles should be getting more
You're right
minutes.
about that.
Nate McMillan coaching his ass off, man.
Yeah, but Lord Gamer, well, he said Middleton, you take bad shots because you like sometimes let's say I'm playing in a game, I'm not getting touches. You know what I might do when I finally touch the ball? I'm gonna chuck up a bad shot. I'm gonna try to get myself going because I'm not getting into my right spots, not getting to where I want to get it. So I can see that. I can see why he takes bad shots, especially if he's getting frustrated. He's not getting it in his money spots, and that's Drew Holiday's job. Drew Holiday had a great job, but Drew Holiday is not going to help this team as much as he can if he's just out there scoring. They need him to be the playmaker and to get everybody going. Pat Connaughton couldn't make a 3 today, 0-4 from the 3-point line. He needs a playmaker to help facilitate that for him.
Those was wide open shots.
He missed the air ball. He had air ball.
Those was wide open shots.
Wide open.
And Nate McMillan the beast, man.
Yeah, Nate. Yeah, you got to give credit to Nate McMillan, man.
Yes, Nate is exposing Indiana right now.
Indiana got to be the dumbest coach and fired. That was the dumbest move of all time when they fired Nate
The
McMillan.
Pacers dumb as hell.
And then they end up firing the guy that they hired.
Stupid as though.
What about the Pistons?
This is what the Pacers did. Is why your star players leave your franchise. That's why. The stupid stuff. You fire Nate McMillan, then you hire a guy that nobody in the league likes.
Nobody knows.
No, they knew him because he was an assistant in Phoenix. But TJ Warren already knew him. He's an asshole. Nobody in the league liked that guy. They hired an asshole. Now he fired. Now they looking for a new coach. Come on, man.
Yeah, but I think the Bucks, they probably bounce back game 2.
Hold on. Lord Gamer says Middleton just missed regular shots. He gonna drop 30 next game. Or what happens, because I guarantee you if Middleton drops 30 next game, Drew Holiday's not dropping 30 along with them.
You on point today. You on point, bro.
You're not. But look, JR. If next game, if you look up at halftime and PJ Tucker and Brook Lopez are in single digits and they struggling, watch the outcome of that game. It's probably gonna be a close game that the Bucks barely win or the Hawks are gonna win.
In this series, Lopez is the X factor in this series.
Lopez needs a playmaker to get going.
They need a point guard so bad.
They need to take Capella out the paint.
It's the new NBA. You can't have 2 players in the paint these days. You need somebody. You need shooters. You need somebody who can be in the paint. You need shooters around. That's just point blank.
Lopez is a shooter. Lopez is corner 3 especially.
But he's not finna impact the game shooting threes all day.
He did impact against the Nets. He did.
Yes, bro. Capella cannot play defense outside the paint.
Nah, he got to be in the paint. But if you're in the paint with Giannis, what is that?
Brook Lopez is better out there on the 3-point line right now.
He don't got to be in the paint. He don't got to be in the paint all the time.
Most of the time, he was.
I'm saying like he just gonna be a spot up shooter. He just another player.
If Lopez making his threes, the Bucks are winning easy.
Shit. We can settle for Lopez just being a spot up.
That's all he was last season series.
Yeah, that's all he been like.
Yeah, and you got to think like they was leaving him open most of the time.
Look, whenever you see a game where PJ Tucker doesn't get any corner threes off, he was 0.3. That's how you know they making an effort to take away them corner threes from PJ Tucker.
Right, and because that's the only shot he shoot.
While we running around focused on Middleton and Holiday and Giannis, they running around worried about Tucker, Lopez, Connaughton.
Giannis did his job.
All them guys. No, Giannis always does his job. That's the thing. So what they're doing is they're saying Giannis is going to get his. Why are we going to mess around trying to go all out defending Giannis when he going to drop 30 on us anyway? But if I can stop Tucker from getting them 15 points, if I can stop Lopez from getting them 17 points, if I can stop the bench like Connaughton in that last game against the Nets, I think Connaughton dropped 9 off the bench. Crucial threes. All right. Connaughton shot 0-4 from the 3-point line today. If I erase them points, we can win a game. And that's exactly what they did. Look at the stats.
I want to know why they got rid of George Hill.
Ooh.
I mean, he wouldn't help them now. He did.
No, it's not that. I wonder why they got away Toby Craig. Toby Craig. That was a dumb trade when they traded him to Phoenix.
I think the dumbest one. Who's that point guard they
George
drafted?
Hill was
I'm
good
sorry.
with the Bucks, man.
Who's that point guard they drafted? Start with a B.
He was
I think he went to the
actually good.
Pacers.
He was actually
It was
good.
bargain.
Yeah, bargain. Yeah, him.
They let that man walk away for free.
Malcolm
That was
Brogdon.
so
stupid,
dumb.
man.
Oh
Forever
yeah,
Bledsoe.
man. They
I
let
thought
That was so dumb.
That was their best chance of winning the championship with that squad right there. That was
That's
actually
true.
a good squad, man. That was a good squad. And Lamont, you remember that squad, man?
Mm-hmm.
Man, I'm just so
Man,
proud of
Hawks
them.
got
I'm proud of
lucky.
them.
I
niggas, man.
thought they was getting.
Lord game
I
of
thought
hot
they was
Hawks.
getting out the East that year. They ran into Kawhi.
Kenzel 3DA said, "What happened to the Bucks making threes? I don't know. They didn't make them today. Whatever happened,
They didn't make
and
it.
I can't lie. I wasn't. We were having so many crazy conversations there. I didn't pay
And
as
then
much attention to the game as I wanted to.
another thing, it's like the Bucks. When they don't hit threes, I don't know. It's weird.
I think this is an easier matchup than the 76ers, to be honest with you, because they don't have to face Joel Embiid.
They're almost like the Houston Rockets in the top in the
No, they
Southern.
don't. Yeah, they don't have the playmaking.
Well, no, they don't have the defense.
No, this is not easy than the 76ers now. This is harder.
I think it is because they don't have to. Joel Embiid was a fucking problem, man. Yeah. Like
No. The problem in that series was, and again, nobody will give him credit. But if y'all look at the defense that Thibault and Ben Simmons was playing, they was giving them Hawks guards problems.
Yeah,
they were.
Yeah, that was a tough thing to figure out. That was hard. Now they both of those guys struggle offensively, but you saw in Game 7. If you look at the defense he played on Trae Young was struggling.
Right, he was.
If Kevin Huerter didn't go off,
he shot horrible.
It'd have been ugly.
No, if Steph Curry got defense, the 76ers were one.
Like 76 was a
That's why Harder went off.
So this team right here they're not as deadly they're not as defensively savvy as the Sixers.
Right.
And they don't have a monster like Joel Embiid. Like he not Giannis is not as physically imposing as Joel Embiid. He had 50 pounds on Capella. Like there's nothing we can do with him. You know what I mean?
No, man.
There's nothing they can do with Joel Embiid. I'm talking about I'm watching this shit. Like
I mean, Giannis.
Capella can.
They're the same to me.
He can work with Giannis. You know what I'm saying? All you got to do is sag off and put his arms up. It's gonna be effective. There was literally nothing they can do with Joel Embiid.
Nothing they can do with Giannis either.
I mean, they can stop him from time to time. Joel Embiid was getting whatever he want. He was just getting gas. Joel was just getting gas.
And what's the Bucks with the number one rebounder of the season?
And yeah, well, Joel Embiid also had 8 turnovers that game too.
That's my from a physical standpoint. They couldn't stop that man, bro. They cannot stop.
Because I'm looking at the rebounds. Man, did they out rebound the Bucks?
Clint Capella, what I'm saying, Clint Capella can have a bigger force.
I'm gonna tell you, I think that might have been. Let me see if rebounds. So the Hawks had 51 rebounds on the night.
Capella had like
and the Bucks had 45. So yeah, they did rebound them by 5. But see, the crazy thing is the Bucks still had more shot attempts. They had 102 shot attempts. They had, I mean, that's a lot. That's a big difference when you have 7 more shot attempts than other things. That's potentially 14 points. You capitalize on just a few of those possessions, you win the game.
They both got awful from 3 this game.
So when you look like this game is really hard to look at the stats to see what went wrong because the turnover battle is about even. The fouls are about even. The fouls are the major difference. Rebounding is really the only thing that really kind of separates the two teams. The percentages are both bad for both teams.
What about free throws and 3-pointers?
The Bucks shot 22%. The Hawks shot 25% from the 3-point line.
How many?
8 of 32 for the Hawks and 8 of 36 for the Bucks. They both couldn't make a 3.
The Bucks have to box out John Collins. He's sneaky.
Yeah, Trae Young was drawing a lot of fouls.
He's grabbing all them rebounds, man.
Yeah, he's getting all those rebounds.
And Capella got 19, man. Wow.
Yeah,
he's able to dominate. He's able to dominate a team like this.
Collins.
Yeah, but
you
you
have to
cannot
box
let
out John Collins. You cannot let John Collins out rebound you.
Yeah, you can't let two players on the Hawks. You can't let them combine for what is that?
combined like
you can't let them combine for
damn near
that many
40.
rebounds.
Yeah, that's too many rebounds.
Damn near 40 rebounds together.
But you got.
And I'm
you got-
looking at the Bucks assists. They got way more assists than the Hawks. And they
Giannis the only one who got double digit.
Let me see.
And
Hold on.
rebounds.
You said the Hawks had
And rebounds.
19 assists, and the Bucks had 27 assists.
Yeah.
Yeah, 27.
27 assists. Yeah, Hawks are 19.
That's why I say when you look at these stats,
it's weird, man.
Shoot, all stats indicate that the Bucks should have won this game, but they didn't.
The Bucks should have won
They
this
was moving
game.
the ball around, but they just kept on, taking dumb shots. Like
Chris Middleton's the one who's
just
taking dumb
panicking.
shots.
Yeah, man.
Chris Middleton was
Holiday
like
with
minus
10
13.
Yeah, Drew
man.
Holiday with 10 assists.
Hey, they need to sit Bogdan out for one game. By Donovan, they need to sit him out for one game. Get his knees right, whatever he's going through, bro. Because I'm getting tired of watching that man for the past couple games. I'm like, bro, he was breaking everything, dog. Like,
I've been wondering what's wrong with him too.
And think
He's
about it,
injured. He's playing injured too.
Like if he was on point, it's an automatic sweep probably. If he was his normal self, it's probably a sweep. But this man can't make nothing, bro. Like he can't play defense, bro. Like I'm getting tired of watching him he needs to sit down for a minute. Get right.
Now, if he was healthy, the Hawks would win easy. If he
Hey,
was
one
healthy.
one thing I do know is between the Hawks and Bucks, I don't know y'all mentioned it. The Hawks starting 5 plus and minus, all 5 of them is all pluses, and the Bucks, only one person, Giannis, was +4. Jeez.
They don't always the plus minus don't always tell the whole story, so I don't really look at that.
Hey, Joe Bond, what you got on this game? Joe Bond about to act like he picked the Hawks to win it all. Watch. He's silent right now. All right, I'm gonna put him on mute till he figure it out. Joe Bond, just take yourself off mute whenever you're ready.
Joe Bond funny as hell, man.
Hawks gonna win. Kenzo 38. So I don't know. Hard to say the Hawks gonna win after one win, but
Off the one,
this was an impressive win, and they took care of business. Unlike the Clippers,
yeah.
They stole the first one.
Don't even
how
the
y'all
Hawks
feel
win
about the
if
next
Chris
game?
Middleton doesn't show up.
I'm already ready for it.
I don't think that's an excuse just because Chris Middleton didn't show up, because we watch Trae Young shoot horribly in Game 7 versus the Sixers, and they still found a way to win. Like, I mean, you got to just figure it out. If he's not making shots, then you got to find a way to manufacture shots for somebody else or get them going.
Hey, I know I'm off topic. If the Suns win again, it's over.
Yes, it's already over. Kawhi's out the series. The Clippers are not coming
Chris
back.
Paul and Chris
The
Paul
Clippers
could
are
come
not
back.
coming back.
Damn.
Chris Paul could come back Game 3.
When the Clippers loses, they need to move out.
And watch when the LA Clippers going to try to clown the Clippers. I'm like, Clipper can say at least we made it in the 3rd round.
The Clippers better move out when they lose to the Suns.
Hey, come on the panel. Go, Mike. Come on the panel. Yeah, Mookie, whatever his name is, Mookie didn't show up for whatever reason.
Oh yeah, Mookie.
Come on the
Jones,
panel. Go,
yeah,
Mike.
That shit say Mike the one man band. I'm done.
Yeah, Mookie was supposed to debate Go Mike head to head for the $50 cash out.
Yeah, about the Clippers and the Suns and some shit.
Like, that's free money. You don't even have to put your own money up. I would have put the money up. All you have to do is just show up and win the debate.
All this whole, it's like 2 years in a row, people talking about some Lakers and Clippers. 2 years straight, never happened. I wish we need to stop talking about it.
It's going to stop next season.
It's
The
getting annoying.
Lakers are going to be a super team. I'm calling it right now.
We gotta go
It
Mike.
kind of remind me of the Kobe and LeBron thing back in the day.
Salute, go Mike.
Go Mike. What's up?
What's good? What's good, y'all?
Hey, what happened to Mookie, man? What happened to Mookie? Go Mike.
Hey, Mookie ducked the smoke, man. He ducked the smoke. That's what he always does.
They all. Didn't I tell you they was going? I said they never show up. I said I'll give you an opportunity though. I said I don't know why.
Like these guys on Ticket TV never show up, man.
Tell me right there. Y'all got to start telling Ticket to sign them permission slips so they can come over here, y'all.
My thing is this, Lamont. Everybody talk shit about LeBron losing in the first round. Well, LeBron did not have AD in Game 5 and 6, but yet Mookie always say, "Oh well, we ain't got Kawhi. We ain't got Kawhi. Well, we ain't had AD. So what's the difference?"
Well, hey, that's why he didn't show it. Hey, if you see him comment on anybody's video, you need to eat through, man, because he definitely don't comment on mine.
LeBron haters loves him more than his fans.
I'm not the biggest LeBron fan, but it's kind of crazy that people try to down LeBron losing
was
that
playing
first round.
injured.
That's his first time ever. That's impressive. He's 14-1. So just
If
stop.
LeBron was healthy, he would not lose. He'll be attacking.
That's
the paint.
facts. LeBron was hurt too.
He'll be attacking the paint.
Hold on, what'd you say?
LeBron playing on one leg in the first round.
I can't hear nothing somebody's trying to say.
Play that timestamp, Lamont.
Oh, you talking about the videos you sent? Hold on, I had it pulled up. Let me find it. I had it
Call me a
somewhere.
liar. We gotta see what we're talking about.
All right, we're about to see. Hold on.
Oh yeah, probably talk about the.
Hold on, let me
bet
click
that
the
he
link.
made
Let me
with
click the
Jordan.
link. No, he didn't make a bet. That was JR. Joe Biden.
Yeah,
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden says that I said Ben Simmons is a great scorer.
No, a scoring point guard.
He's not a scoring guard.
Scoring point guard, you said.
All right, let's find out. Because we got to put it into context. It was probably a situation where you were running around saying he can't score. Hold on, let me see.
No, I was telling you that.
No, well, we gonna
scoring
listen.
point
No,
guard-
we gonna listen because you the master.
Yeah.
You the master of taking
Nah,
stuff out of
that's why I pulled it
context.
up. That's why we got a timestamp.
All right, man. How much of this I got to listen to, man?
I don't know, 30 seconds, a minute.
Oh my God! All right, hold on. Let me see.
Yeah, it's not that he can't.
What's the
score, it's
timestamp you
just-
said?
It's not
102.13.
Yeah, around there. Yep.
All right,
You got Ben
102.13.
Simmons hater in this life?
No, because my premise was that scoring point guards, a lot of them are not good defensively. You know what I'm saying? So
Hold on.
but
Yeah, they not.
No, that's what I was saying. But we're not gonna harp on that.
Hold on. I've always said that.
No, but just let's watch the video, Lamont.
All right, here we go, man. We're gonna watch Joe Biden take it out of context. Let's see what he says.
Wow, let's see. Well, you could explain it to me further after you see it.
All right, hold on. You see, because that's why I want to play. I want to hear the context of the whole conversation we was having, because you was probably talking down on Ben Simmons.
Well, I was saying that they weren't scoring point guards, him or Alonzo Ball.
Hold on, Lonzo Ball's not a scoring guard.
I don't think so. No.
Okay, you're wrong. You're so wrong.
He can score, but he's not like a go-to scorer. Like, what do you mean? What is your definition of scoring guard? Are you saying the team uses him to score, or he just can't score whatsoever? Like, what are you saying?
Scoring point guard, like the people, point guards that carry the offense by scoring. So over 20,
by
22
scoring, that's
points
it.
per game. You know what I'm saying? Like the Trey Youngs, the Kyries, the
bro. So you saying?
So you're looking for
Trey Young can also
night.
play make.
Trey
Young can also play make.
Hold on, but everybody knows Lonzo Ball's strong suit is playmaking and defense.
Yeah,
of course.
Zoe can score. He can play defense and play make.
No, yeah.
But like it's the same
But
like
they
with
have-
Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons can score, but his strong suits are playmaking and defense. That's why he's an all-star. He's not all-star because he's scoring.
Yeah, but
that's facts though.
But for that,
that's what you
but
said.
for that
though. You said he
Pelicans
was a
team,
scoring
but
point
for that
guard.
Pelicans
No, I probably
team,
said he
they-
could score, but
Nah, just
because
play
you
the
probably
video
said he
then.
can't score. Hold on, let me
play the
see.
video.
So you want Zoe and Ben Simmons to score 30 every night?
No, I don't want them to score 30, but I'm saying they're not scoring point guards. I'm not going to put them in that category. They are what they are. You know
What do you mean they are what they are? What do you describe Ben Simmons as then?
A defensive playmaker. You know, he's great defense. He's probably the best defender in the league. But he's
The same thing we've been saying.
Same thing was on.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna play.
I don't overrate him. I know.
But where do you rate him, man?
Yeah, where do you rate him then? He's an all-star, so you got to rate him somewhere.
Yeah.
But I think he's been robbing people for all-stars.
Okay, he's been robbing people for all-star. Who
No,
did he
he's
rob for
not.
all-star?
Where do you rate? Where
This
do
year,
you
Trey
rate?
Young, the most glaring. Would you guys disagree?
Trey Young has been great, but see that means if you say he's robbing, what you're doing is you're then weighing Trey Young's offense over Ben Simmons' playmaking and defense. Hold on, so is Trey Young's offense more valuable than Ben Simmons' playmaking and defense?
Yes, it is. Way more valuable.
I mean, it's just how you it's just how you weigh it because it sounds like
you only talk about points.
Hold on. Let's play the video. I want to play the video because he says that I said that Ben Simmons is a great scorer.
No, a scoring point guard.
Over here, we harp on
Can y'all hear
the stuff that y'all don't like to talk about. Y'all don't like to talk about defense because y'all don't understand it.
I'm not saying I don't like. Of course, I understand it.
Hold on, man. That's the video playing. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Y'all gotta stop.
Hey,
Here, hold on. I'm gonna put everybody on mute. I hear too much background noise. Hold on. All right, here we go. Right here.
I'm not saying I don't like defense, but I'm just saying I understand point guards that are great offensively that are not great defensively. You know,
Okay.
but we're not gonna.
Is Chris Paul?
You know
Hold
what
on.
I mean?
Is Chris
Kill him
Paul
for it.
great defensively?
Of course, he's one of the few.
Okay, hold on.
Name
Hold
another
on.
one.
Is Lonzo Ball great defensively?
Lonzo's horrible offensively.
Is he great defensively?
He can't score.
Hold on.
offensively.
You saying he can't
I
score?
said-
Hold on. That's a lie because if you look at his percentages, he's shooting over 40% from the three, over 40% from the field, over 80% from the free throw line, 14 points a game. What are you talking about? He's
not
great
a scoring
offensively
point
right
guard.
now.
He's not a scoring
Okay.
point guard.
He's great. He's great
I'm talking about
offensively right
scoring
now.
point guards. If you can
He's-
score over
hold on.
20,
Okay.
you're a scoring point guard.
Is Ben Simmons great defensively?
Ben Simmons isn't scoring over 20.
He just dropped 40 the other night.
He's not scoring over 20. He doesn't average over 20.
He just dropped 40. He can score. He doesn't need to. He has Joel Embiid on his team. Why would he score over 20 a game when he has great shooters and
He can't
scorers on his
score
team?
over 20. He doesn't have that offensive.
Why does he
capability,
need
bro.
to when he has
He
Tobias
can't
Harris
average
and
over
Joel
20.
Embiid?
He can't. He can't even shoot the ball. Are we having an argument about Ben Simmons?
Are you saying didn't he just drop 40 the other night?
I'm not saying he didn't, but I've seen Shaq drop 40 with no jump shot. We're not going to say he could. You know what I
Hold
mean?
on,
Like, what are you
dropping
talking
40.
about?
Dropping 40 is dropping 40.
I understand that, but we're talking about an offensive point guard. And Ben Simmons
Hold
is
on.
6'9". Like, that's not a regular point guard.
Oh man, you got excuses for everybody. I see.
You're talking about a 6'2" point guard, and you're saying that he is so bad that we gotta harp on
No,
that. And I'm saying,
hold on. I
offensive point
don't
guard,
just
like
harp
6'2",
on his. If you listen
bro,
to the videos,
not that good defensively.
if you
bro.
listen
Let's
to
be
the
honest.
videos,
Let's be
hold on.
honest.
Okay, now I played over 2.5 minutes.
Yep,
I'm confused.
When did I say Ben Simmons
You
was the scoring guard?
I
Hold
asked
on.
you
When
to
did
name
When did I?
scoring
Hold on.
point guards that were
Hold on,
great
Joe Biden.
defensively,
Hold on.
and
Joe
you
Biden's
said-
exact statement. Joe Biden's exact statement was, I said Ben Simmons was a scoring guard.
Yeah,
And
I
we
ain't
were
hear
in that
nothing about
conversation,
that. I
and we
ain't
were
hear
talking
nothing.
about what he was trying to do was again what same thing he did in this conversation right here. He set the Ways offense, the offense of guards over the defensive, because you have two types of players. You have players who are great scorers that struggle defensively, but you got great defenders who struggle offensively. And the thing is, finally in the league, we're seeing players like Draymond, Rudy Gobert, and Ben Simmons get credit as all-stars for being great defensively, even though they have offensive struggles over guys like Trey Young, who for most of his career has been on a losing team, who've been great offensively, but historically bad defensively. So again, it's just wherever you want to put it. So if you want to be one of those that just care about scoring and that you put that on the pedestal over defense, that's fine.
Yeah.
If that's what Joe Biden chooses to do, I just like to look at it for what it's worth. I want to say, how is it impacting your team winning and losing? Well, the Sixers, even though they just got bounced out by the Hawks, but primarily due to the fact they have a much better team, well, it's because, what I'm saying is they were the number 1 seed. Yeah. And that's due in part to Ben Simmons' ability to defend at a high level and play make.
Yeah.
No, of course. I agree.
I just say I don't know where I said he was a scoring guard. Now, can he drop 40? What did I say before? What I say about Ben Simmons? No, that you didn't ask me to name scoring guards. That's not what you said.
Yes, I did.
Hold on, Dal. Did he ask me to name scoring guards? And I
No,
said
you
Lonzo?
asked for defense.
No.
You asked
Thank
for
you.
defense.
I said
Why are you
name
trying to
scoring
lie,
guards
Joe
that are
Don't cap
great
now. Don't cap
defensively.
now.
Man,
You're getting
come on,
outplayed now.
Joe Biden. Hey, yo, you got
Wait,
chill
so
out, bro.
wait, they're not even listening to me then.
Joe Biden, we just heard what you said. You did not ask me to name offensive guards. And then I said Lonzo. You think you say offensive guard, and the first person on my name is Lonzo?
You said defensive guards, bro.
Bro, you said defense. You said defense, bro.
Hold on, we're gonna play it back because Joe Biden is capping again. Hold on.
Bro, you said defense.
We just heard you, man.
You literally say defense. What are you talking about?
Nah, but tell me what I said. Go ahead.
Hold on, we can play it again.
You asking for
You guys are
defense.
not understanding me. You guys are You're not
Hold on.
understanding me then.
Bro, we're gonna play it again for Joe Biden because
again.
I don't think he remembers.
You're not understanding me then.
He doesn't
If you
understand
guys
what he
missed
even
it, then
said.
you guys missed it. But
Toronto 23 RCU. What's up? In the comments.
All right, here we go. Right here, we're gonna play it again. Obviously, Joe Biden says he asked me to name a great offensive player that can defend, and I said Lonzo.
Yeah.
Okay. So you saying you asked me about a great offensive player, and the first name that comes in my head is Lonzo Ball.
I mean,
come on, man.
Bro. That's what you said.
All right.
Then you're not listening.
Hold on,
then.
Joe Biden, just go on mic, just go on mute, and we're gonna play it one more time. Now, I don't think when I think offense, the first person I'm not thinking about Lonzo. All right, let's play it. Over here, we harp on the stuff that y'all don't like to talk about. Y'all don't like to talk about defense because y'all don't understand it.
I'm not saying I don't like. Of course, I understand it. I'm not saying I don't like defense, but I'm just saying I understand point guards that are great offensively that are not great defensively. You know,
Okay.
but we're not gonna.
Is Chris Paul?
You know
Hold
what
on.
I mean?
Is
Kill
Chris
him
Paul
for it.
great defensively?
Of course, he's one of the few.
Okay, hold on.
Name
Hold
another
on.
one.
Is Lonzo Ball great defensively?
Lonzo's horrible offensively.
Is he great defensively?
He can't score.
Hold on, you saying he can't score? Hold on. That's a lie because if you look at his percentages, he's shooting over 40% from the three, over 40% from the field, over 80% from the free throw line, 14 points a game. What are you talking about? He's
not
great
a scoring
offensively
point
right
guard.
now.
He's not a scoring
Okay,
point guard.
he's great. He's great
I'm talking
offensively
about
right
scoring
now.
point guards. If you can
He's-
score over 20,
Okay,
you're a scoring point guard.
Is Ben Simmons great defensively?
Ben Simmons isn't scoring over 20.
He just dropped 40 the other night.
He's not scoring over 20. He doesn't average over 20.
He just dropped 40. He can score. He doesn't need to. He has Joel Embiid on his team. Why would he score over 20 a game when he has great shooters and
He can't
scorers on his
score
team?
over 20. He doesn't have that offensive capability.
Why does he need to when he has
He
Tobias
can't
Harris and
average
Joel
over 20.
Embiid?
He can't even shoot the ball. Are we having an argument about Ben Simmons?
Are you saying didn't he just drop 40 the other night?
I'm not saying he didn't, but I've seen Shaq drop 40 with no jump shot. We're not going to say he could. You know what I mean?
Hold on,
Like, what are you
dropping
talking
40.
about?
Dropping 40 is dropping 40.
I understand that, but we're talking about an offensive point guard. And Ben Simmons is
Hold on.
6'9". Like, that's not a regular point guard.
Oh man, you got excuses for everybody. I see.
You're
There we go again, man. We played it again for him, man.
All right. So did you guys hear it then? Or
Yes.
No.
Am I not making
Defense.
sense?
You was
I'm
talking
not
about
making sense.
defense.
No, hold on, Joe Biden. So what obviously we're misconstruing what I don't know what you were trying to get at, what you're trying to prove. Because I think you try to discredit these great defenders. Really,
No, I'm
like
not
him.
trying to
I'm not
discredit
saying
them.
I don't say nobody's gonna claim that Lonzo or Ben Simmons are world beaters offensively.
Yeah.
They're not horrible offensively as you try to claim, because offense is more than just scoring the ball. Ben Simmons offensively is the best playmaker on that team. So he has a big impact offensively on that team,
I
whether you
agree.
see it in the numbers or not.
No, I agree.
On top of the fact that I mentioned earlier in the stream that he plays much better when Joel Embiid's not in the game. And when we see
Yes, agree. Thank you.
All right, I agree. But
He
my
plays better
point
without
still
JoJo.
is my point. Because Lamont just said that I said scoring point guards are bad defensively. And we don't so my point is we don't harp on that. So I mean, we harp on that. Lamont tries to harp on their bad defense. And I'm saying these guys' bad offense is a liability. But I get that they're great defensively, but their flaws impact winning as well at the end of the games. So I'm saying, name me point guards or
that are great scorers that are great defensively. And he said Chris Paul, and he was correct. Chris Paul is great defensively.
You said you did. That's not the question that you said. You didn't say name me great scorers who are good defensively.
I said great scoring point guards that
Not-
are great.
that's not what you said.
My
You didn't say that, bro. You didn't say
That's
that.
not what you said in
That is
there.
what
You
I
didn't say
said. That's
nothing.
what I asked.
No, you did not.
We
Bro,
just
he
played it
just you
twice.
paying
That's what I
to
was asking. So why were you naming?
Remember what
why
I
you
started
name
it off
Chris
by
Paul?
saying? I started it off by
good,
saying,
Toronto
and we knew
23.
he was talking about defense because when I started it off, I was saying you
hey,
guys don't
Lamont.
like to talk about defense. I said because
Yeah.
y'all don't
Lamont,
understand it.
Hey,
What up,
Lamont,
Mike?
when is Joe Biden not capping?
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's what I'm saying.
Come on,
I don't know.
Mike. We're having a real conversation. Relax, bro.
You always
Hold
cap.
on. Go Mike. Joe Biden. Go Mike beat you in the debate, man. You got to give him some respect.
Yeah,
You got to respect. He's low key. Go Mike is one of your elders on the show. He beat you in the debate.
So Joe Biden, listen. So Joe Biden, you kill by points. You kill by points more than defense.
He does.
Well, listen. Great. I'd rather have a great offensive player than a great defensive player. Yes.
Oh, okay. All I have to say, look at Dame. He scored 55 in a game. He lost.
Yep.
And still lose.
Hold on, no. Dame and CJ.
superstar.
Dame and CJ is historically the worst defensive backcourt in history. This is why they don't win.
They lost.
This is why they don't win.
Have no defense.
This is why. What was Damian Lillard? What was Damian Lillard asking for? He was trying to get the Trailblazers to trade for who? Draymond Green.
Draymond Green.
Who are they talking about now? They're talking about bringing in Ben Simmons to that team to bolster the defense.
No, that's fine. And I'm not saying.
See what I'm saying is, yeah, those great offensive
But-
players know the value of having great defensive players right next to them because it's equal as
No, of course.
This
But
is
we're not
why
gonna say the
Ben Simmons
defensive
is an
player
all-star
is
because
better
of that.
than the offensive player.
Nobody said it's better, but you cannot weigh
Ben
one
Simmons
higher
will
than the
take
other.
picture
But
off
we
of
can
Dame
weigh
and
because they
CJ.
both play the same position.
He can play make on offense.
You said what?
Ben Simmons will take picture off of CJ and Dame on offense. He can play make.
No, but they need
more defense.
It's tough. It might work, but it might hinder them as well.
That's
You know
going
what I
to
mean?
work.
Depending on
Ben
how
Simmons have
aggressive
shooters
Ben
around him.
Simmons is. Ben Simmons'
No, hold on.
aggression
Here's
what
Eastgate.
Ben
impacts
Simmons, Ben
people
Simmons has shooters
double-teaming.
around him. It's going to be good for him. What are you
Here's a
talking
Cap.
about?
Hey, let me get to Eastgate 81 GZA. He says the big reason the Cavs won in 2016 was picking on Steph, but I feel a big reason they won is because of losing Draymond and Bogut, two of their better defenders. They lost Draymond for a game, and Bogut was out for the series. So when we look at two of their primary defenders, again, you talk about Steph, he's not a great on-ball defender, but one thing he consistently does is he gives effort, max effort on all of the plays. And he does a good job. He does a good job of funneling guards into the bigs. All right. So he just does his role because it's about team defense. Yeah. And Kyrie let's say that Kyrie torched Steph Curry makes no sense because Kyrie one-on-one is essentially unguardable. You have to guard him with the
That is
team.
what it is.
So to say that he torched Steph, he torches everybody that guards him one-on-one, even very good individual defenders. It takes a team to stop a guy like Kyrie, not just one individual. That's how good these offensive players are. But
Yeah,
you still
exactly.
have,
That's what
but
Trae
again,
Young-
but
that's
you're
what
not winning a
Trae
championship
Young is. That's what
without
Damian
a
Lillard
team.
is.
Without a team that has any type of defensive acumen. We see that with the Portland Trailblazers and Damian Lillard, one of the best offensive backcourts we've seen in history, worst defensively in history. We saw that with Devin Booker for years. Devin Booker for years was labeled as one of the worst defenders in the league. He gets with Chris Paul and Monty Williams. He tunes it up on defense, and now he's looking much better. He still has the offense, but now he's bought in on the defensive side of the ball as well. So we can see that across the board. Even Trae Young, I said this about a week ago. I said he looks different defensively. He's bought into the defensive side of the ball a little bit more, and he's doing more.
Everybody
No, that's
plays
not
defense
true.
in the playoffs.
Everybody
It is true. Look
doesn't
at the
play
numbers.
defense in the game.
Look at the score numbers.
The
They're
game
lower.
slows down in the playoffs. That's what happens.
Exactly.
That's not always predicated on
So
defense.
everybody's playing defense in the playoffs,
Not
and
everybody
the refs
plays
don't call.
defense.
The refs don't call every call now.
I couldn't
It's
tell. I was
different
watching
from
them.
the
I couldn't tell.
regular season.
I was watching Kevin Durant. It looked like he was getting a little bit more than every call.
Nah, PJ
Yeah.
Tucker was roughing him up.
Oh my God, man.
Okay, we're going to see next season. Since you said offense wins, we're going to see the blocking. That's how
Hold
Steve
on.
got to this.
Look. It's always look at this. look, all you have to do is look at the teams that are sticking around, right? I mean, again, better defense is always going to win out. The teams that tune it up and get better defensively are the teams that Miami Heat last year, the Lakers last year, and it goes on in history. Teams that win the championships usually are the best defensive teams, some of the best defensive teams of that season.
The Hawks are 17.
What's the biggest improvement of the Hawks the second half of the season? I want y'all to tell me what's the number one thing that they've improved. What's the number one thing? What does Nate McMillan focus on? His specialty is defense, 17. And he brought. Hold on, but they were ranked 17 defense. But Nate McMillan was not the head coach when Nate McMillan took over. They looked like a completely different team defensively.
Yes. You see John Carlos playing better defense.
Hold on. Tom Thibodeau came to the Knicks, implemented just defense, and that team was a 4 seed in the East. They had really no offense other than Julius Randle, but they got to a 4 seed in the East just with just sheer team defense and good individual defense and principles alone. So we see how defense can turn an entire team. They're ceiling, but now they know they can build off a foundation of defense. All they have to do is now they had to start. They started with defense, though, because if you don't have a culture of defense, I don't care how much offense you bring in, you're not going to win. So they're starting off on the right foundation, just like the Hawks. Again, the Hawks they've been had all this offense. They've been had all this offense. They've been had John Collins. They've been had Trae Young, right?
They didn't have Bogey.
But they had Bogey with the other coach.
Yeah, with the other coach. What other coach?
Hold on. Did the Hawks
he was
look
hurt.
this good? Did the Hawks look this good with the other coach?
He was
no, they were bad.
They dealt with a lot of injuries in the beginning.
Okay, Nate McMillan is known for what? Defense. Nate McMillan comes in and implements a strength. He's saying he basically comes in and he's saying if you're not buying in defensively, you're not going to play. Then he started playing Solomon Hill more. Solomon Hill was a good example for the young guys on how to come in and give consistent effort on the defensive end of the floor. Right, and then now that translated all throughout that team. Now we see them. It's a much improved defensive team.
You might just stop.
Ultimately, defense is what pushes you over the hump.
No, ultimately,
you can stay stuck on the offense. You can stay stuck on the offense. But all of the teams that hit the switch and switched it up this year became better is because they improved their defense, not their offense.
See what he did to Drew Holiday?
Look, you can keep talking about offense, but that team, they become much better light years defensively. Nobody looked at the Hawks last year and said that they were a defensive juggernaut. They're getting stops now. They're making big. You saying to make a 26 comeback against 26 point comeback against the Sixers number 1 seed? That takes defense, not just scoring. Because if you go bucket for bucket with them, you can say whatever you want. It took defense, and you know what? Forcing them funneling the ball back to Ben Simmons is a defensive strategy. So it worked. Whatever they did,
because that's the point guard.
You can say whatever you want, but what their strategy was strategy I saw today. Just like I said, because obviously you didn't pick up on this because you remember surface level. What I said was they did a good job of doing what to the Bucks today. They took away the playmaking. Only the ISO scorers did well today. Portis, Holiday, Giannis, everybody else struggled. All of the guys that need playmaking to score, like Middleton and Lopez and Tucker, struggled today and they lost. They focusing on taking away your best playmakers, just like they did against the Sixers. They took away Ben Simmons' ability to play make, and that team struggled. They let Joel Embiid drop his. They let Joel Embiid drop his.
Ben Simmons, the reason why they blew the 26-point lead.
Yeah, because he's surface level. That's his new name. Bro. Let me change his name. His new name is surface level. I gotta change his name, man.
Your new name
surface
is
level.
You said free throws don't matter.
I said that's not what I said. See, he always taking something and he trying to flitches up. Surface level. We got a new name for Joe Bond. It's surface level.
Nah, I'm calling you out, bro. It is what it is.
Surface level, because you try to
you only care about points, bro. You only care about points.
Because you can't tell me one team. Okay, tell me one team this year. You know, tell me a team this year. Or a team that struggled the year before that was just terrible, and tell me a team that was terrible last year that improved their offense, right, and made it to the playoffs. They didn't worry about defense; they just improved their offense and got there.
Probably the Nets. To be honest with you,
I said the team that was terrible the year before, and they proved it because the Nets regressed defensively and struggled all season.
Yeah, it was better what happened in the playoffs.
So what? No, you still didn't answer the question. There was a lot of
I said
teams that
the Nets,
improved.
they only cared
There were a
about
lot of
offense
teams that
this year.
improved this year. There were a lot of teams that improved this year.
No, but I said the Nets.
They were
The
bottom tier
Nets won a
teams.
good team last year.
Tell me one team that improved just their offense and got light years better.
I just told you the Nets.
I said a team that was horrible last year. Listen, look at
They
stop.
were
answering.
horrible last year.
They were not horrible. They were in the
The
playoffs
Nets were
last
not
year.
horrible
They were in the
last
playoffs
year.
last year with injuries. They were in the
They were
playoffs
not a
without
contender.
Kyrie and
No,
KD.
I know. They weren't a good team though.
Man, come on, man.
It's just because
Like
the
I
East was
said,
that bad.
now the East was that bad.
Nah, come on, yo.
See, Jason Brown, like I said,
So hold on. You trying to say the East is great now?
You said what?
You just said the East was bad last season.
Yeah. You said is the East bad this year?
Why did
Is
the
that your
Bucks
question?
struggle tonight? Bucks struggled tonight. Why?
Why did the
Even though
Bucks
Drew
struggle
Holiday
tonight?
dropped 33, even though Giannis dropped 34, they struggled because of defensively, too many breakdowns.
Yeah, they couldn't contain Trey.
Why did the Clippers lose the other night? They had the lead with one play to go.
Defense.
Worst defensive play I've ever
No
seen on an out of bounds
defense.
play. Trash.
No
Free
defense.
throws.
Out of bounds play. They
had the
couldn't-
lead.
Aiden got easy
Yeah,
points.
they had the
You
lead.
let
They had the
Aiden got
lead.
easy
It was
points. Are you
poetic.
serious?
Lamont, you were
They had
saying
the
free
league
throws
at- they had the
wasn't
lead
didn't
at
really
8
matter
points.
to
Hey,
outcome of
Taj.
games.
Taj, and you know the
Point
funny
8
thing is, did you listen to what Tim Legler said today about that last play?
What you say?
What he said.
He literally said, remember I pulled up the drum board and I told y'all what went wrong on that last play defensively? See, I can swear Tim Legler took what I said verbatim and did a video on it. He said the same exact thing that I said on that last play. It's crazy what he said. It literally
It's defense.
I'm gonna play it for you. It's
Yeah.
crazy what he said.
The number one thing like the Clippers should do is put Zubac in the middle.
Yeah, and even the Clippers, Ty Lue, he got out coached by Monty Williams. Putting the Suns.
If Paul George makes those 2 free throws, we're having a different conversation.
It's a great execution.
If they had the lead,
No,
though,
it's not even-
If
it's not
you have
even-
the lead,
fine,
listen,
but you
Joe
gotta-
Bond, this is
you
what I'm
gotta
telling you.
hit free
You know how many
throws.
times on the last 25 years,
Yeah.
you know how many times a team has scored a go-ahead bucket to win the game with less than a second on the clock in the last 25 years?
How many?
It's only happened 3 times. The third time was with the Clippers, dumbass.
No, but I get it. But a lot
And they
of
let an
teams-
alley-oop get thrown straight to the rim because they're retarded
How do you
defensively.
let that happen?
All right, Lamont. But
How do you
how
let
many
that
times? How many times do games come down to free throws, Lamont? Tight games always come down to free throws. We know this.
They had the lead still, though.
You gotta end the game. You gotta hit those 2 free throws, bro. You
They
gotta
had
close
the
it.
lead.
It doesn't
All you
matter.
gotta do is
Lamont.
get a stop.
Lamont, you're a coach. You're gonna tell your fucking
Bro,
your
I know as a
guys
coach, I can't control if
that it
my
don't matter.
players
As long as you
make
got
or
the
miss
lead, bro,
free
you gotta hit your
throws.
fucking free throws in the fourth
You
quarter,
cannot
bro.
control that. You can put a 90% free throw shooter on the line and in the clutch he can miss. You can't control that. What you can control is defense. And they made some of the goofiest mistakes I've ever seen in game ever. I'm gonna go through this play again. I'm gonna let Tim Legler tell you because he didn't blame Paul George because he knew they was up. Hold on, let me let Tim because since you don't want to believe me, I'm gonna go to Tim Legler real quick. Maybe you'll believe him.
Do you play basketball in real life?
Yeah, he played in
I play
NBA.
basketball in real life.
No, he doesn't, man.
Oh, wait,
Okay.
I think you're talking about.
I bet you be getting cooked since you don't like defense.
No,
If
I
you
play
play, you
basketball. I'm a great
Hey,
defender.
I can see him playing like.
No, you're not. You're not a good defender.
I can see him playing
You
like
just
what's his
you-
name?
You
What's his
just said
name?
defense
Gio?
doesn't matter.
What's the
I'm
Gio
a great
dude?
defender. I'm a
No,
great
you're not.
defender.
No, you're not. Be quiet.
You
No, you're
can't
not.
be- What do you sound retarded, bro? Like, what are you talking about? You don't know.
Yes.
You don't know if I'm good at defense. What are you talking about?
You just said defense doesn't matter.
I didn't say that. You just take my words out of context because you want to dick ride Lamont. That's cool. Dick ride Lamont.
Oh,
Now he dick right just because he don't agree
Come on,
with
man.
you.
Come
you
on,
hate
man.
the truth.
No, I'm not hearing no truth.
Hold on, I
Obviously,
want you
no
to
defense
Taj. I want you to
matters.
listen to this. This is crazy. This is crazy right here. I want you to just listen to this. That I was able to identify at last night's stream on that last play. Let's get to that video now.
This put back right there. Now, this is the biggest play of the game, obviously, at the end of this game. Look at DeMarcus Cousins. He's in the game. He's a 7-footer, but he should be shading to this side, because when he doesn't do that, he actually gives Jay Crowder a perfect view of the rim. That's the first thing that happens. The next thing that happens, take a look at Nicholas Batum. You'd love to see him come here and bump when DeAndre Ayton is coming off this screen. The reason he can't do it, he's guarding Devin Booker. So he does not want to leave Booker. He's going to stay attached to his hip. And as a result, when Booker sets the screen, DeAndre Ayton has enough clearance to get to the rim. And then obviously, this is a perfect pass. Well, a couple of things go wrong. Some of it bad luck for the Clippers, but I thought putting a 7-footer on the ball is a great idea. But when the ball's that deep in the corner, you've got to make sure as a big, you are protecting the basket, so the pass has to come to the three-point line. You can't allow a direct pass at the basket, particularly with 7-footer on the ball. Great execution by Phoenix, but the Clippers, that's a breakdown at the end, and obviously taking advantage of Paul George missing 2 free throws. Really tough loss because they fought their way all the way back to take the lead, and then they let it get away from them in the last 7 seconds, and now the Suns up 2-0.
Yeah, so you said because you missed the free throws too, right?
And that's crazy, man. That is crazy.
Got to hit the free throws, man. Lamar, how many games do we remember throws came down to free throws, Lamar? Nick Anderson.
That game didn't come down to
Kawhi
free throws.
Leonard,
That game came down to one defensive stop.
Nah, bro,
Get to stop. And you have less than a second. Just get a stop.
That's just what it is.
You can't complain about that when you have the lead. Ultimately, Clippers with the lead, less than a second on the clock. The Suns are in the worst spot on the court to take the ball out, and they allow an alley-oop right at the rim.
No, you're right. That was horrible.
No, that's just bad defense.
It is. But Paul George should have ended the game.
No, Paul George doesn't. Even if Paul George hit. Even if he hits 2 free throws,
at least put it
just like Amir said yesterday, we've seen people get fouled making a 3. That doesn't even end it. There's still a 1-possession game. They could hit a 3 and go in overtime. You even said yesterday, Batum couldn't switch because he had to protect the 3-point line, right? Because you're so worried about the 3. Well, them being so worried about the 3, which is stupid with 0.8 seconds on the clock, cost them the game.
But they only needed a 2.
Cost them a game.
Yeah, you're right.
But people, when I said this yesterday, a lot of people like you said that.
I did not say that. Don't be lying on me.
They can't let you didn't.
No. This is all recorded, bro. We don't gotta lie.
Come on, Joe Biden, man. Hold on. It came down to Shoshana says it came down to making adjustments. I don't know what type of adjustments you can really make when your players have big bungles. Like the players did that. That's not nothing. Ty Lue did not tell Cousins, go out there and shade yourself toward the 3-point line. Don't protect the rim. He didn't say that. He didn't tell Batum. What he did was he gave Batum the freedom to talk it out. And maybe he can talk it out with Zubac. And Batum did a horrible job of talking it out. So they never switched. And Ayton was able to get free. Nobody told Pat Beverly to go shade himself toward the corner, not get involved with the play where he could have maybe broke that alley-oop up. He's just over there guarding somebody in the corner that can't even touch the ball. The only person that did their job defensively was Paul George. He won't get credit for that.
So let me ask you a question, Lamar. Do you look at missed free throws like a turnover?
No.
So
because the missed free throw is still a shot on goal. You still the thing. All you can ask for is having an opportunity to score. You cannot control if the ball goes in. No.
What about on 1-and-1s?
The same thing. You get an opportunity because a missed free throw, doesn't matter. What I'm saying is doesn't matter because you still had the opportunity to score. Turnovers are worse because not only do you have you take away possession,
live ball. I agree. Live ball turnovers.
Any turnover, all turnovers are bad. Live turnovers are worse. What up, Mike? What up?
Lamar, you were still debating this dude. This dude don't know basketball. This dude Joe Biden, he don't know nothing about basketball. How you gonna ask that? What kind of question is that? He says, does missing free throws count as a turnover? What kind of shit is that? What kind of basketball terminology are you talking? You sound like Ticket TV right now. You sound like Ticket and Casino.
Mike, you don't even understand.
What kind of shit is that?
Listen, don't
what
even
kind
bring
of question
Ticket
is
TV.
that?
Ticket TV is Western. Don't make only care about offense.
Why is Joe Biden talking about, bro? That is a dumb question. You said no. That's a dumb question. You said it's free throw a turnover. Yeah, it's a dumb question. Yeah, it is.
It's not a dumb question.
How you gonna say it's shooting and missing free throws a turnover? What kind of third grade question is that?
Do you know what a
what kind of third grade question is that?
All right, do you know
that's third grade question?
Yo, you get it exposed. But God, Mike, bro.
I debate you again. I debate you again, Giovanni. You're gonna lose again.
I don't need to debate you.
You don't want that smoke. You don't want that smoke. You don't want that smoke, Giovanni. You don't want the smoke.
I look bad.
Start asking these dumbass questions. There's 2 free throws count a turnover. What the hell?
It's not that it counts. I said.
What kind of fairy tale basketball? What kind of fairy tale basketball you watching? What kind of fairy tale basketball you watching?
Listen. A 1-and-1. If you miss the front end, that's it, bro. You don't get another free throw.
That's not a turnover, though.
I'm not saying it is, but you kind of look. You got.
You just asked that dumbass question.
It's a wasted.
You said missing a free throw a turnover. You just asked that.
It's a wasted possession. You're not listening.
It's not a turnover.
It's a wasted. I'm not saying it is.
No, it's not. No, it's not a wasted. How is it a waste? Missing a jump shot is a wasted possession. That's cap. That's cap. That's cap. That's cap.
Bro,
it's not a wasted. No, it's not. Joe Biden, you don't know shit about basketball. Missing a free throw. Missing a free throw is not a wasted possession.
You just say defense doesn't matter.
Exactly, MD.
You guys,
everybody find you. Joe Biden, you getting fired, bro. How is it a wasted possession? Missing a free throw.
I'm the only one that said the Hawks were gonna shock the East. Y'all didn't say that.
I'm always eat there. Hey, GZA. I'm always eat there in Joe Biden. That's not new. Joe Biden is not a wasted possession. Getting a shot, bro. Getting a shot is not a wasted possession. It's not. A wasted possession is the same shit, bro. Hold up. A wasted possession is a turnover. Paul George didn't, bro. It's the same shit as saying turnover. Saying wasted and turnover is the same shit. You don't know dictionaries. You don't know dictionary. It means the same shit.
Listen,
wasted and turnover is the same shit.
You gotta relax.
You don't know your dictionary. Go back to elementary school. Know your dictionary. Wasted means a turnover. Go to the dictionary and look it up.
You're telling me the Hawks weren't intentionally fouling Ben Simmons and getting extra possession?
Why are you moving the goalpost, dude? Why are you moving the goalpost?
I'm asking you.
You're moving the goalpost.
So the Hawks.
You're moving the goalpost.
Intentionally fouling Ben Simmons, and they weren't getting
Ben Simmons. Hold on. Let me answer the question. Ben Simmons shooting a free throw is not a wasted possession. It's not.
So did it have the Hawks get extra possessions?
Shooting a free throw is not a wasted possession, miss or make.
Extra possessions out of it, right?
Man, stop the cap. Stop the cap.
Stop the cap.
It's not a waste. No. You stop the cap. You getting cooked. You getting cooked. You're getting cooked, dude. Everybody in the chat and panel is agreeing with me. Everybody saying I'm right. Everybody saying I'm right. That's how I know you capping.
Everybody's just laughing and got.
Hey, Lamont. Here's how you.
They laugh at you because you say this dumb shit.
Hey, MD. Hey, everybody on the panel. This is how you know it's bad. Whenever I'm cooking somebody, that's how you know it's bad. When I'm frying somebody, you know it's bad. Because I don't know too much about basketball, but if I'm cooking somebody,
we know you don't know about basketball. We can hear it.
But I'm frying your ass though. I'm frying your ass.
I've been telling you guys about Trae Young. Oh yeah, y'all don't know.
No, you haven't.
You get fried. You get fried, Joe Biden. Joe Biden, I debate you again and fry you again. I'll fry you again, Joe Biden. I'll fry you again. I'll put you on the poster board.
You want to debate, Joe
whatever,
Biden?
Bro. I'm here. I don't work.
You want the head-to-head debate? You want to do the debate right now?
Nah, I'm not debating, Mike.
Come on, Joe Biden. Don't let the smoke.
Nah, I'm losing.
Hold on, Joe
You
Biden.
did all this capping. You was debating Lamont for 4 hours straight. You was debating Lamont for hours. You can't debate me. You scared. Yeah, he's scared. Just go ahead and tell the truth. You scared. Just tell the truth. You scared. You're gonna debate Lamont, but not debate
I'm
me.
talking to you.
You are dumb talking to me. You are dumb.
Yeah, I know.
You don't know basketball. You don't know basketball. You don't know
That's why I don't
basketball.
do it.
You don't know basketball.
Who's the debate?
Retire your basketball cards now.
Hey, he said,
Retire your basketball cards. You lost all credibility, man. You lost all credibility. You saying missing free throws is a waste. Is a waste. That makes no sense.
It does make sense, bro.
No, it does not. You ask any head coach, and they will gladly tell you you're slow, saying shit like that.
If Paul George makes those 2 free throws,
arguing with you,
bro. Paul George missing a free throw. Paul George missing a free throw is not a wasted possession. It's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it ain't. Man, you a third grader. You a third grader.
Hold on.
Stop.
KJ, let me ask you this. Okay, they lost the game, but the last time I checked, the game ended on a Phoenix Sun basket to had to score the ball to win.
Okay. I'm saying no, that's after the fact. But let's
no. Hold on. No, how is that after the fact? And it was the last play.
It was that play only came out because Paul George missed 2 free throws.
They had the lead.
Hold on. If Paul George makes those 2 free throws, man.
But they had the lead.
The worst case scenario is
if Paul
an overtime
George,
game.
If Paul George is the one that led the comeback, they wouldn't even have been in that position if he didn't hit all those goddamn jumpers before then to even get him there. Then you get mad.
KJ capping too.
He missed
KJ capping too,
and they still had the lead. They had the lead with 0.8 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, but it would have been a tougher shot.
Lamont,
hold on.
Stop letting third graders on your panel, Lamont.
Bro,
Lamont, stop bringing third graders on your panel, man.
It's not like they hit a fadeaway jumper. They hit a alley-oop at the rim on a defensive
It would have been
gap.
hard if it was down 3.
That was hard. Look at where they were. Where they were on the court was the hardest place to inbound in the game, and they allowed them to do an alley-oop from the fucking from the sideline. Right? You should have seen where he was at. He threw it at the rim and got an alley-oop. No, that was not excuse. That was bad defense.
That was perfect execution.
Oh my God!
If PG makes those 2 free
throws,
throws,
man,
that really means shit though.
If DeMarcus Cousins scoots over 2-3 steps, he can take away that alley-oop pass with his height.
Hey, Lamont. Here's my thing, Lamont. What was Terrence Mann not on the court?
Coaching, talk to Tyrod Lue. I wouldn't have never had Pat Beverly on the floor.
I would have had Terrence Mann instead of Pat Beverly because Terrence Mann, he's taller and he's longer than Pat Beverly and he's smarter than Pat Beverly.
Why was Pat Beverly over there guarding a man in the corner opposite side of the court that couldn't catch the ball? I don't know.
They should have had. Hey, Lamont. If I was Ty Lue, I would have had Terrence Mann guard the inbound pass, and I would have had Cousins and Zubac front Ayton.
I would have done anything but allow the pass to go to the rim because at worst you allow anybody else to catch it, and they have to shoot a desperation 3 that's going to be contested.
Yeah, and that's my point, bro. If Paul George makes those 2 free throws, you have to shoot a 3 just to send it to overtime.
Okay, but if they get a stop on the last play, yes,
that's KJ talking. KJ, man, you finna get cooked too, man. Oh my God, now I gotta cook KJ too. I gotta add you to my list. Y'all dudes saying missing a free throw is waste of possession? Is that me hearing KJ?
Okay,
no, it's not, bro. KJ and Joe Bond, y'all both don't know shit about basketball. Lamont, stop allowing these third graders on your panel. Lamont, stop bringing these third graders who don't know shit about basketball
hold
on your panel.
Let me ask you a question. So, is a missed shot a missed opportunity?
A missed shot is not a turnover, nor is it a waste of possession.
Okay.
That's the facts.
Oh, this dude is crazy.
That is the
How am I crazy? I'm speaking facts.
A missed shot is a waste of possession.
A missed shot is not a turnover, sir. A missed shot is not a turnover, nor waste of possession. Stop the cat.
It doesn't have to be a turnover. Take it back.
Man, stop the cat, man. You don't know basketball. You don't know basketball. Go back to elementary school.
KJ, when I ask you a question, is it worse to get a shot clock violation and no shot at the rim, or at least get a shot chucked up, even if it's desperation, and give yourself maybe even a chance for an offensive rebound, even if it hits the rim? What I'm saying is turnovers, just like a shot clock violation, kill the possession and you have to go the other way. You have no other chance. But at least at the end of a shot clock, if you chuck a bad shot up, it may nip the rim. You may get a long rebound. Anything can happen. You may get another chance. It opens up the door for other possibilities. The same thing even with a missed free throw. Even if a player misses a free throw, you know, if you have a team that's hustling and playing hard, there's a chance that you can get the offensive rebound and go right back up with the shot. A lot of times teams hit threes off of offensive rebounds the most. So what I'm saying is you give your team a chance by getting shots up. So Ben Simmons misses free throws. Okay, yeah, but they also had a chance to rebound and a number of other things off of those misses. All right. Yes, he missed the free throws. That's not good when you go 4-14. All right. It's not good when Paul George goes 5 of 10. But at the end of the day, Paul George did a lot of other things just to put him in a situation where they had a 1-point lead with 0.8 seconds on the clock. And all you have to do is have one defensive stand, stay solid for 0.8 seconds, and you win the game. And remember what I told Joe Bond, scoring with under a second left in the last 25 years in the playoffs has only happened 2 times before last night. And the Clippers made it happen a third time with one of the worst defensive stands I've ever seen. No communication on the switch with Batum. DeMarcus Cousins way out of position, shouldn't have been on ball. Patrick Beverly way out of position on the other side of the court, not even standing in the paint. Only person who was doing their job on that defensive stand was Paul George. But he will never get credit for that because y'all so harping. Y'all want to harp on 2 missed free throws when it didn't even matter because they still had the lead.
I mean,
get a stop.
Yeah, hold on, wait.
Get a stop. D up. You know what? It's time to go D up. It's time to get a stop.
Free throws led to that bad.
You know what? How many? But there were still more missed shots and free throws before that. And they still had the lead.
I agree.
Get a stop. They were winning the game with 0.8 seconds. If you lose a game with 0.8 seconds on the clock, and you have the lead, you deserve to lose because you couldn't get a stop. Get a stop. It's defense.
Hey, Lamont.
When they say defense wins championships, that play right there, they needed to get a stop. Defense definitely does win championships, and the Clippers proved it right there. They proved it right there because they couldn't get a stop with 0.8 seconds.
This is a waste of time of argument.
I'm just saying, y'all talk about something that happened before the last play of the game, and they still had the lead. Come on, man, y'all going way back.
Lamont, we've seen free throws cost.
Hey, Lamont,
games.
I found this. Hey, Lamont, I found this out, Lamont. Whenever Terrence Mann plays 30 minutes or more, they don't lose. That's what I found out. I found out when Terrence Mann played 30 minutes plus, they don't lose. That's what I found out.
Terrence Mann brings solid energy and that defense to that core. Even though sometimes he does struggle offensively, he's been making his threes as of late, so he's been better. But sometimes I feel like they don't play him a lot because of his inability to be consistent offensively. But defensively and hustle, he's always there.
Yeah, because Lamont, when I watched that game, sorry, MD, for cutting you off, MD. But when I watched that game of Game 2, whenever Terrence Mann was in the game, the game was close. In the second half, they didn't play Terrence Mann, and the game got a little bit out of hand. So I thought Tyloo should have played him in the second half as well, and not just in the first half, because it proves when Terrence Mann plays 30 minutes, y'all can look it up too. Y'all can all look it up. When Terrence Mann plays 30 plus minutes, they do not lose. You saw with the Jazz, you saw with the Mavericks. 30 minutes, they don't lose. Terrence Mann is a big piece to this team. Even though Terrence Mann can't score well at times, his defense is huge for the Clippers, not having Kawhi Leonard. So I think Terrence Mann should play 30 minutes or more.
Last 25 years, go ahead field goal inside the final second. Last 25 years.
Boris Diaw, Marbury, and DeAndre Ayton.
Don't happen a lot. Again, what the Clippers allowed is just absolutely something that just should never happen. Alley-oops at the rim, to win the game don't happen a lot. Should never happen. Defense.
If you shot 87% from the free throw line, you shoot 50% in the ninth.
If you tell me before I see the ending of that game, if you say Clippers are up with 0.8 seconds to go, they taking the ball out, side out, damn near side out, under the basket side, and they're gonna win the game off that, the hardest place to take the ball out. Come on, man. In the NBA, man, no, never.
Well,
that just proved Lamont. That just proved they're the worst team defensively, but also Tyler was dumb because why you got Pat Bev on the court instead of Terrence Mann? That's disrespectful to Terrence Mann, who's 6'7", 6'8" with long arms. He should have been out there.
All that anything, but even if Patrick Beverley's on the court, all he needs to do is be in the right position. But see, the fact that these teams, what a lot of these teams try to do is they, just like Joe Bond said, a lot of these teams try to hit the switch and they try to start playing defense at playoff time. And when they do that, they have mistakes like what we saw because they're not used to communicating in tough moments like this. They're not used to doing what it takes defensively to win games. So when they get in these tough moments defensively, we see them fold just like that right there. They fold on an easy defensive stand. They fold because they don't. Nicholas Batum and Zubac don't communicate. They get hung up on the screen. Cousins all out of position. Nobody's telling them to scoot over towards protect the rim. Pat Beverly's way on the other side of the court. Nobody's communicating. Everybody's out there playing by myself defense, and then they end up getting cooked on the dunk at the rim.
I'll tell you this, Lamont. I watched that play like about 100 times last night. I'll tell you this, Lamont. I thought Zubac, whenever Booker came for that pick, I thought Zubac should have went under the pick and not over it. He should have went under the pick, not over the pick.
What they should have did was Zubac and Batum should have switched. Because even if Devin Booker catches it at the three-point line, it's not like Devin Booker has time to go shimmy and do all this crazy stuff. He just has to turn and shoot a quick shot. All Zubac needs to do is contest as a 7-footer without fouling, which is something he can do. And he would have to make a lucky three to win the game. Just like Tim Legler said, you got to force that ball to the three-point line if they're going to touch it. You cannot allow the pass to get to the rim. And they, for whatever reason, worried about Devin Booker. They forgot about, just how to execute simple things to protect the most important thing. You always need to protect the paint, protect the rim, especially on out of bounds plays.
But Lamont, you don't think they should have had Pat Bev or Terrence Mann guard the ball and have Cousins and Zubac front 8 at the rim?
They could have
have been a game.
I wouldn't have put Cousins on the ball. I wouldn't have done that.
Slow. Cousins way too slow.
So, but here's the thing, and somebody said they should have fouled him. Here's the problem with fouling him. They cannot foul him before the ball is inbounded. And see, that's the problem right there. So if they foul Ayton, let's say they foul Ayton while he's on his way up to catch that alley-oop and the ball isn't live, well, they're going to get free throws and the ball back, which fucks him again, which puts him in another bad situation. So again, either he's going to make 2 free throws or make 1, maybe tie it at worst. He might choke both of them. But either way, you put yourself in a worse situation if you foul before the ball comes in. The pass was thrown so perfectly. The only thing they could have done in that situation was either stop the pass from happening or tip the ball out of bounds. And they couldn't do either. They just blew it. Yep, I trust Deviant Booker to make that shot. Why you call? Oh, he said Deviant. Why you call him Deviant?
He's been worse than me, man. There ain't no deviants in the NBA.
It's really
but hey, Lamont, these dudes, KJ and Joe Bond, man, I can't believe they count that a waste of possession because they missed a free throw. Like, that's crazy to me. I've never heard that in basketball.
Yo, Joe Biden, since you say you play defense, if you go back playing basketball, don't play defense. Let those guys get the points. You're gonna see why you.
Okay, so let me ask y'all a question. Then. That shot Damian Lillard took on Paul George, I think it was last year. If he missed that shot, is that a waste of a possession?
No. It's a shot on the rim.
He got it all. He got it all.
It was a tight game.
It's only a waste of possession if he does like Tragic Johnson did and dribble the clock out and don't even get a shot up.
But
see,
you said that
he
was
got
a
a
bad
shot
shot
up. No, I never said it was a bad shot. All I said was
PG. That was PG.
PG said it was a bad shot, but at least Damian Lillard in that situation got a shot on rim. See, as long as you get a shot up, even if it's a bad shot or not, it has a chance of going in. We've seen so many lucky shots at the end of games. But at the end of the game, you only give yourself a chance by shooting the ball. If you waste a possession, you waste a possession by not getting a shot on rim. Free throws and jump shots, make or miss, are good attempts. I mean, and again, you have bad shots, you have people who miss free throws, but at least it's an attempt. And I'm taking an attempt over a non-attempt, which is a turnover or a shot clock violation and things like that. Those are the wasted possession.
I see where you're coming from. I see it.
Like I said,
That's
a lot of things can happen off of missed shots. Offensive rebounds happen. All types of things can happen.
And also Lamont, let's say Paul George misses the free throw and somebody comes in and grabs it and puts it back in. Anything could have happened.
That chance is very low. That chance is very low.
Man, stop. Anything can happen in the end of a ball game.
All right.
You never know.
Okay, now is it wasted if he airballs the free throw and the ball is dead? Yeah. See, because if let's say he airballs that second free throw and his team has no chance to even offensive rebound. Okay, well you can say that's wasted because that just don't count at all. The ref just blows the whistle.
Though.
He blows it dead. Yeah, it's an attempt. It's good because it's an attempt, but an airball is bad. Which he didn't airball. Airball is bad because the ref automatically blows his whistle, and you have no opportunity to do anything once that airball goes up. So at least you got to hit the rim, at least on that. But on any other play, like when the shot clock is running out, I don't care what shot you take. Just get a shot up and at least try to hit the rim, because if you miss the rim, that ref's blowing his whistle and we going the other way. If you don't get a shot up, you don't even have a chance to hit the rim to reset the shot clock and get the ball back. Wasted possession.
They got something in common, though. You don't get the point.
Yeah, but sometimes it's not always about the point. Sometimes missing the shot and getting off. Sometimes missing the shot and getting off the defensive rebound, you can burn more time off the clock. A lot of things you can do.
I want you to watch the game tomorrow night. Watch when Luke Kennard coming again. Watch what the Suns gonna do. Attack him. Watch the game carefully. Luke Kennard.
Oh.
Because he doesn't
not
have
just AMD, not just Luke Kennard. They're gonna attack Zubac too.
Yes, Zubac too.
Zubac can't guard nothing on the outside. He really can't guard Aiden.
Hold on, but look.
Go ahead.
If y'all look at Zubac, one of the primary reasons why he struggles defensively is because he has no help from his team. The thing is, none of his teammates fight over screens. So they allow him to get switched on to smaller guards who want to ISO him and then target him like that. And then even when he gets drove at, he has no backside help. He has nobody coming from the weak side to help him out. There's no pressure. It's usually just him one-on-one with another player looking crazy. And Kawhi Leonard bailed him out to some degree because he tuned up his defense before he got hurt. But now without him there, now you see the flaws in his defense. Kawhi Leonard don't let that last play happen. All right. Nope. He's not going to let that last play happen. No way in hell he lets that happen. Because Kawhi Leonard's probably going to be guarding an inbound pass, and he's not going to let no pass go straight beeline right at the rim. Yeah. It's facts.
Even Lamont, even if they had Terrence Mann on the ball, even Terrence Mann wouldn't allow that pass either.
Allegedly.
And see, we talk about, let's say Paul George hits those free throws. Well, the Phoenix Suns are not going to that timeout hanging their heads down because he hits the free throw. Hold on, listen. They're not. You know why they're not? Because even as bad as Devin Booker played and as bad as they played in that fourth quarter, they're going to have to go into that timeout saying at least it's just a one possession game. It's still within reach. We can still score and tie this up. And like we saw with the Knicks back in the day, we saw Larry Johnson not only take the three, but make the three on a 4-point play against the Pacers. So we'll say anything can happen when you have an opportunity to score and get a shot on goal.
But we also seen Jay Crowder miss that open three before Paul George missed those free throws.
He did, but at least it was a shot on goal, because if he makes it, that changes a lot of things. Yeah. Still much better than a turnover. Shots on goal, not turnovers. You cannot guarantee make it. They say make or mislead for a reason. You cannot guarantee makes any time.
Nah.
Hold on. Why is it? Hold on. My comments are so delayed. What the heck? All right, Stephen Lawson. He says, no doubt. Kev. He says, Atlanta came and beat us like New York, Philly, and Milwaukee. Yeah, Derek. It's ugly. Bruce Jenner thinks the 90s era of basketball is the toughest. I bet he does, man.
It's actually the softest era. It's actually the softest. The 90s, and the 90s was just straight dumpster juice. Nobody had a chance to get NBA in the 90s. Nobody. I mean, nobody. That was not even watchable. Can you imagine LeBron James playing in the 90s? Man, he'd have had 8 rings. Fuck 6. He would have had 8.
I don't think 8.
He would have 8 rings. He'd have been cakewalking to all these teams.
No, he wouldn't.
Man, he would have dunked on Carmelo. Then he would came back door, dunked on Stockton. Then he would have dunked on Barkley. Then he would have came back door. He would have dunked on Pat Ewing. Then he would have dunked on John Starks.
You know how strong
man, Carmelo don't want no smoke with no LeBron James.
You want to know why Carmelo is so good? Because John Stockton.
Facts, MD. That's facts.
Don't cap now.
Hey, Carmelo, they say he's the reason why the Jazz lost in 98 to the Bulls.
Because of what?
Because he can't play defense.
Nah, free throws.
And he turned the ball over too, Lamar. And he turned the ball over.
He gonna say free throws. Carmelo made his free throws. He couldn't play deep.
A matter of fact, Lamar. Hey, y'all think Carmelo would have made the finals without Stockton those 2 times?
No. John Stockton's the reason why he's this great.
Y'all have a good night, man.
All right, y'all. We gonna get ready to shut it down anyway, man. But salute to Go Mike. You going live later?
Yeah, I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna go live a little bit later.
Go Mike's live right now.
I'm gonna hop in.
I'm about to go live. I'm about to go live again here in a second. And make sure to check it out.
All right, fellas.
But hey, Lamont, man, I had to come fry Joe Biden.
Yeah, you got him today, man.
God bless, Mike. God bless, bro.
All right, hey, Lamont, Lamont, share my live video. I'm gonna go live right now, so let everybody know to hop over there. We go chop it up some more.
All right, I'm gonna share.
God bless everybody. Have a good night, people.
All right,
later,
y'all. All right,
all right, peace out, y'all.
All right, y'all, man. We gonna end it. We're gonna end the stream. We're gonna get up out of here, man. Hey, great stream tonight, man. Great game. And then, like I said, this playoff has been so unpredictable. It has not let us down once again. The Atlanta Hawks, man, beat the Milwaukee Bucks in a game that just felt like the Milwaukee Bucks just could not get any rhythm or consistency. And the Hawks do a good job of making you play an unorthodox style. They like to take away what you do best. And they do things defensively that make you, whether it's consciously or unconsciously, play selfish basketball. And in a sense, that's been working. It worked against the Sixers. It worked game 1 against the Bucks. I mean, we saw Giannis have a great game. We saw Jrue Holiday have a great game, at least individually, but none of the others really played great. And I think that's going to be their strategy from the rest of the way on. It's going to be the others that are going to have to step up and give big games to beat them. We saw that against the Sixers. We saw Shake Milton. He had to have a good game for them to win a couple times. Same with Matisse Thybulle and those guys. They're going to have to find productivity. They're going to have to find a way to produce productivity and playmaking from these other guys if they want to be successful in this series. But as it stands right now, they're down. They're down to the Hawks, and the Hawks have stolen home court advantage, and the pressure is on for the Bucks. The pressure is on, and again, the Hawks will continue to play with house money as they proceed through these playoffs. But hey, like I said, we're probably gonna be doing an NBA film study on that game. That's probably gonna drop in the morning. So make sure you guys tune in the morning to check out that video. We're definitely gonna be going live again. For the next playoff game. Hopefully this next playoff game is reported that Chris Paul will be back. Looks like Kawhi Leonard is still out as well. And what does that bode for the Clippers, man? Now that the Suns look like they're going to be back at full strength and they're already up 2-0 in this series, I think the Clippers are going to regret the opportunity that they had in game 2, where there's a game where they should have won. They should have got that stop at the end. because they failed to make a defensive stand, it's looking like they're facing a potential elimination type game if they cannot win game 3. Because if they don't win game 3, I firmly believe that they're getting swept. So again, I want you guys, let me know in the chat what you think. Make sure you spam it up in the chat, spam it up in the live chat as we get up out of here. Appreciate everybody coming through today. Great stream. We're going to be back tomorrow. We're probably going to go live about 15 minutes before tip-off. So make sure you tune in for that. But as FYF Sports, man, it's been a great podcast episode. And we'll be back tomorrow, man. Salute.
All I hear is yap, 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 yap. Ain't talking about nothing, right? Watch this. We gon' bring that pressure.
Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. I be getting to it, ain't wasting no time. Walking straight in, we ain't waiting in line. Fuck your feelings, you don't care about mine. You a YouTube gangster, don't be yelling out slime. Or you talking LB, talking Ticket TV. Ain't nobody watching them, all the viewers be sleep. 5 years in, all your subs is your friends. Ticket TV, watch your cars again. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real. They all know, shop don't close, working 24, trying to make the channel grow. Look at them, pointing fingers, hating on the low. You can't compete with our podcast show. Couldn't make it in the league, so we got on TV. Crying by LeBron like a little baby. You must be crazy, trying to ever play me. Or you super tough until it's time to say cheese. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings,